just on another level. He is still that guy!
No introductions. No warm-up. Kickoff is now. The Rainbow Six North American League season kickoff.
That is crazy work.
10 teams, new rosters,
Stuck there. Oh, my Lord.
new stories. We don't call ourselves legends. We earn it. Who will set the tone before the season even begins?
That was a nasty shot.
Will they prove they belong? Will they shock the world and earn their spot at the main major? Only one way to find out. Group stage begins April 1st. Earned here, not given. Welcome to the North American League season kickoff.
Welcome to the final day of the group stage here in the North American Kickoff. It is so glad to be back with you all after the internet shenanigans of yesterday. But Lax, you guys held down the fort. I mean, we saw the fastest day we'd ever seen, and you guys were analysts and hosts and just good-looking guys the whole day. I mean, it was good to see from the sidelines.
Nice of you to show up, Jonah. I can't disagree. It is nice of you to show up, and I do agree. It was a very fast day. It was also fun hosting with Fox. I think we had a good time there. But I mean, what's more interesting to me is, I mean, you were having ISP issues, and then you managed to forego your contract on your lease in your apartment, sold your place, found a new place to make sure just so you could work today. I mean, that's some dedication there.
Listen, it's commitment, I guess. I mean, I'm here in a streamer booth at a LAN facility in Chinatown in New York City, so we're absolutely vibing here today. But yesterday was more than just a fast day. It was the day where we locked what felt like almost everything down as far as who is making the playoffs, Fox. It was fast-paced, yes. We saw some 7-1s to start the day, but when it came down to it, 5 Fears dominant. They locked themselves in. Dark Zero guaranteed that #1 seed. It was quite a day indeed.
I mean, the first 7-1 of Dark Zero versus Wildcard was an amazing display of versatility, strength. Dark Zero is looking like the most consistent, best NA team currently. I mean, they just had so many different looks, getting those opening kills, slowing it down, understanding where to be able to get the post-plant situations down. I mean, attacking on border to have such an amazing half that they did, they looked scary. I hope that they don't let up, because this is a beautiful Dark Zero to watch.
And then to pivot over into another 7-1 from 5 Fears taking on Shopify Rebellion on Chalet. I mean, they did such a good job at understanding the wind conditions, understanding where they needed to approach the site, attack certain parts of the map, find out roamers. We highlighted how well JJ and Forrest were on the shot calling, being able to essentially turn this game in every single scenario into their favor. I mean, they were picking apart at the side of SR, and I mean, I don't expect this train to let their foot off the gas anytime soon. They have been playing exceptionally well.
And now, guys, we got to take out our tiniest violin and play it for 100 Thieves being eliminated from making it to the bracket play and the Salt Lake City Major. They had a nail-biter of a game, so close against M80, but unfortunately 100 Thieves falls short. M80, a little bit of a scrappy game, but they understand that they just need to be able to take some time to get Ashen situated, get all the roles situated, and they close out the win and still put them in a situation where they can get first today.
Yeah, and then for the newer guys, Cloud9 versus Outlast. This was a very great display from Cloud9, something that we can really hold on to. I thought they played very well. They were very fluid throughout the map. They had a very good understanding of how they could choke Outlast out, not really allow them any headway on that attacking half, having a nice 5-1 split. And then once they get into that attacking half, I mean, it did come down to a very dicey 5v1 that turned into a 1v1, but they did shut it down. And this is what we want to see from the newer teams, be able to bounce back, finally get a win underneath their belt, so hoping that success can continue into their day's match.
Well, as we said, Dark Zero, right, with that 7-1 to start the day, setting themselves up to lock in that Group B #1 spot, which isn't just for playoff sake, it also locks them in for a bye round in the very first round of the bracket, which is very important. On the other side, right, it was that elimination matchup, Cloud9 and Outlast Fox, as you talked about. Cloud9 was able to solidify their position. They guaranteed that playoff berth, and we also had to say goodbye to one of these new young teams in Outlast who just found the lights a little too bright.
Yeah, it's not too much of a surprise that Outlast is going to be going out. We had no expectations of them coming into the league. They are full of rookies. There's no veteran talent, and brand new team to the T1 scene, and they had a little bit of a rude awakening, but we just wanted to see progress from them. And even though it is a faster, expedited season, we still, I think it's safe to say, saw a little bit of them playing the basics very well. But that being said, Outlast, 100 Thieves, they will not be making it to the Salt Lake City Major, and it's unfortunate for both of those teams, and hopefully we'll see more of them in Stage 1.
On the Group A side, right, it wasn't necessarily a #1 seed that we locked down, but Lax, we absolutely confirmed the dominance that Five Fears have been showing. It has no stopping point, it seems. They took SR and put them in the 4th place position. I mean, this is not the standings we expected coming into the stage.
Yeah, not by no means. And to see the pivot and the change and the development of this team as a whole, and whether that's been in the interviews, whether that's been in the play, it's really been fun to watch and be able to get behind this roster. But they can really set themselves up here nice today with a simple win over M80, which would ultimately lock them in that 1st seed, putting them only 1 step closer to getting to Salt Lake City. But either way, just being able to make playoffs is already something that they should feel proud of, that they've accomplished, and really get to test their limits in a best of 3. And then for the rest, it's really just fighting to stay out of that lower qualifier, because you have no lifelines.
That's really what it's all about. We'll take you through the bracket again to remind everybody exactly what this looks like. But the 4th seed, they do make it into this bracket phase, but as you can see there on the bottom, they go straight to the lower bracket. So as Lax said, no second chances. Everything else here is still up in the air. The only team you actually see penciled in this bracket, Fox, is Dark Zero, because they've locked in that #1 seed. Today is all about grappling for position and deciding exactly where each of these teams is going to slot in.
Yeah, I mean, getting seed 1 is obviously where you want to be. You have to win 1 game to make it to the Salt Lake City Major. But that being said, we've seen teams get comfortable once they do claim that spot. We've seen lower bracket teams have an amazing run facing adversity to make it to the Salt Lake City Major. So at the end of the day, despite seeding, yes, it may be comfortable for some teams to get into a certain position, but at the end of the day, doesn't really matter. You're going to have to beat everybody that comes through your way. And at the end of the day, you don't want to be in a position where you get complacent just because of seeding, because this regular stage, we've heard teams in interviews talk about it. A win in a best of 1 doesn't matter. Once it gets to best of 3s, especially in bracket play with the pressure, it's a completely different ball game.
Well, that ball game starts today with 5 Fears and 1 of 30, but we have quite a slate of games ahead, all the way to seeing SSG continue to find their form at the end of the day. Lax, what are you looking forward to most?
Honestly, there's a lot of good games. It's hard to choose just one, but if I had to choose one, I would say the Wildcard versus Cloud9. One on the side of Cloud9, I do want to see a little more from them. We only got to see a little bit on their attacking half. That's the bigger picture for me, is can they adapt? Can they make those transitions? And then for the side of Wildcard, we haven't seen the Wildcard that we even saw in previous stages, so hoping to see a little more out of them once we get to that games.
Well,
yeah, I couldn't agree more.
No, you got it. All you.
No, that's all I was going to say. I couldn't agree more. I think that game is the one to watch out for.
Well, 5 Fears and 1 of 30, that's going to be the opening matchup of the day. And the stakes here are fairly important. It's not playoff in or out, but it's can 5 Fears secure 1st place, and can 1 of 30 secure an upper bracket berth? As we said, this would lock them in to that 2nd or 3rd place position, which they are hunting for, because M80 and Shopify Rebellion play later on today. But the story here, we have to talk about it from yesterday, Lax. 5 Fears. I mean, they have continued to explode into the stage, into Kickoff here to start off the year. A win dismantling Shopify Rebellion. I mean, we just cannot talk about this enough.
No, absolutely not. And they've really sparked a new resurgence in this team. There's completely new life from each and every single individual player. One of the biggest things is how fantastic they've been on their adaptations, their shot calling, as we said, with JJ and Forrest at the forefront of that. And whether it's them using the shields, whether it's them just being able to play off one another, everything systematically is coming together. And it's not something that we've seen from any of these players in quite some time. Maybe on the side of Forrest being able to resurge that Oxygen roster, but even then, that had its length. And the sky really is the limit with this team. I can't say that we've seen everything, and I can't wait till once we get into best of threes that we can really see things be tested, because as we know, best of ones is about who's showing up, but best of threes really is, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint by any means.
Well, we talk a lot about Five Fears in the lens of attacking strength and really them surprising us on that side of things. One player who's been leading that charge has been Snake. In-game Captain Jack has been dominating at the start.
Yeah, no, he absolutely has been. And one thing that I always can appreciate with Snake is the simple fact is he had a very short time in his T1 career when he did join that TSM roster. But after that, no team really gave him a shot. They didn't really even bat an eye at him. But he has continued to deliver, continued to show some sort of effort to prove that he needs to be in T1, that he is of the caliber to play at this level. And he is delivering each and every single day, which then begs the question, what were these players on TSM? What did they see in Snake? Clearly there was something there that put him on their radar, and he's very much deserving of getting highlighted here. This is hilarious. Production told us that they were cooking up something. We had no idea what it was going to be, so this is kind of funny just to play on his whole Captain Jack. But he really has been taking the reins of being the captain of this team. Not so much the IGL, but just as the player. I mean, 32 and 18. I believe he's the third highest rated overall in the league so far, and we don't get to hear much from him. We don't see too much from him on Twitter or socials, but realistically, in the game, we are seeing more than enough of what he's capable of and what he's continuing to bring. And just a funny fact, when we talk about the individual prowess on this team, when we talk about how strong they are on attack, it's funny because on this team, they've played 17 rounds on attack, winning 13 out of that 17, but by no means is their objective to plant. They've only planted 2 times. So it's kind of funny to think about that in retrospect.
I mean, their main goal is when they have so many good shield players with Force and JJ Blast, and you have entry dynamics of Snake, Fens, the whole roster essentially being able to be so aggressive at behind those shields, it's redundant to be able to go for plants. So if you're able to get your foot in the door, find that opening kill, and you have the opportunity to plant, great, but you don't need to focus on it. And that's where a lot of teams get caught up in it. Oh, the objective play, but the meta of Siege constantly is evolving, and we'll see fewer and fewer plants just because it takes so much to be able to get through all of these layers of defense, the traps, the electrocuted walls, the tuberows. So if you're bringing the shields, which 5 Years has 2 players that can do it, you're pushing behind those shields. Once you burst through that wall and you're inside of the site, why not just continue it, especially if you have that advantage? And that's the style of play that I love seeing from 5 Fears, is they're not worried so much about the plant. They're worried about making sure that they're utilizing the shields as best as possible. And I think, despite this might being a hot take, they're one of the few teams that uses shields exceptionally well, not just by the shield players, but by following up the shield players and getting the trades based off of that information. A lot of the times we'll see people on Monty, Blackbeard, and they're just standing there in the wind, waiting, giving information, but you're not doing anything with that information. 5 Fears, they act on it.
One of 30, on the other hand, 5 Fears opponents in this game. As we talked about, the importance here is making it into the top part of the bracket. They do not want to worry about that 4th seed. They can do that here with a win. But the story, Fox, hasn't necessarily been about dominance like it has been for 5 Fears, but it's been about growth and where this team started to where they are now, especially for someone like Packer, who we've seen a lot of that growth from.
Oh, it's only been growth. And I mean, we've seen Packer and Vino on a team that has grinded through the mud, going all the way up to be able to make it to invite and showing up their best foot forward. But I think when it comes to Packer's growth individually, he's never really had a chance on a roster where it's been able to be his system. He's essentially, you know, been on M80, Cloud9, but he's always with conflicting personalities. He's with other IGLs that have been in their shoes for longer than he has. And now for the first time, he has his own team that he's able to lead. He has a team that's going to rely on him and be able to hold that torch going forward. And I think it shows in his individual play. He's so much more confident getting his own individual kills, and he's leading the team alongside Mike W in the kill department. And that just goes to show that now that he's finally having an area where it's finally his, he's succeeding. And on Mike W, for his first stage, I think it goes without saying that we need to commend him with how good his individual performance is, being that entry, a player that has been in the T2 game for a long time, to now rise up and be a breakout player that everyone's going to be having their eyes on just because of his individual performance. Everything for 1 of 30 is about keeping it close and growth. And now they're in the next step. They're in the phase of reaching consistency, being able to finally beat some of these top teams besides just keeping it close. That's the next step that I hope that we'll be able to see them take.
Well, Lax, let's talk maps here, because we've seen a lot of, and I'd say surprising amount of Fortress out of 5 Fears, showing a lot of comfort there. But here in this matchup, they're going to take us to Lair.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen Lair from any one of these teams, and it's an interesting pick just because, again, no team has any VOD on these guys. Maybe they've seen something in scrims, maybe that's why they're going to it, but stylistically, I think this does favor a team like 5 Fears when you think of their step-by-step and how they get to that process and get to that end goal, and that's where we highlight those shields being able to be a big spearhead on a map like Lair. Where I am curious to see is how they play Lair from 5 Fears, is are they going to use a lot of vertical pressure? Now, granted, they are starting on their defensive task. We know how strong they can be on their defense, but this is also for the side of 1 of 30, and especially in their match versus M80, where they did get exploited on their attacks. There was very little to no existence of adaptation. It was really throwing bodies into situations, sticking to the strat, not necessarily falling off of it, finding where an opening is, finding where they can, eliminate a certain player to gain control. So it really is going to be a big question mark for me of 1 of 30 of, are we going to see that adaptability being taken place? And then for the side of 5 Fears on their attacking halves, are we going to see those shields be utilized so they can pinpoint each position and then inevitably get to that execute?
Well, 5 Fears looking to go undefeated in kickoff groups. That'd be a heck of a start for a roster trying to recover from the end of last year. We'll get a chance to see if they can do that right now. We pass it over to Lynx and XR Troika, who've got the call for the day.
Just rounding out the final day of the groups will be Ollie and myself, and I really cannot believe 5 Fears' success so far we've had in the group stage. Obviously, Ollie, new team, never quite sure what they'll be capable of beyond the best of ones, but what they have so far, I mean, there's only one other team that's flawless in the NA League so far, and it's Dark Zero. That's got to say something.
It really does, doesn't it? And Dark Zero, of course, a team themselves that have made changes ahead of kickoff here. It looks like 5 Fears, though, they have got their recipe down. And we're seeing a lot of success out of this, let's be honest, relatively new roster. Obviously, they have Forest on that team. I did have a bit of a chat with JJ ahead of kickoff starting, and it was interesting to sort of pick up on some of the plus points that he was feeling from having someone as experienced as Forest on the roster. And you kind of get the impression that it's just what that team needed. They just needed a little bit more veteranship, a little bit more experience that's going to then free up JJ, because there was times last stage, Lynx, or at least last year, where we were looking at it and it was kind of as if JJ was trying to do everything right. He was trying to be the entry, he was trying to be the hard support, he was trying to get the most kills in the lobby, and he was trying to play the most objective. And there's not always the space for that. You can't be that one-man army. But it seems now as though they've got themselves far more well spread in terms of where people are picking up slack and who is doing what. And then on the flip side, you look at 1 of 30, a team that is still, well in with a chance here inside of kickoff, currently sitting 3rd place in the group. There isn't a chance that they will get top. However, they could very well nick that 2nd spot off M80, depending on how the games go today.
And definitely throughout the group stage, something that the desk highlighted, but the spotlight for this team is, at least on an individual basis, is still going to be on Packer and Mike W. Packer, who the desk mentioned, of course, kind of in and out of the NAL on various teams, various iterations over the past couple years, but always still kind of finding a way into the game, which I think is very commendable, and I certainly appreciate as somebody who's been casting Packer for a while. But I mean, as the group stage comes to a close, I mean, we got to talk about Mike W, a player that, as I think was Fox mentioned, has been grinding in Tier 2 for a while now and has always been quite impressive, but as we've made it into as he's made it into the Tier 1 scene, he's only continued to impress for this level. And so while 1 of 30 might not be able to make that top spot even if they lose to 5 Fears today, I think in particular Packer and Mike W continuing to look and make names for themselves on an individual basis, but of course alongside the rest of their team trying to find a lot of holistic success. Bino in particular, as you're looking at right now, trying to sort of bounce back from some of the woes that we've seen in the past year. And honestly, I mean, guaranteeing playoffs. Sure, only one team gets eliminated, but for a new team, can't get mad at that. Can't get mad that you'll have a seat at the table.
That's it, and that's all it's about, getting a seat at the table. I'm not sure why we've got a little bit of a tech pause ahead of this game, unfortunately. I do apologize for that. Looks as though the players are going to be getting themselves into the zone. This meditating, Lynx, is becoming more and more popular. A little bit of mindfulness, a little bit of concentrating on the breathing. I think I may be wrong in this, but I believe it's something that Call Out brought into SSG back in the day. And then as obviously as players have come and gone, and there's friends that, you know, cross-pollinate between teams, it sort of leaks across everywhere, doesn't it? But we're seeing it be more and more common nowadays for these players, and never a bad idea to get yourself in the right mindset ahead of the game. Certainly for 5 Fears, I wouldn't say that the pressure's on here tonight, but there's the feeling that they are maybe at the start of something, and obviously with the way that they've come out of the gate sprinting, it'd be a bit of a poor time to turn the foot off the gas at this point, because, you know, why not go flawless? Why not really stamp down that authority? You're still a very, very new team in all reality, so, you know, you need to get those reps in.
I mean, it might not be pressure, it might just be more hunger, right? I mean, especially JJ, somebody who's been, I would say, probably one of the hungriest competitors we've seen in the NA League over the past few years. I think, sure, playoffs is already secured, and I don't think he'll beat himself up, or the team will beat themselves up if they don't get that 4-0 finish, if they don't guarantee themselves that first place spot. But JJ is somebody who, and I think, built a culture in his team that, especially alongside veteran talent like Forrest, they know they can achieve it, and they will not feel pressure that they have to, but I think they'll feel a strong desire that they want to, that they expect out of themselves, and that they want to be on top. And I think it's just a love of the game that is really quite admirable. Also, talking again about JJ, and going back to your point about the veteran presence on 5 Fears, something about JJ I've always found interesting and quite compelling is, while he is a bit of a trash talker, very confident in himself, very assertive, has also many times also kind of shown a bit of a humble side, willing to kind of take advice from veteran players, whether it's things that Gabe said or that Fox has said or other players has said. It's a very good balance of both, like, I would say, a healthy level of ego and confidence, while also, you know, not walking around being rude or being inconsiderate of what people who have been around a long time have to say. So it's something I admire quite a bit about JJ, and something I imagine that will be quite good for not only him, but the rest of 5 Years with the veteran presence of Forrest, and to Snake as well to a lesser extent. But as we get into the game, it is Lair for our first map, a very labyrinthian, very step-by-step map, and one that I will say on paper, as the desk kind of alluded to, seems to favor 5 Years just a little bit.
I think you're right. I think that step-by-step process, although they're not a team that likes to get the plant down, they are a team that is very proficient on the attack, and that is definitely going to help you on a map like Lair. It's not that it's particularly difficult to attack into, but as we know, attack is often where teams tend to struggle a little bit. So Lair being the decider inside of this matchup, again, very difficult to say who it prefers and what sort of map preference rank it kind of has, just because we're so brand new into Kickoff, and it would be unfair to drag in a lot of statistics from sort of pre-SI, given that neither of these two teams were there. So you've got to kind of give them the benefit of the doubt, really, that they're heading up onto this place, because that is where they want to be. But certainly, as you say, Lynx, the edge has to be given toward 5 Fears moving into it. But we will see as our bands start to float in now what sort of a Lair we are going to be dealing with here today. Of course, always that top floor is going to be the staging ground for our first round. We head into Mask and R6 room. We've got 1 of 30 starting off their phase on the attack here. I've got a couple of shields left open to play around with as well. The Deimos and the Ying both removed by 5 Fears. It does leave some options open, and Bino, at least for the time being, is going to be hovering on that blitz.
And it's also something to keep in mind if we see a similar pattern repeat on 5 Fears attack. I think just generally we got two teams that are not, you know, maybe not always going to bring out the shields, but certainly eager to if they have the option available. And as 1 of 30 is starting on the attacking side, Bino will bring that blitz for the first round. Whenever you see that sends into play, Ali, I think we have a pretty good idea where this attack is going to be coming from. You don't really throw those you don't really throw those ROU projectors over by the single window, but I guess you kind of do. But usually we see it more on that op side, right? You know, cover up the doorway, allow you to cross, and then try to go for a plant over on the operations side of the map.
Hacker's got himself a little option for later there as he can move through and start to make a little bit of this reverse vertical. You're going to have to get a bit of control of what's going on inside of operations room. We can see a couple of drones working at his feet as well. It's likely going to be Bino's job to be a little bit of a beachhead here in this attack. And already Wildcard just sending out some of those ROU projectors. Get a bit of control over on side of bridge. And well, with that, Bino can pretty safely move his way down. Packer's probably got the most difficult job in this setup because kind of got to watch his own flank, bait out a little bit, and obviously be in the right place at the right time for the skeleton key action. And there is going to be a little lurker. Kind of glossed over this so far, but Caveira for round one is a very bold move, as is this hold inside of Ops from Rival. He's going to get the kitchen sink thrown at him shortly. We know there's a blitz on side, so you kind of got to be expecting that.
Gotta be expecting that. And of course with Packer on the field with this buck and the skeleton key, always gotta be worried that the floorboards might get ripped open somewhere around you in your general vicinity. In goes that blitz, blinded, and Rival might unfortunately pay. No, not at all whatsoever. Bino charges in and gets his head taken clean off behind that Kiba. Kind of amazed that a 1-for-1 happened there and Rival didn't just go down with not a single ounce of fight. Oh, but there's that Caveira spotted at the worst possible time. Good for an interrogation. Snake will take down Packer, and now 5 Fears, putting 1 of 30 completely outside the map. Silo stuck, fully aware at what might be on the opposite side of that doorway. And it seems at this point that unless Wolfsburg gets a nice lineup for himself somewhere inside of the building, that single interrogation might have been the end of 1 of 30 in round 1.
Rolling out, Taco, you.
Chalk in the first round, but additionally, I mean, just starting off with the Caveira is more about sending a message than anything. Not exactly the craziest strategic. Well, that is a crazy strategic choice. Not exactly a expert, brilliant 1000 IQ strategic choice, but more as I think just setting a good tone for what you want 1 of 30 to be thinking going into the rest of this half. It's one thing to, you know, hear a cav pistol or spot her on a drone. It's another thing to get interrogated within the first round. Now 1 of 30 going forward as they conduct these roam clears are going to be a little less certain.
Where are they?
You know, if you spot her, great, you'll be worried in that round, but after you were on the, you know, the receiving end of that, and it didn't cost you the whole round, but it certainly didn't help facilitate any kind of 2v4. It's now something that they'll have to consider and be worried about going into the rest of this half. Of course, with that all said and done, going down to basement. Second floor site. 1 for the defense. Typical rotation will be the top, then the basement, then I was about to say one of the middle sites, but this always ends up being bunk and briefing. I think we're all pretty well used to that at this point. Certainly, probably our favorite site. I feel like it's our favorite site, and you can tell because we always have to acknowledge how much we want to see the attack win on it. Because I feel like in terms of the rounds we've casted, it's got to be like 80-85% defense. Not saying period, but at least of what we've casted, it's like 80-85% defensive win rate.
It's highlighted by Fox for those entry statistics. The entry as important on Lair as it is anywhere else. Solis getting caught out on the drone there nice and early on. The Dokkaebi call coming in as well, but there isn't really anyone to take advantage of the Solis. Instead, it's going to be the Skopos that falls early.
Looking for intel.
Not the best loss really there for this real heavy extension. Again, it really feels as though 5 Fears are almost sending a bit of a message, because you can play one guy on a loose roam and just anchor the site here for this basement defense quite easily. They have gone for a hefty extension, and they're given a lot of problems here for 1 of 30 to solve. So much so that we've got Packer all the way on that top floor, opening up with the skeleton key.
An exchange between Snake and Mike W, dodging the first flash, and ooh, just dodging the second as well. But Mike W, look at the discipline on that. Knows Packers up top, calls him in instead, and completely just evades the entire situation. Really smart coordination by 1 of 30. As Snake was beginning to cause that Dokkaebi some issues, they maintained their advantage despite the loss of a Ram. Mike W knows there might be more at play. Forrest face checking down Sky Bridge, but will fall back. Shotgun not exactly the best weapon for an engagement about 20 to 30 feet away. But also sort of a good position for this late round. Oh no, it actually does not have the shotgun, has the Scorpion, excuse me. But still, with all that ammunition, you want as many chances to contest that staircase by the site as long as possible, whether it's yellow stairs, whether it's over by submarine. That's something Forrest has to consider, especially in the 3v4. You need to find opportunities to win that advantage back.
Absolutely, and I'm not sure if the vert is going to be enough here. See, the Packers made a lot. The time was always going to be a factor. Those Vulcan canisters have been popped. Packer popped them himself. At least 2 through that vert. 5 Fears can hold on here, and that first kill is going to be crucial to enable that. And now leveled it up 3-3 with only 18 on the clock.
And Wolfsburg going in, but Packer doing the most for 1 of 30 in this round. Finally, another gets on the board, and can JJ get that 1v3? Gets 2 bites of the apple, and unfortunately somehow misses both options. So 1 of 30 will answer back 5 Fears round with 1 of their own. It's a tie game early on.
Bit windy down there, inside a Toxin. Looked like there was a bit of a breeze potentially. Well, JJ, we don't often see him fluffing those ones. I really thought that time was going to do the work really for 5 Fears there. They had a great position. And that first kill to bring it down to a 3 versus 3. So crucial. There's that opener. And a great view of that there. Packer making that vert really work for him.
Go.
The final kill coming in there as well. Proof that they can work under the clock as well, Lynx. 1 of 30. Not scared about the... Not that they're going to be scared, they're a professional team, but not slowed down too much by the fact that they basically had to do a full map clear for that. They really had to work for every single inch of map control that they gained. And it was the right play. Starting down from the top and losing the Ram early. Obviously, that is just further going to slow you down at that point in the proceedings. So... quite a good bounce back, a real good recovery round there from 1 of 30. And as you quite rightly predicted, we have headed over toward that mid floor.
Attackers must locate
Pretty much the default rotation at this point, as you know, Lair's been in the game for about 2.5 years now. Tendencies are going to crystallize and solidify at this point in the map's life cycle. The exact defenses don't always line up. For example, Snake played Solus last round. Solus often an operator we see defending this site from above. Not so in this case. Going for a bit more, I would say, harder utility. The Black Mirrors, the Kiba Barriers, which seemed to be, at least in round 1 when they were also defending our 6th room, the strategy that 5 Fears preferred. Seem to prefer going down early as well, unfortunately, as it's the 2nd time in a row that 5 Fears have moved into the 4v5 much earlier than I imagined they actually wanted. I believe I was about to say, was that the Mira on the site? Because if that was, no, Snake's down below as well. Though a bit farther away. You don't have anybody exactly on the site right now, which is something that 5 Fears will have to worry about. You can defend it from up above, but you'd like to have at least 1 person in that site. Ooh, never mind. Look at this. Rival just stuck behind the desk. I thought that maybe we'd have a bit of a chiller moment, but no, behind these Kiba Barriers, he will go down eventually. Takes quite a few bodies with him. It's an advantage, of course, for 1 of 30, but with Bino stuck behind the desk, that's an easy kill for Snake to get. Round might very well end on this 2nd floor as the attack has a mirror window used against the defense. Don't know how Packers come into that sort of luck, but I don't think he'll question it all that much. Snake now finds himself in the 1v2. Rotated upstairs, up rocket from a prone position down below. Not a single remaining player inside the site. While all the Bs are gone, that Dokkaebi call is going to give away the Goyo's position. You better hope that sound doesn't travel far. On the opposite side, it's possible, but 1 goes in for the kill. Taking shelter behind the Kiba Barrier, Snake opts to retreat as the attack moves in to pinch. Impact through the floor, or on the floor, will not give him any angle through it. Now Snake, maybe for just a brief moment, has some time to rest.
Oh, this is so winnable. Depends on how the vert's being held. It looks like he can get around it. Packer will get this plant down, but it's still 2 1 versus 1s essentially.
The flashbang goes out. Ooh, Fortunately, Packer sprinting right in, didn't hear him around the corner. Flashbang as well, likely completely hiding the audio. And so now Packer, Snake rotates up after taking down Packer for the 1v1. Mike W up above, but with the post plant, will have the time advantage. Likely is the angle as well. Only has to focus on one position with the cover of the desk. Oh, Snake not even looking. Just playing it patient. Perfect read of the situation by Mike W, and 1 of 30. Get 2 in a row.
I'm not sure that Mike W had a single clue that he'd rotated upstairs there, by the way. I feel like Snake kind of gave the game away when he sort of tap fired past the mirror window. At that point, I was thinking, I kind of feel like he had the element of surprise. But then he's just got the 50-50. It's like, do you check left or do you check right? You've got no info. You've got no time. A tough round, a good attempt. Got it down to a 1v1, a 1 of 30. Again, good stabilization. We've seen them. These aren't rounds that you necessarily should be losing, but they're not rounds that are guaranteed to be won. And so far, the 2 rounds that 1 of 30 have got are the latter. They are not guaranteed rounds. You've still got to play very well in the moment to pull that off and to make it work. Back upstairs now to the primary choice bomb site. This is where 5 Fears were successful inside of round 1. In part, if I'm being honest, there was a little bit of desync when taking through ops, and that desync caused the blitz to be lost really early on. That was going to be a really big pushing point of this attack. I'd like to see just a little bit more teamwork, a bit more synergy if they're going to go for that same style of ops push, which it looks like they may be doing, or they may have a read there is a clash being played, because it looks as though we're seeing a bit of a 6-pick off. JJ doing his best to try and hide that, but whether 1 of 30 have sniffed it out or just had a hunch, it looks like they're going to go for something slightly different.
It's also entirely possible that, given that they'd shown some kind of blitz play previously, they just wanted to move away. Could be a hunch, as you said. Could be they saw the clash. But either way, won't be what they're bringing this round. No shield presence whatsoever. Given the lack of any crazy execute utility, of course, Ying being banned, Grim not being brought in this round, and the Dokkaebi, but both the Dokkaebi and the Deimos have been banned. You don't get a lot of the information, of course, that you would like, but you also don't have a lot of the utility in this lineup to say, like, flood in through the single window of by bathroom, throw a lot of chaos on the site from a lot of different angles. It still seems to be that they might do something slower, whether it's a plant over on the op side or whether it's a plant from somewhere else. It appears to be that while the exact components have changed, the overall methodology by 1 of 30 might be somewhat similar to the one we saw in the first round, given that, I mean, most you got's a Capitao and Ascends, and those aren't exactly the most explosive operators.
Come on, the Capitao. Capitao can be explosive.
It's a slow burn.
You're not playing with the right Capitaos.
I thought it was a great pun. It didn't even get acknowledged.
Not as slow as some, though.
Touche.
Very good to force JJ off, though. There's one way to deal with the clash, it's to deny the area that the clash wants to try and hold. Capitao Fire Arrow is one of the best tools on the attack to do that job. Now switch, JJ's been pushed all the way back. That now allows the wall to be open. He can look to retake it. Obviously, he's playing clash. He's got a shield. He can try and contest down this corridor, but to what end? You don't want to push too far up and then something like this happen where you've got players already at the top of rocket stairs and inside a bathroom.
Just a bit of an unfortunate pre-fire. Packer knows he can't land that shot. Just shield in the way. Not much you can do at that point. Great information on the Soliton scanner, though. Positions of 4 different players spotted. How useful is that? You know 4 of them are on site, but given that we're approaching a minute, the site's upstairs, you just saw 2 of them. It's nice to know. It's nice to get that confirmation, but a lot of it, I imagine, Packer had already suspected. And look at how 1 of 30 are pushing at the moment. Predominantly from ops. This is going to allow the defense to concentrate all of their attention on this one direction. I mean, this is great information gathered by JJ, spotting 2 to 3 different players right now. And that's where not only the thrust of the attack is coming from, that's the only position the attack's coming from. Mike W might be able to throw something in the mix, but as the ROU projectors go through, Packer pushes deep trying to take down JJ, and he just gets burnt in the process. Bino off the back of it has made it pretty far, but I believe it's a Gershmot thrown in the corner has forced him out, and the smokes on top of it put to 1 HP. Only 15 seconds remaining, and any kind of lurk by Mike W has not paid off so far. It's a 4v5, make that a 3v5. that 1 of 30 seem to have zero hope at escaping from. But Silo, the only one remaining. Very quick fight back from 5 Fears, and nobody can get a lead on Lair.
I'm not sure if I've ever seen a Griswold mine used in that fashion before. Like, cast your mind back. And I know that you're good at remembering this sort of stuff.
Ha, yeah, I am.
I do not remember seeing that.
Specifically to deny the plant?
Specifically to deny the plant.
That's actually a good question. Like, I've seen Gurjmots thrown actively like that quite a few times. Specifically to deny the plant, I feel like it's happened, but I will say I have not seen it.
Because as soon as I saw everything, as I was watching everything that happened, my instinct was instantly like, oh, it's a yokai.
Same.
And then obviously secondary, I'm like straight down to the bottom right, and I'm looking, I'm thinking, no, there isn't an echo. And then you see the Ella and you make the connection, and all that happens in a very short amount of time. But yeah, just, I don't know, the mind boggled. Brilliant Griswold mine. Great play on JJ with the clash as well. I think he danced around that perfectly. Lost control of Ops very early, but didn't try and didn't hold on to it. Just sort of said, yeah, you know what, let's let it go. We can play a little bit deeper. We can just play a little bit further back. And everyone really holding their ground well. 5 Fears, though, they are going to have to do better than only winning the top floor. They're going to get a favorable split or even an equal split off Lair. They're going to need to win somewhere else. And we go downstairs for the second time. Of course, when we saw this in round number 2, it was a successful round for 1 of 30. A very different lineup, though. You think about the lineup last time we saw this site, we had Roamers galore. We had Solace, we had Skopos. Everyone was coming out to play. And now we've transitioned. We've got a Tachanka. We've got a Pulse. We've got a Goyo, an Azami, and a Smoke. It is a very much solid stay on the site bunker lineup that we are seeing now. And it's in stark contrast to what we saw in round number 2. And I think that 5 Fears are hoping that this will stand them in slightly better stead.
It's also representative of giving some respect over to 1 of 30. When they have had that success, it's when there have been these roams that they've had the ability to get an early pick on somebody. We saw that not only on this round with Rival going down early, but also on the Bunks briefing defense. Saw an early pick on a JJ. So I think it's recognizing that reality and adjusting to it. The Pulse will be quite nice to get information. The Volsper also, I was about to say, look at this early pressure, not only by the Grim, but Packer as well. Getting a direct line onto the Pulse and basically getting him pinched. As JJ was pushed deep onto that doorway, Fenn's also spotted from above. They might have struggled to take down that consolidated site presence on second floor, but on basement with all this verticality and the myriad of angles. 1 of 30 having quite a bit of success, and they appear to have 5 Fears locked down early on.
I think it's all about just holding now and squeezing in the right places. Got the ability to make the vert. Mike W upstairs with Sledge. Ooh, comes to blows right now, though. And that ability has very quickly been ripped away from them as 3 quick kills come in from 5 Fears.
Look at this endurance from 5 Fears at the moment. 1 of 30 on the other hand. As Bino is pushing through. A rock around the river at the moment, trying to keep his standing. He's made his claim inside of the site. When the forest down, it's a 2v2. And the health advantage, not exactly equal, but you could have worse. Bino with it all to do. Cover Silo, gets the plant down successfully. Now able to move into your post-plant position. Some time spent by 5 Fears to pick Forest back up, putting the odds back in their favor with these Shamikas as well. Silo makes one wrong step. That's the end of him. If they land in Bino's corner, he'll have to move likely in the front of 3 different guns. But as Tachanka lines up at Azami too, it's a good flick with the 417, and maybe just one more line with the TCSG. Talk about Mike W and Packer, but Bino a 4K to keep 1 of 30 in the lead.
Big round there from Bino. They were just lining up for him one after another. You've got a question. A plant going down with that much denial. You've got the Tachanka. As soon as this kill came through from Snake upstairs, I was like, this is golden. We're all good. Obviously, the Tachanka gets down, but Bino should just never be allowed to play inside of the site like that. Quite literally waddling in. Finding so much space and value. you're going to be playing the bunker setup. You've got to have it on lock. You need to have some barbed wire. You need to have some elusives. You need to have a way of stopping players that can just see a gap and try and exploit it, able to walk all over you. 1 of 30. Already done a really good job here on Lair, getting 3 rounds. Don't forget, last time we saw this mid-floor site, they also got the plant down there. It was a 2 versus 1. Came down to a 1v1. It was very handily won. I believe it was Mike W, the last player alive inside of round 3. But everyone's held their own so far on this 1 of 30 side.
Still the impressive thing about the NAL so far. I mean, 5 years, obviously. We don't even need to talk about that, but 1 of 30's had some good moments. Even the games they've lost had some impressive moments. It's been a very competitive season, and not really just referring to the standings. I mean, the quality of play has been pretty good so far at the beginning, and it's only the group stage. 1 of 30 showcasing some good moments, not only with clearing out those roams, but I think Bino right there, just some good individual play as well. Great calling to make that move and commit to the push, even though things hadn't gone well. Certainly caught 5 years off guard. It'll be useful for attacking bunk briefing as well. Attacking teams can so often get caught up on that roam if it's only half cleared out, if there's still some vertical angles, and sometimes you just need that confidence to commit. That willpower to push through. It might just make the difference. At least for the moment. Snake moving around the middle floor. And 1 of 30 as a whole opening up some new angles. But clearly taking things slow, and there's a lot more work to be done.
A little bit of a slower opening to this round number 6. Getting that entry kill coming in a little bit earlier than now, but there's still very much a top floor presence upstairs. And I don't think that an ROU projector is alone to ignore that top floor. You need to try and deal with some of that vertical play. Mike W with a great kill there onto JJ. JJ honestly just getting a bit unfortunate, but also maybe doing a bit too much.
And it's an awkward moment, but Snake creeping around the corner, spots the gun, but Packer ready for it. 1 of 30 in a great spot to close this out. 4-2 now is, what do you know, just 1 sends. Even with Warden in play, Fens kept so well at bay. They just cascade over both top and middle floor. 4-2 for 1 of 30, snatching any hopes of a lead away. And I mean, at this point, what else is there to say? If we want to throw it over the desk, I'm sure they'll have a lot of thoughts on this surprising lead.
Thanks, guys. This one's been interesting so far, and 4-2 at the half, 1 of 30, holding a little bit of an advantage. Lax, what have you liked so far from both of these teams?
I've liked what I've seen from both of these teams. Both of these teams have really been adapting well, switching between the sites, switching between the operators to adjust. But more so on the side of 1 of 30, what I really enjoy is they went with more standard bans for their attacking half, getting rid of the walls now, getting rid of the information and the pain that Mirror can bring and trying to take it, which is why you can see their executes going into site is that much easier. But then also on the 2 basement rounds in particular, Bino's call in the first round of this that you're even seeing right here, they get aggressive. They don't have any smokes to cover line of sights. They just brought vert pressure. They brought a lot of flashes to take that site. But then the second time we would see it, Bino plays the operator of Twitch, bringing on smokes, being able to allow cover off line of sights, and then gets a huge 4K. So it really is showing that Bino is doing an exceptional job in that IGL role, being able to adjust his team, being able to adjust the operators to make these executes look really well. And then for the side of 5 Fears, just overall, they got to close things down a little tighter. But again, it really is playing into those operator bans.
Yeah, I think for 5 Fears, it's a little bit of over-aggression, overconfidence on defense. You're on the favorable side, but now you're down 2-4. And 1 of 30 getting 4 attacking rounds is a very difficult task, and they did their job. Now, we've seen the efforts that they've made into adapting inside of the server. The one thing is, have they done their due diligence? They're sticking to very neutral bans, getting rid of things that will hinder them. I'm hoping that they watch their match of 5 Fears versus SR yesterday, because I'm hoping to see the shield bans taken out, because we saw what SR did. Leaving 3 shields in the hands of 5 Fears gives them so much versatility in how they want to play. They have a different play style with each shield that they bring. So this is what I'm going to be looking forward to most, is if one of 30 is on top of their toes, they're going to make sure that they're taking away 5 Fears' lifeline, and it will be a good testament to see what 5 Fears is going to adapt to if they don't have all of the shields at their availability.
Well, 5 Fears, they're now in a position that they haven't found themselves often, needing to make a bit of a mid-game comeback here if they want to stay undefeated. Lynx, Ollie, back to you.
Well, I mean, definitely surprising position for 5 Fears, but at the same time, I feel like at least in the couple games that we've casted, Ollie, the attacks have been pretty good, all things considered. So maybe it's surprising for 5 Fears, but probably one of the biggest things I have felt, at least in the games we've casted, is I've had a good feeling about all these attacks, and one of 30 certainly put on a good show.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to have the confidence in them, right? They've got that record for a reason at the moment, albeit it's for a fairly small sample size. It's groups for Kickoff, and Kickoff is something that we've never really done before. Not that that changes the analogy of it or anything, but there are only, 5 other teams in the group. You're only going to play 4 other teams. Again, it's a small sample size. It's not like you're playing the whole of the NAL and you've got those similar statistics. But you can only judge off what we've already seen. And for 5 Fears, we know that they're behind, and they are behind by 2 rounds. They've got to try and get the job done here and now. They've given themselves a little bit of flexibility in terms of getting the breach open. They're only going to be dealing with a bandit and a two-brow at the worst. In this round, at least, it is only going to be the bandit. Cade and the Mirror have both been taken off. Of course, Cade, fantastic for that wall denial. Mirror, again, can be used more of a wall denial tool, as well as, of course, those black mirrors that give you some brilliant lines of sight. The interesting one for me that is going to be picked straight away by Bino is going to be that Tachanka. Now, we know from 5 Fears attacks so far that they're not really too interested in getting the plant down. Is it 2 out of 14 successful attacking rounds they're actually getting the plant down? So, that's not going to be their bread and butter. It's maybe not going to be their play style all the time. And the Tachanka is definitely going to hinder that in this first opening round as well.
Speaking of hindering, Mike W doing the classic, I'm gonna sit on rocket stairs and hope they don't notice. And if nobody does, hate to be the person walking through that doorway without having roamed
reloading.
it. Snake, playing Snake, creeping through the depths of Lair at the moment. Opening pick doesn't come from any of the players I just mentioned. Fens finds Volsper from a window. Catches somebody crossing bathroom, and one of 30 don't, exactly have a whole lot going for them at the moment. Sight's intact, sure. 5 Fears have pretty much most of the map that they desire and are rapidly pushing them back from Rocket, back from Ops. One of 30 can take their fallback positions. They've still got some ability to contest with these shotguns. The 5 Fears seem to be getting everything for the moment. We've still got half the round to go.
Enemy nearby.
Flash
And
out.
the pacing's pretty good, isn't it? They've set themselves up quite nicely here. Bees have started to go out. We see a C4 swing and miss from Packer. It looks like he's in a bit of a whirlwind. Doesn't really know which way to turn. He's got players below, and he's conscious that there's a walk-up rocket on the cards here. He's eventually going to get taken out there by Fens. It's Captain Jack. He can just concentrate on enabling this wall to be opened. Should be able to destroy these batteries here. Just some great patience there, and picks the kill up onto Stylo. Oh, that was a gimme.
Just seems like nothing one of 30 can do right now. Even with the right setup, I mean, smoke canisters, Tachanka, hard breach denial, Warden just to be safe. On paper, seems like everything you got, and 5 Fears have maneuvered this situation perfectly from the vertical and also on the same floor. So Mike W with already all his toxic canisters gone, solely resting on those Shimikas to delay any remaining time against this incoming 5 Fears push. Spots one in, Force isn't leaving any stone unturned. Nothing unchecked at the moment. 5 Fears couldn't have had it any easier in their first foray onto the attack.
I mean, did they have it easy, or did they come up with a good strategy? And it's a genuine question, because they didn't try to overextend. They didn't try and do too much. Everybody did their job really well on their own. maybe you've just got to give him a nod and say, you know, well played. I was particularly impressed with the prowess from underneath. I think that Snake played it beautifully. There was really nothing wrong with the way that he played that, because it's such a difficult position, difficult role. Obviously he gets the kill, that's great, but if you look at what else he was able to achieve, he baited out a lot of toxic babe canisters because Packer was really worried about someone just walking up rocket stairs as the blitz is going to be pushing in through ops side. And because it was all double reinforced, we had breach reinforced, and then we had the 2 walls facing ops reinforced. That then makes it very difficult to hold ops, because as soon as you've lost presence in and around ops door and ops breach wall, what can you do? You've got to go, because your player inside of sight can't cover you, your teammate can't cover you through the wall because it's double reinforced. So it makes it so difficult then to hold up. So Packer had a really difficult job there, and I think it was made even more difficult by the position that Snake held below.
Razor wire ready.
It's always nice when we have things to talk about and compliment about the attacking side. I feel like complimenting a good defense is always a little bit boring. Unless you see something like, to be fair, like a Grishmoth thrown at an Nia Plant. That's always cool. But getting to look at all those different positions that you just mentioned, Snake from below, a lot of the pressure from the horizontal as well, makes for a much more interesting game in 5 years, giving us something quite good to talk about in the first round. Of course, if you're a 1 of 30 fan, hoping they might be able to make a run out of that lower bracket. Of course, not there yet. But hoping that 1 of 30 can get a second chance once they're in the bracket phase of Kickoff. One like to see attacks like that are well coordinated, well thought out, and as you said, Ollie, that are emblematic of quite a good strategy. Early utility usage by Mike W, hearing Forrest on that blitz.
Time to ring.
But beyond that, looks like 5 years of just limit testing 1 of 30 at the moment, seeing what parts might be weakest, whether it's on the site or on the roam. But a lot of presence around the map for 5 years at the moment, just seeing what they might get away with.
I really want to see where this Roarer is deployed. JJ going to be rocking that. With the composition that they've got, there is good potential to really sort of lay waste to some of these defenders. Vulspa taking a little bit of damage there. Fens not too deterred by what is happening here. Hello, Forrest! He's having a dance. He's dancing on yellow stairs with Vulspa.
Babes are in position.
Hi, W. Gonna find one onto Snake as well, just to drag it back to evens. The players now from 1 of 30, they can try and drop off back to site. I don't know, minute 15 left. Pretty much full map control. As we can see, Forrest, he's just happily running here and there upstairs. He has the diffuser, by the way. He used to do this a lot, and it stressed me out somewhat rotten. If he'd have lost the diffuser there, that would have been an entirely different round. But as it stands, he does still have it. These Vulcan packs are going to start to be very crucial for 1 of 30. They're going to soak up a lot of this remaining 50 seconds.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's worth acknowledging that it's only a 4v4, and a lot of the existing utility for 1 of 30 is quite strong. Out of toxic canisters, but might still be a Yokai in the win, could still be some Vulcan packs as well, a C4 that Packer could throw out at any given time. Forrest drops down, and not alone, thankfully. I got worried for a very brief moment, but Rival hops down with the bearing 9, facilitates that entry very nice. And in the 4v2, you still got bodies to spare, but a distinct advantage for 5 years. It might even finish the round before Forrest gets that plan down. Yes, indeed, all tied up in the blink of an eye. 2 attacks go very well for 5 years, and they have a strategy that can compete with 1 of 30. That much is certain.
Can we start a petition for listenings? I just feel like we need to be in the end of round listening for 5 fears. Because we flick onto JJ's camera, and he's always screaming. And I just want to know what it's like. I want to know what it's like to have someone that's that passionate. Our ranked players don't do that. Our teammates don't scream when we're in the round. Here it is.
I think the best part is that Forrest was below him. Like, how did Forrest get on the bottom of the stairs?
Yeah. I don't even know. You know it's good when you've got to hold your headset mic. You know?
You had to brace it.
you have to brace your own microphone.
It's like that scene in The Simpsons when like the sound wave goes across town. It's like whenever JJ starts yelling, it just blows his mic like physically all the way back.
5 seconds to go.
Hey, some people just want more.
Oh, absolutely.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
4-4. Who'd have thought it? all leveled up after 2 rounds in a row from 5 Fears here. And they are not showing any sign of slowing down. Both teams still have their tactical timeout here as well, by the way. We've only seen the mid-game timeout used. Well, I mean, it's going to get used every game, isn't it? It's the new standard. But both teams are still with an opportunity to reset for a brief time. And I've got a feeling if this round doesn't go the way of 1 of 30, now would probably be a good time for them to use it.
I probably agree on it. Oh, Silo. Painfully close on that one. Painfully for the Bandit, down to 1 HP. I was gonna say, would be a good time for timeout incoming if this pace continues. But an early lead by 5 Fears, not in terms of the man count, but in terms of the control, evading that bandit trick entirely. Also, with no impact grenades on the board, no opportunity to destroy those Selma charges. So that breach is open full. And the attack can turn their attention to what will be quite a difficult portion of the setup, this Tachanka and Smoke combo, completely controlling the access around green stairs. That's something that 5 Fears will have to worry about, because at least on the op side for the moment, they might be able to get some pressure later, but there's at least a bit more legwork they have to do.
The speed at which 5 Fears are moving for me that's impressive at the moment. That wall was open in rapid time. Silo's on 1 HP. And they're just free to do whatever. That's a little bit sloppy, potentially. They're going to look to try and root out anyone in and around that desk area, but with the Zami still being available, you can make yourself a very nice little fortress around there. Glaz will deal with those keeper barricades nicely with the DMR. And a C4 from Silo. Could this be a little contribution from the 1 HP player? C4's already ripped, so there's potential that Snake hasn't really heard that. And it's a horrible angle to challenge onto. Maybe going to wait for a little bit of support here. Kills start to come.
Going 5 Fears' way, 1 of 30's woes continue on their defensive side. Snake in a perfect position to cover this plane from JJ. Not even an ounce of fight from 1 of 30. Not to say that they lack it in spirit, it's just in terms of their options. With smoke grenades down, Bino not in a good position to lay down any fire on the actual field inside of the site. Hell of a good pre-fire by Volsper. Now maybe something, maybe just a little bit. That's a difficult angle for both parties involved to cover that defuse plant. Going prone on the floor, especially with somebody looking through the doorway, but Forrest rotating back and forth between the Maverick hole and now asserting his presence outside of ops. It is a full return to form for 5 Fears, and at the pace they're setting, seems like there might be 2 4-0 teams in the NA League by the time this match is done.
Quite possibly. A really good attacking round there from 5 Fears. You've got to credit them because they just bring the right tools for the job. You know, it's like the old saying, every tool's a hammer. 5 Fears are like the entire opposite of that. They recognize that there is a tool for every job. And in that last round, it was the Maverick, it was the Glass, it was ensuring that they could get that breach open nice and quickly and then just work through. Previously, when we saw them attack it, they played the blitz, they tried to move a little bit quicker, they moved in through ops room, and there was a different element, there was a different flair, there was some great vertical play in the previous attempt at that site. This time it was just entirely flipped on its head, both on their own merit, very good attacking rounds. And it's just about knowing when to play one and when to play the other. Shot call in 10 out of 10, and as predicted, Lynx, we have a tactical timeout being played from 1 of 30. Because they can't let this train run away. They've shown signs of life, granted, but we haven't necessarily seen a very close round here. The attacks from 5 Fears have been pretty decisive.
I mean, pretty decisive is, I mean, it's accurate, but that feels like the half of it at times. I mean, what, first round they won, 4 people remaining. Second round they won a little bit less, but got that plant down in like a 4v3 or 5v3 with extremely good momentum, all the control they wanted in their win conditions for that round. It has been an excellent show of form for 5 Fears. And you got to give 1 of 30 credit. I think they had a lot of similar success on their attacking sides. I think especially when 5 Fears were roaming, 1 of 30 were very good at problem solving and figuring out what the win conditions were and what they needed to do to succeed. But I think anybody would be stunned by the kind of momentum 5 years have gathered in the past 3 rounds. I think it's a sensible time for attack timeout. I'm excited to see what they'll do differently. For the first go, well, at least first go post timeout, we'll see a Bunks briefing defense, as we saw from 5 years on their defensive side as well. And it will involve that Soulless that we mentioned. So a bit of dueling methodologies between these two teams. 5 years much more inclined to bring the Mira and the Azami. Whereas 1 of 30 bringing that Soulless in. We'll still have plenty of verticality, but I think definitely playing a bit more of a flexible lineup while still defending the same position.
Have you covered.
JJ, I'm going to be rocking onto the Monty now. We've seen them use both the Monty and the Blitz. Blackbeard has been removed, or was removed, as one of the first bans. But they have a really good idea of how to play the different shields and the different strengths and weaknesses. As a Blitz, we'll see typically Forest. If it's a Monty, more often than not, a JJ job. It's going to be used as much more of a human drone element of this attacking push. Already managing to force Packer down these yellow stairs. As the first Ogby call rings in. Packer does need to be cautious. He didn't know exactly the status here inside of Warehouse at the moment. It looks like he's managed to slip himself through. JJ just a little bit lax there maybe on catching Packer on that rotate. So he's going to be all the way downstairs and fairly out of this round.
JJ getting quite into things early as C4 goes out. A little bit of damage, but nothing to worry too much about. Gotta be careful you don't pull a Forest and learn maybe some of the wrong lessons. But out he goes. Just testing it a little bit early. And dueling with Packer, getting some good information. I was going to say, we'll likely need to see the attack wrestling a little bit with the defense within the next few seconds, and indeed we will. But no, actually, in fact, just hopping in through the diffuser, or hopping in through the breach to put down the diffuser, and, well, quite an unceremonious end for JJ, dropping that diffuser inside of the site, but Forrest will pick it back up, and I actually don't know where the hell he's gone. Rival good for 1 kill. And Packer, after leaving his travels in the bottom floor, has decided to join the rest of the team as 5 Fears continue to widen their lead. A little bit of fight back in the mid-round, quite a bit of fight back in the mid-round, though won't be enough to stop that diffuser. 1 of 30 will at least even the odds going into the post, spotting 1 as they sprint out of sight fast as they can. The smoke will cut him off for a bit, and Packer might just have a little bit of an angle, a little bit of time to get around the attacking team to deny them any angles. Oh, but down through the smoke, Forrest at the last possible second. Might just guarantee 4 in a row, but not if Bino's got something to say about it. A 4K earlier, now on the opposite side. Just 1 more kill to keep them competitive. To tie things up 5-5, Forrest has to do it again. 50% gone. Can he get the angle in time? It'll be right at the last second. But he hops off, and Mike W blinks 6-4 for 5 Fears.
I would love... We need to see the replay. We need to see the replay on that. I need to know if there was time or not. It felt like there might have been. I'll be honest. It really felt like there might have been a second to just hold on for the briefest of moments. Obviously, the first plant was foiled there by the Solace. We asked for a close round. Doesn't really get much closer than that. I don't know, you know. I don't think there was enough time. It would have been very close, but I don't think there was enough. That diffuser was getting a lot of fingerprints all over it in that last round. We don't usually see that many people involved. 2 people it took to plant and 2 people it took to attempt to disable it. Usually it's just you know, 1 person usually plants and then maybe 2 people disable it, but we were really going around the houses.
Takes a village. Takes a village.
It does.
5 seconds left before insertion.
By village, I specifically mean 5 people.
Attackers are
versus
moving out,
5
locate
other
a
people.
bomb and defuse it.
Trying to build their own village. Well, fortunately for 1 of 30, that was a very, very, very good effort. Not enough to blunt any bit of the force from 5 Fears. 4 in a row now on the attacking side, and these last couple rounds have been much closer, but they haven't been decisive and they haven't been wins. Keep in mind, by the way, We already have each of our teams eliminated from the group, so 100 Thieves and Outlast are both out. This is not an elimination game. But if 1 of 30 lose this next round, lose the one after that, or lose in overtime, they will be in the lower bracket and have only one chance. If they lose one game in the bracket, they will be done. But if they manage to fight back in OT, manage to win after that, they'll have 2 chances to stay in the game and maybe keep their Salt Lake City dreams alive. 5 Fears, they win this. They get to join DZ as the only 2 teams 4-0 inside of the kickoff so far. Packer might be the first player to try and begin 1 of 30's overtime dreams, but at the same time, spotted by a drone, 2 players surrounding him at the moment, and no clear way up. He sort of resigned himself to that, but as the nades come in, he's about to start feeling a lot of pressure, spotted by that Soliton scanner as well. Snake very aware of it, but this shotgun poses a deadly prospect. How do you take this fight exactly? If Packer's not going to buy it on the nade, you can't just swing it around the corner. 1 shot from him, and even if you take off half HP, he's gone. So get a 3rd player in. Packer's surrounded in a triangle at the moment, but at the same time, you have to make this calculus. Are you investing too much? Might have taken half the round to get him, but with a few quick shots from JJ Blast, 5 Fears get the lead they were looking for.
Whether Packer has done enough there or not, time will tell. But I don't think he could have done any more. He played that position for a long time, and he soaked up a lot in the process. Drones, nades, other pieces of utility. Now there's a minute. And with a Tachanka, it's not the end of the world. Still 12 Shamika launchers kicking around up there. Looking for a big contribution again from Snake on that vertical. And a way to try and get this breach open. Everything has been removed now to this point, so pretty much well assumed that you're going to be able to get that breach open, provided that you're given the space. Kitchen sink has been thrown at it, and that exothermic charge is going to blow. Still, Capitao. Sorry, still Capitao as well, but there are no fire arrows left. It's more the Tachanka, 6 Shamikas in their pocket. Diffuser in the hands of Forest. Is the Soliton scanner going to give the information that 5 Fears so desperately need?
Gives him something, but Silo pushing up behind the desk. Somehow not a single shot hits Snake, and with that nade at the exact right time, gets a good advantage in terms of man count, but in terms of the diffuser, Force got to rotate quick. They might just win this one on kills anyway, as with only a few seconds remaining, 5 Fears find their way in. Mike W good for 1, and Forced on such low HP, snaps onto him, but at the end, 1v1, they can't cross the finish line. 5 Fears join Dark Zero and move into the bracket stage without a single loss on their record.
I think that final few seconds of the round there was a really good display of just how powerful an operator Snake can be, and I'm sure we are going to see it heavily featured in attacking lineups yet to come. 5 Fears doing a brilliant job here tonight on that attacking side. The defense, albeit a little bit shaky, but they more than redeemed themselves once the side swapped. We're going to throw it to a very short break. After that, we'll be back with our desk.
Frag grenade out. Swapping
from down 2 rounds to taking 5 rounds in a row unanswered, 5 fears, undefeated, and the top team in Group A. We welcome in Forest now after another victory under their belt. Forrest, talk to me about this team a little bit more, because to go from a team who wasn't in the best shape at the end of last stage, now you're on this roster. I mean, what's it been like for this team to go from maybe not the highest expectations to 4-0 undefeated, the team to beat in this group?
Yeah, I mean, just a bunch of young guys that trusted me, and it's working really good right now. Like, they can see the experience I have, and I can bring it to them, and we're having a miraculous start, so we're just gonna keep the horses flying.
I'm glad that you mentioned that, a bunch of young guys that look up to you. You being the veteran on this team, I'd say it's the first time in your career where you're joining a team where you are the main source of leadership, the player that everyone is looking up to. Does that add a whole list of responsibility to you? Is that something that has impacted your play, knowing that this team is looking to you to be their guidance in a way?
Yeah, with this project I'm on right now, I told JJ even specifically, like, I'm looking to not only, help improve the whole team, but kind of pass the torch, right? I'm pretty old in terms of esports, time, so, I'm just trying to be like another type of leader for the team, and something they can rely on, and, just crank hard.
Well, Forrest, you certainly don't look old in the way that you move. You're still looking like you're 18, young and ready to go. I want to just talk about, we hear from you guys as players and how everything has been looking, but what has the supportive staff been from the coaches, the analysts? What have been the inner workings to kind of get you guys mentally and in-game prepared for these matchups?
I mean, the coaching staff, we go over our scrim results, we go over the game day footage, and, we kind of just create like a solid game plan to do most of the back end work. And I can't leak too much, but like it's some good shit. We kind of, we have a lot of intel, and we're playing really good off that.
For sure.
Sweet. Well, Forrest, thank you so much for your time as always, and congratulations on a fantastic start to Kickoff. We'll see you in playoffs. You'll get a bye in the opening round, and we'll see how you guys fare from there.
Take care.
Thanks so much, man. Well, 5 fears, really, truly the surprise of the start of this year. I mean, we knew they'd be stronger. We knew Forrest had to be a good addition to this team, but we did not expect, I think it's fair to say across the board, an undefeated top of the group performance from this team, Lax. I mean, there's just no other way to put it.
No, it's not what I would have expected, just given what it was on Envy, what the collapse was towards Oxygen, and to see everything develop the way that it has, and to just even them in the losing rounds here, being down and be able to bounce back, get 5 rounds straight. And it wasn't just rounds that were given to them. They had to fight for each and every single inch in these rounds and make adaptations, make quick adjustments that were getting them through each and every single attacking round. And it just really showcases the prep that's going in game, the prep that's going out of game. Everyone is physically locked in, and they are all striving to reach that same goal.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I really loved seeing the fact of them being able to play without the shields reliant. They were substituting, operators like Snake in and relying on utility. And that's something that we didn't see the Envy roster do. That's something that we haven't really seen 5 fears do up until today. So I think it was a really good display of their skill, and, hopefully the consistency travels into best of 3s.
Well, Lax, let's talk a little bit more about those moments that really showcased this team's adaptability, this team's strengths. I know you had a couple of things you wanted to point out, starting with something you saw in round number 8.
Yeah, round number 8 in particular, Fox was highlighting this. The difference between this team with their utilization of shields is that there's always someone ready to follow up and help. And look at this as a prime example of it. He immediately drops, gets whacked by the knife, shield goes up, but immediately Rival is right there to trade. And because of that, they're able to take site, they're able to take position, they're able to go for the plant here, and there's really nothing 1 of 30 can do. And then I do want to highlight round 10 after this of both teams, and I want to give them their credit, because both teams in round 10 did such a good job at understanding where the win condition was, what they needed to do to secure this round from both ends. Now for the side of 1 of 30, they understood, hold vertical pressure, keep it going, don't allow them into sight, and 5 fears immediately understanding, okay, we have to put pressure upstairs, we have to take this control, we have to allow ourselves to get into the site to be able to go for the plant. And then it just came down to maybe 1 extra second for the side of 1 of 30. They jump on that diffuser, it goes in their favor. But then for the side of 5 fears, just doing a very good job playing that post plant, holding their positions, ultimately coming down to a 1v1 where they seal the deal. It was just a great game of back and forth adaptations, understanding the win conditions, knowing what needed to be done to get to that end goal. And then even in that very last round, when we talk about win conditions, I think this was the best utilization that I've seen out of Solid Snake right there. All 4 players on the top floor feeds this information to the team where they need to collapse on, where they need to focus their iron sights on, and it's done flawlessly. This round just immediately falls apart for the side of 1-30, and it was solely off of that last little bit of information from that radar on Solid Snake. Such a unique way of using it in those dire seconds to secure the map, to secure the round, secure the win, and secure upper bracket for them.
And it was so great to see that he actually picked up some of those nades from the kill that they got on Packer below. So that utility of just being able to use Snake just shows that they don't need the shields. But I do love that we get to commend them because they are constantly on their shields' butts. Whenever the shield is going in, some veteran teams don't even have that success, but they are always there to follow up Force or whoever may be on that shield. And that's some great leadership to be able to make plays like that, because it's not something that OXG was able to do, even SSG. We know Force can get a little aggressive on those shields, but this team is always there to back them up.
Well, Five Fears adds another victim to the list of teams that they have taken down here to start Kickoff. They're undefeated through the group stage and will have a bye round going into the playoffs and best of threes. Truly astounding. In a group with M80 and Shopify Rebellion, Five Fears stand on top. We've got Wildcard and Cloud9 next. We'll be right back. It is Wildcard and Cloud9, a match for an upper bracket berth versus a lower bracket immediately onto your second final chance in the playoffs. This is a big deal. I mean, for these teams, they can treat it like it's the first round of an upper bracket, essentially, because that is what it will function as. For Wildcard, this is that moment where they need to prove to us, Fox, that the start they've had to kick off is not where they're going to play, not how they're going to play in the playoffs. This has not been the team that came in with high expectations. This has not been the performance that they have wanted.
So far, every event that Wildcard have gone to, they have looked amazing. They've looked so great, but then they come back home and we have high expectations and they fall a little short, but not as short as they have since picking up Adrian. I don't think a lot of the pressure is on Adrian. I think a lot of it has been the role adjustment for Spiker, because he was previously on secondary support. Now he's primarily taking over Dash's roles, being that flex, and him having to focus on positioning himself around the team has limited, in a way, the shot calling aspect of being able to make sure that all the players are connected. And we saw it in their match yesterday. It was very abysmal. I mean, Dark Zero is looking on a planet of their own, but Wildcard, them not trading, them losing opening kills, looking lost like they did, was probably the worst showing that we've seen so far in Kickoff. And it's not something that we're expecting from Wildcard. For them to be so individualized, going for 1v1s, this is not the characteristics of a team like Wildcard that we know. Maybe they didn't necessarily have the star players like other rosters, but they had the teamwork. They had the end goal figured out. But that's not something that we've been seeing. They've been going for gunfights, going for individual ones, and they're losing it. And you saw it in the stats. Their opening kills, to only get one opening kill against Dark Zero, that is a very big hindrance. Yeah, that is not good whatsoever. So Wildcard needs to be able to wrap that up and maybe transition Spiker to more of a backline role so that he can focus on communicating for his teammates to connect the dots so that they're not just losing gunfights for free with no trade.
Right, it's clear that even they are not keeping to the expectations that they had for themselves. I mean, Adrian said it, that there's something going on that this roster has to figure out.
Yeah, and it's really never a good look when, after a game is over, you see players taking the loss the way that they take it, but then also saying things in scrims clearly aren't transitioning into game day. And Fox, we've been there. We know what it's like during scrims. You're dominating, you're 7-0ing, you're having really good days, and then you get to game day and it's the exact opposite. And for Wildcard, it's really been the exact opposite. It's been a very big downhill trend, very big dropping from the typical performance we're used to seeing out of them. And there's only one thing you can really do in that moment, and it's not necessarily a team thing, it's an individual thing. And whether that's just not mentally being there, whether that's just not in it in that moment, or overcompensating for something that doesn't really need to be there, those typically are the fundamental errors that players do make when they're in situations like this, where in scrims, it's loose, it's free, you aren't punished as hard, but when it comes to game day, the nerves are clearly there, you're already down bad. There's not a lot you can do as a team, but it's more so comes to each individual understanding what they need to do to get themselves as locked in as humanly possible.
The story for their opponents today is very different, Fox, right? Cloud9, I mean, this is a team that we did not hold to the same standard as Wildcard coming in, and thankfully for them, they were able to get their very first win against Outlast yesterday, and a key win, separating themselves from that last place position. So for now, hoping to ride that high, we have to see what they can continue to do against Wildcard here, a much different opponent.
Yeah, much needed win. I don't think Cloud9, I'm still not a believer in them. Was it a great display of them being able to not just win, but completely stomp their opponents? Absolutely. It was seeing a different version of Cloud9, and I don't know why we don't see this against better teams, because clearly they have the means to be able to do it. I still think Center has been a great addition to the team, consistently being that spearhead on attacks, and he has been so good at getting them into positions. But that being said, it was against Outlast. I don't necessarily know if consistency is Cloud9's biggest thing. I'm a very big doubter when it comes to the Cloud9 roster, specifically with Eddie and Kixro. And we talk about a win like that, starting the first step in front of the other. So if they can just use it as momentum to potentially get a win here, at the end of the day, I don't know, Lax. I don't believe in this Cloud9 roster.
Tough one.
I mean, I was gonna say they still have a lot to show, and today can either decide them to be in a lower bracket or upper bracket. So we'll see what happens.
That's exactly the stakes. The loser does not get a second chance in the playoffs. It is a very big game for both Wildcard and Cloud9. Lynx, XR Troika, all you.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And we didn't really touch a lot on the maps there, but if you enjoy Lair, you enjoy strategy, you enjoy a lot of layers to the whole game plan, well, you probably will not have a lot of fun this game because well, we're going to border, Ollie. So probably about as drastic a tonal shift as you could probably have for between a game 1 and a game 2.
I thought you would like. I was like, either they're trolling, or they've forgotten, or there's like a serious double bluff going on here. Because as soon as the first game finished, you texted me, you're like, yo, border for map 2. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I start looking through my stuff. I'm tabbed up to the 9s. You know, we're like 20 Chrome tabs deep at this point. We've got everything firing. We've got everything open.
We're tabbed.
Yeah, we're tabbed up. And yeah, we're going to border. So what we can do is we can remove all of the tabs. We can just go through them and just hit that really satisfying moment where you get the mouse in the right place and you just click, 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 and they all just disappear. Because I mean, there's nothing like a log off like that, right? That's like the end of a day when you detab, and then there's always a few that you leave open because you're like, yeah, I'm gonna need that tomorrow. But yeah, we can basically get rid of that because we're headed to border, and who knows what will happen here. Well, fortunately, we have got a little bit of an idea. Wildcard, of course, do have a history on this map, albeit not with Adrian. Their last time playing this map was against Team Secret, a very good border team, and it was overtime win for Secret. That will, of course, been under a slightly different roster, a roster that did not include Adrian. So a little bit remains to be seen here. But Wildcard definitely with a bit of a point to prove, and it's a team that I always have quite a hard time figuring out because domestically they're quite mid, and I say that with a lot of love and I say that with a lot of respect. But then when they get to an international stage like the most recent SI we see them play, and even last year at Reload, for some reason they come alive and they have very good international performances, and people start getting hyped up on them. I'm like, it's not the same team though. Like they don't do this domestically, and we are still yet to see that spark with this team online at the moment. Cloud9 on the flip side, what a weird old stage they're having so far. These guys have won something like 4 attacking rounds up until this point. Now, they're attacking on border, Link, so there's surely a bit of hope for them here. Border's not difficult to attack, right?
I mean, you would hope so. Border can be and always has been kind of weird. Like, yeah, you should have a better time, but also if the defense is able to like defend all of those extremities pretty effectively, you can't really make much progress. Borders are very all or nothing map. If you're able to get that first bit of control, it can snowball effectively. And if you're not, it's very difficult to find a way in. That being said, Amonte makes that a lot easier. Not only can you just kind of get information on, say, that player playing inside a CCTV right now, you can also maybe try and go through the break doorway, put some pressure there, walk up to this, and not only gain information on that player, but also see that, hey, there's somebody playing aggressively on the armory wall. So there are certain ways you can navigate that. Getting blown to pieces by a DMR doesn't exactly help. Neither does Kansan, also in coordination and tandem with Bay, hopping out of, I guess, the rotate hole on armory wall to get the second pick for Cloud9, and they've not even confirmed the first, the down onto Bay. Really good coordination by Wildcard in that defense there, and I think we have a good idea of what kind of defense Wildcard will be throwing at Cloud9 today.
Playing close here with the shotgun. He's going to be able to reposition. Needs to be careful. Uzi has got a bit of a nasty angle, but Spike at there draws for the SMG. That's a nutty shot. And things just get even more difficult for Cloud9. Focal and Eddie both buddied up at the moment over toward this east side. Focal does have a line of sight through into break, but it's going to be kicks. Finding that kill over onto Bay. Earlier player that was a little bit injured up. Lasergate. It's going to reactivate. It's going to make it even more difficult. You have to announce your position at every single turn. There might be 45 seconds left. With the 2 versus 4, things aren't looking fantastic. There's no utility really to speak of for the defenders. They've got a couple of toxic babe canisters. He's going to fall inside of CC, but again, immediately traded. Wildcard can buddy up here and they can play these crossfires.
Oh, great flick by Eddie. If Cloud9 are going down, at least they're going down swinging. A lot of impressive shots in the back half of this round. But now the rotate hole's been reinforced off. Eddie has picked the diffuser back up. And nobody in an immediate position to contest, but with that smoke canister utility and also the ability to walk up metal. Yeah, I was about to say, Eddie's quite close to the danger, and they'll assert themselves very quickly. Wildcard with an extremely dominant first round, and bolstered by some incredibly good coordination in the first half there.
I think that we're coming to expect that, really, aren't we, from Border? If you've not got a good handle on that opening, it can be such a punishing map. It's a very small map, which enables the defenders to be able to hold quite aggressive crossfires, and the lines of sight that can be open. I mean, you could see it there. Adrian gets taken out inside of CCTV, and boom, 1 foot moves, 1 step is taken inside a break room, and bam, you're dead from all the way in office. Like, there are entirely different corners of that top floor, but it can be so effectively traded onto, especially when the defenders have a bit of an advantage and they can afford to, you know, just cover each other and hold each other's backs. Down to workshop and ventilation, we will go for round number 2 then. Cloud9 still looking for a bit of success here. That opening pick is becoming a bit of a problem for them. And they're likely going to be forced again into this top play. You can see that Wildcard setting up, as you have to, on Border. Pretty substantial hold of this upstairs office. A couple of reinforcements, hatch open, presence inside of Armory. Not too much has gone on inside of CCTV. I think we do have the little rotate into CC there just at the top of those metal stairs, and Bay is going to quite nicely transition through that just to demonstrate. Just giving themselves a bit of a rat run to get around that top floor.
Which is just kind of everything you always want to do on Border. Give yourself rat runs, give yourself ways to contest as much of the map as you can. There's not a lot going on in this map. If you want to defend part of it, you pretty much have to defend all of it. And so, creating as many pathways, as many routes through these areas, depending on the strategy, but for a lot of these strategies, is very beneficial. You can see Wildcard doing that exact thing. Head holes looking at CCTV, ability to move between Fountain and Office and Armory. Trying to increase the mobility, decrease the friction of taking control across the map. C4 goes out, should land right at the feet of that Blackbeard. Center losing a lot of health. Been a lot of tricky spots so far playing these shields. Went down early as the Monty last time, but won't be the first to go down here. Adrian trying to use that C4, ends up being pinched by Kixrow, and then another one. Complete reversal of fortune for Cloud9 this time, going down 3-5 in the first, and now with a dominant lead over Wildcard in the second.
Bay and Adrian both down. This is time now for Cloud9 to strike. They don't need to rush this, sorry. They've got time that they can spend. Eddie.
Cover me.
Putting a couple of shots in there onto metal stairs. But again, doesn't need to overcommit at this moment. And wait for his team to get into a slightly better position. They know that they've got some players pinched up here inside of Armory. It's all about dealing with them as effectively as possible. Kanzim is going to be in the mix right now. Gets taken out straight away there. Focal and Kicks all coming in with kills. And Baby Shark, what can he do? Has to try and make something happen. And he's left just scrambling there at the top of Beepers, unable to have significant impact. Cloud9 respond.
And seem to just have a constant net spread out over the length of Wildcard for the entire time. I mean, even from the beginning, of course, that East Stairs presence have Adrian cut off both on the actual East Stairs side, but then, of course, also on the side angling closer to 90. And pushing in as a unit there and seeming to just slowly tighten it over the course of the round. And it's a bit easier to do that when you start out with a 5v3, but you have to get some kind of start, usually with a man advantage. And Cloud9 were able to do it that time. Contrast that with their approach in the first one, which is a bit more angled directly towards Armory. You have 2 people pushing that side, and then, of course, Bay's able to hop out the window, get aggressive. They were a bit more spread out and just a bit more isolated. Whereas that go around, whether it was by chance, by setup, it's always a little bit of both. Pretty much the full brunt of the team was at least within arm's distance of each other most of that round. So it's a bit easier to deal with somebody like Bay getting aggressive, or in that case, Hadrian getting aggressive when you have that advantage. 1-1, as at least up until the back half of the first game, things are pretty competitive for the first 6 rounds. We'll see if that continues to be the case today. It's neither team with a lead, and well, only one more side left in wildcard site rotation.
The diffuser. I don't like that look in your eye, Dokubi.
Oh, the Blackbeard this time. Center going to be rocking at that. Trying to make a little bit of headway. Really appreciated Cloud9's take last time. They did a great job of getting that opening pick. Doubled down and made it 2, but then didn't rush into anything. Really leveraged the time that they had available to them, the time that was at their disposal. Look at the lineup that they're going up against here from Wildcard. It's one of those honking lineups. It's just a little bit of everything. Bit of intel, a lot of annoyance, a lot of flexibility in the Oryx. So you got to keep an eye out on those hatches as well when Oryx is in play. Some speedy rotates can be made. Bay and Kansan just loosely doubled up here on this top floor for the time being. Bay does need to be careful though. There are going to be players on the catwalk outside. A C4 ripped and ready, sent out, but isn't going to find its mark. You can see that Bay is desperate for a swing here, but he's going to meet a Blackbeard if he does.
We're going to meet a Razor Bloom as well. As Bay, again, getting aggressive outside of the CCTV position. No DMR will make contesting that player on break a bit more difficult, but much better equipped to deal with this shield. But I was about to say, maybe gambling with a little too much there, hoping that maybe somebody in Armory could back him up, but either way, gamble doesn't pay off. Both Bay and Spike are down for the count.
Really weird play from Bay there. I don't know what he's hoping to achieve, just jumping out onto the Blackbeard.
Well, and I was thinking the same thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, it worked in round 1, but I think it's a different set of circumstances. There was a bit wider of a gap between the two attackers, and there just wasn't this go around. They end up paying for it. Now Kansan going down too. Seems round 1 was more just a hiccup than anything. Cloud9 have got pretty much everything they've wanted, both in round 2 and 3 at the moment. Baby Shark needs to get aggressive, but has to deal with that while also focusing that utility. And now with the only one left, there's only so much one player can think about. 2 in a row for C9, and that first round looking more like an anomaly as this half goes on.
Baby Shark again there, left as the last alive, but you can't even really blame him in that round if he's got teammates that are jumping out and trying to make those sort of aggressive plays. I think you can give Cloud9 a little bit of space. You can let them operate. I mean, there's nothing really that you can do if they're operating outside of CCTV and Armory. You've kind of just got to hold the best angle that you can, but I just feel like you've got to play into your strengths a little bit more there. The Razor Bloom, it hadn't weakened Blackbeard enough to really be going for that sort of a play. As it stands, both the Thorn and the Blackbeard will be removed ahead of the next round, and we are going to see a tactical timeout here played as well. Only imagine that it's going to be Wildcard bringing that in, because they need a little bit of stability here, Lynx. As you say, round 1, as we get into this game deeper, it's looking a little bit more like the exception and not the norm.
No, and if you even look at the overall, survival statistics by the end of the round, it's one that certainly trends Cloud9. I mean, Wildcards win only 2 alive at the end, and then a flawless into a near flawless for Cloud9 2 in a row. A game that has been on their side, and the one round they've lost so far ended up being pretty competitive towards the end. Of course, was a 3v5 in round 1, but able to whittle down that man count to a degree that now, with the benefit of hindsight, I think we see as a bit of an omen for the future. Aggression where even if it might be warranted, it maybe isn't well set up, or maybe it's just the gap wasn't quite as wide as they thought. And of course, Ollie and I both referring to Bay's moment here, where I think maybe just thought there was something else behind that play, whether it's somebody on an Armory wall, not sure, but wasn't quite the advantage they thought it was. And it seems both times once Wildcard have lost that early game, there has been very little capability to fight back afterwards. And whatever they've discussed in the timeout, I would look to that even if they go down early. See how they're able to try and claw back some kind of advantage, how they coordinate to make the most of their positions, because that's the part that seems a little bit lacking for Wildcard at the moment.
Hopefully for Wildcard, that timeout was suitable.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I wonder if the call was just to, slow down a little bit.
5 seconds to insertion.
Maybe not go as aggressive. And there's a tendency on Border to do that, is, Border, it's an aggressive map, we need to play aggressive. But, sometimes you can just, lean in a little bit more. It doesn't always need to be this sort of super fast, super high-paced, high-octane gameplay. It can just be a little bit more boring sometimes, and often that can yield results. You can see Cloud9 are almost expecting it now. Very slow approach to the building, making sure that they keep a good eye on likely spots, whether that be a door or a window. Just trying to catch people off. Looks like the Spidey senses were tingling correctly. Spiker is going to be playing inside of Armory here. But he isn't going to be giving himself away. And the same can kind of be said for Baby Shark this time. He's playing much more tucked with the shotgun. Isn't going to get misdroned though. He will be found.
Sensor on the lookout. Sensor on. Let's see what I can find.
Finding is only part of it. Baby Shark with a lot of leeway to move at the moment with most of the attackers on the opposite side. There we go. Rotation from center. Now this is where things get tricky for the Solus, where you start considering falling back, dropping down onto the east side. Nobody on the bottom floor to cut at the moment, though that could really change as Focal is outside of Passport currently. And so Baby Shark, I think unfortunately not a lot of good options for him at the moment. Yep, down he goes. 4 different players to get this Solus, by the way. And Eddie on the long angle to finish him off. Got a feel for Baby Shark at that point. Spent a lot of time, but with that much investment, you're always going to find it difficult to fight your way out. It's now on Bay inside of CCTV. Maybe try and make something at that position.
And I think that's fine. I think you can have a lot of effort spent on one player. Great C4 there. It's going to deal some damage. The Zoto canister making it a bit more awkward to move as well. Sensei needs some support here. He's got great information. He knows exactly where at least 2 players are right now. Wildcard, they don't really need to do anything. They don't need to get too active right now. They can just continue to play this clock. But as soon as that happens, look at the kills start to fly away.
I mean, only one person on Cloud9 went down, and it's because Kixro shot him in the back of the head. A team kill is the only blood shed by Cloud9, and everything else is Wildcard getting dismantled on these defenses. A slow burn to take down Baby Shark early on with long angles, the shield pressuring, crossfires set up. And then after that, once Cloud9 get a little bit on border, it just seems the rest of the structure falls to pieces underneath the pressure that they bring to bear. I mean, that was what, 4, 5 kills, including the team kill. It felt like all within 10 seconds max, maybe 10. Really impressive stuff from Cloud9 on this attacking side, and they're only getting stronger and stronger. And unfortunately for Wildcard, more worrying. After the timeout as well, you get an attack like that. That was almost another flawless. I mean, hey, thankfully you get another pause at the half. It's for a different side, but I think this might be one of those moments where Wildcard need another bit of a reset, because 5-1 is a very likely possibility based on this trend.
It feels like they need to get off the defense, doesn't it? Like, I understand holding the map. I understand borders small, and I understand you have to hold your ground. You don't want to be giving teams any sort of a chance. However, if you've already wasted half the round, if you're in still reasonable positions and have an option to rotate back to site, force Cloud9 into an execute, force them to actually make something happen instead of trying to hold on upstairs. I credited Wildcard inside of round number 1 because of how well they were able to establish crossfires, how border is quite a small map, and once you've got a bit of an advantage, you can sort of affect onto one another. And if someone is in CC, you can kind of hold them a little bit from office, you can hold them from armory. There are these options. But it just feels like Cloud9, it feels like Wildcard, have kind of forgotten all of that. And they're all just trying to play their own little spots, regardless of whether that's the right thing to do or not. Again, we're seeing Center stood on the Monty at Armory. If he stood there, great, let him stand there. He's not going to do anything. You don't need to overreact to it.
It's always a difficult thing when you see him applying that pressure. You feel that bit of fear, just the recognition the enemy knows where you are. It could apply more pressure to you. But at least for the moment, Wildcard will take their foot off the gas a little bit. Bay instead prepped for a C4. You know what has been good, I will say, even though it's not resulted in a kill, the C4s have seemed to land quite well for Wildcard. I say that, of course, one goes wide. But generally, that utility usage has been pretty decent. Uzi taking some damage through the floor? Maybe? Not entirely sure, but nobody dead in the first half of the round. That's always a good sign. And resting on this hatch, I think prepared to drop down the moment he feels like he needs to. Cloud9 have full control of the second floor, but this is the first time it's felt like Wildcard have been pulling them in, not necessarily to their advantage, but certainly reacting accordingly and not overextending. Now at the moment, the more I look at it, is Spiker just ratting?
Sometimes that's what you need to do.
The answer was yes. The answer was yes.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's what you need to do. You need to hope for a misdrone or play around getting misdroned. Leave that hatch soft. Give yourself the option for getting out. Big opening pick, really. 45 seconds. Much better. Again, we're into that sort of suggestion that I made of forcing Cloud9 into an execute. Make them make a play. Because now the clock really is on them, and kills are starting to come in for Wildcard this time.
2 for Bay, in fact. See, this game is only one of dominant halves within the round. Another flawless, but this would be Wildcard's first. Bay's got 3 kills, and indeed, they'll claim it. To recover a bit of momentum, no better way to do it than without dropping a single body. A bit of a bewildering game so far, only because it seems that if you're winning a round, there can't be a single mistake made.
It kind of feels like that a little bit, doesn't it? It feels like whichever team blinks, whichever team sort of crumbles under that first bout of pressure is the team to fall over. We had Bay ratting upstairs, able to grab himself a freebie onto the Nomad. But again, from that point onwards, it worked really well. It wasn't like a let's stick around upstairs and find out. Let's get ourselves back down to site and just keep playing for this, you know, forcing Cloud9 into an execute. Oh, Spiker, excuse me. If we're going to call them rats, we need to be at least identifying the correct one. Great play, though, from Spiker. It was Bay with the slew of kills in the round to close it all out. Spiker just picking up that last as well. So 3 for Bay, 2 for Spiker. 2 big individual performances there inside of round 5. And to be honest, you kind of need him, because without those individuals, you're looking at the side of Wildcard and you're thinking, boys, you're a little bit light. Kanza, Baby Shark, Adrian, 2 kills between them.
It's unfortunate, to say the least, especially a player like Kansan, and a player honestly like Adrian and Baby Shark as well. Like, we've hyped up Kansan for a long time, but I mean, I don't need to say much about Adrian, his tenure on Team Secret, but Baby Shark also wildly improved over the past year or two. He's been on this roster, really become a player that has, at the best of times, been putting in equal effort to a lot of everyone else. I mean, not really so much just the guy who always lurks and plays Nook or Dokkaebi down below, just putting in a bit more equal effort to everybody else, and he's doing that in this case. It just so happens that Wildcard are struggling overall, but in that round at least, Spiker and Bay both putting in some great performances. Eddie that was crazy, spotting a defender rotating out of CCTV, and neither player ends up exchanging any damage whatsoever. Bit of an odd engagement, but I guess both parties will nod their heads and turn down below. As with the Teller's Bathroom defense, you don't need to hold the top floor forever, but you at least want to stave off some time. And if you're not going to do that, you do what Wildcard are doing right now. Extended events, extend into customs, because you can't just give up away everything for free. If the attack gets both the vertical and the horizontal, you're in for a bad time.
Adrian, big kill there onto Uzi. Second kill on his tally for this game. And it's about time that we see them start to amp things up a little bit. Another round where the opening pick goes in Wildcard's favor as well. So it's been a bit of a delayed reaction. Could be a damp fuse from the timeout, but it is starting to yield some result here for Wildcard. Albeit round 6 is far from over. And even if it is, it only guarantees them an equal 3-3 split. You can see the attackers circling like sharks up there. They've got great control inside of Office and Archives, and they've got the tools to open this up. They've got the skeleton key, have the Monty to look to try and walk down as well. They just need a little pressure in onto site window. And all of a sudden, they're going to have an opening. They're going to have an option. You can see that the defenders, they've had to scurry away. They can't afford to sit and stay in sight for too long. The only player that's going to be occupying that space is going to be Bay. He's got a great read here on the Valkyrie camera, but isn't going to be able to land the finishing blow.
We'll put some fear in the mind of Cloud9 as they push forth. Adrian, 2 through the floor with the LMG, by the way. Finding some crazy angles with that gun, but still, look at this. Center creeping in. C4 lands. Not much you can do at that point. Tie half seems to be on the table for Wildcard. Took quite a lot of fight at the end of this half, but with 2 strong performances, tie things up perfect 3-3 going into their attacks.
A better sort of salvage of the half there from Wildcard. They've shown us a good amount of grit there. They've been able to get the job done and come away with an equal 3-3 split. Let's hear from our desk.
Well, let's talk about this, because you're looking at a Wildcard team, guys, that is just not performing on defense the way we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do want to give credit where credit is due. Cloud9 has been doing well, but I really do want to focus specifically on not Dark Zero Wildcard. Their defense is not great, and it certainly did not paint a picture there. I mean, they are only winning 35% of the time. Even in that half we saw as well, they just don't look very coordinated. We saw one round Bay jumping outside of server window to take a fight onto Blackbeard, which already you're scratching your head. What the hell are you doing at this point? But to pivot off of that, like I said, I do want to highlight Cloud9 because I do think their attacks have been well. I think
whoa, no way, you're highlighting Cloud9. They're playing against a weak Wildcard. Cloud9's playing bad, man. I'm not giving no participation trophy.
You're
awards.
bad. I don't even think if you were on the team that you could lead them to one.
Nah, I could carry this team.
Okay,
you know who's bad?
Cloud9
is bad. No, Jonah, you're bad too.
No, guys. All right, rein it in. As we finish up this half here, okay, let's get something real constructive here. Okay, Cloud9, they now move on to the defense. If Wildcard are playing this rough, Fox, is this an opportunity for Cloud9 to come out and take this win?
I mean, of course it is, but it's very difficult on defense for Cloud9 to be able to play together. I mean, Border is a very spread out map. There's going to be a lot of 1v1s because that's the nature of the map. What I want to see from Wildcard, though, is just a little bit more trades. I want to see them being able to take pushes or go for those aggressive fights together. Yeah, Trust would be great. I don't want to see no Bay jumping out of CC or into CC window alone. I don't want to see no Baby Shark alone on an island. Let's get Adrian and Spiker involved. Let's trade our entries out and have one corrective like spearhead that goes together. Get 2 drones in front of Bay and Baby Shark. Maybe Wildcard can start looking like the team that does well at events. Point still stands. Cloud9's bad.
I don't think.
All jokes aside, this one matters a lot. The loser here will not get a second chance in the playoffs, so a very big second half going into Border. Back to you guys.
Tension in the paddocks as we walk back onto the field. 3-3 split going into Wildcard's attacks and Cloud9's defenses. Whatever the verdict is for the quality of play from either team, I think the substance underneath is quite apt, especially for Wildcard's case. Looking to play a bit more together, looking to play a bit more as a team, which of course, I mean, Ollie, if there's one side where playing as a team is probably the most important, it's got to be those attacks.
Lynx, I just want to say that I'm happy that I'm in here with you.
Hey, you know what? I appreciate that. I'm happy. I'm here with you too.
Because I'm not sure how much of Fox crashing out I can take. I'm going to be real.
It's funny you say that you don't know how much you can take a Fox crashing out, but every other broadcast every other broadcast we're on, there's a tech pause, and then you try to make me crash out as soon as possible.
But that's different because the thing is, I have a younger sister. So I have that inbuilt brain programming to wind people up that are younger than me.
That makes sense. Because let me tell you, I get wound on those tech pauses.
Oh, I know. 3-3. Let's see if that was a good little break in the game for Cloud9 to get themselves back in. I'll be honest, Wildcard will have been wishing that we were under the old system where we don't have a break at the halfway point, just because they will have wanted to carry through whatever momentum they were able to generate in the last couple of rounds through into this round 7. However, as is the norm now, we have the break at the halfway point standard. So Cloud9 have had a bit of a freebie there to see if they can try and stabilize a little bit, albeit both teams are going into opposite halves. Cloud9 coming in onto the defense and Wildcard going on to that attacking side. So things were always going to be different ahead of round 7. Some good information here from Adrian. An oldie but a goldie, the drone thrown up onto the roof and just perched on the top there. You can get a nice little angle through the skylight. Speaking of vertical drones, there is one looking down into main courtyard as well. So some really good eyes in the sky at the moment from Wildcard. Can they do anything with this information though?
Facilitating an entry onto East Stairs, they seem to be about there. There is, of course, the very forwardly positioned Cloud9 defender. There was the very forwardly positioned Cloud9 defender, but based off that intel gathered early on, Uzi seems to go down quite quick. And with the smoke canisters being the first to go, the late round for Cloud9, if we even get there, isn't looking that great. Oh, timing! You gotta feel bad for Kickthrow there! But if you're a fan of Adrian, you'll be happy that the new pickup for Wildcard is entry in NA, going at least a little bit better in his first foray onto the attack. 4v1 as the trend continues of dominant rounds. And hey, at least we'll get a plant to solidify Wildcard's, in all likelihood, victory in round 7. And Cloud9's first defense is falling very rapidly at the hands of a few well-placed guns.
Well, mainly Adrian's gun, walking in through archives and getting the job done there. Focal in with a chance here, 25 seconds, but 3 attackers to find, and already all you can see is tracer bullets and pre-fires. There's never going to be an easy one. Died through the very angle that he made himself into Fountain. Wildcard coming out of the gate swinging there in round 7.
I mean, Adrian on that entry only gets a double kill, but even with the coordination that they had between him and Baby Shark, could have easily got that first kill as well and had a triple. Because you look at the coordination they had, of course, coming in from the back, Baby Shark might get it, but they were well set up to go for that pinch. And I mean, waiting to see if anybody took a peek around that window, then taking the gamble to push forth. It was a really good setup by Wildcard and a really good duo entry by Adrian and Baby Shark, and then some just objectively great and lucky timing for Adrian pushing into Fountain there. Ella turning around right at the wrong moment. Got to feel bad for the defense. Sometimes they don't always go your way, and for the attack, you just have to be ready to capitalize on it when the moment arises. Great start by Wildcard at the beginning of this. The desk highlighted defenses, not exactly the greatest thing for them. So now as we move to the attacking side, getting these rounds here will be at least their only remaining option to build off any of the failures they felt they had in that first half.
It's kind of nice to see Adrian on a bit more of an entry style role there. Obviously, whatever roles and sort of operators a player or a person will play in sort of tier 2 doesn't always translate when they make it into tier 1. But Adrian was always very much flex entry player, and obviously went on to Secret and became quite the support player. And it was a bit of a question in my mind as to where he would sit on this Wildcard roster. Wildcard have got that flexibility between them if someone's not having a particularly hot day, or even just round dependent. If somebody's got something that they would like to play, there is that option to have a touch more flexibility. Candela's already being sent into the heart of the bomb site and some smoke, but it's the kills that matter, and they're coming in for Cloud9.
Coming in for Cloud9, though, Kansan good for one and only one. What a back and forth game this is, and not in the way teams normally mean it. Kansan's got 4 to find. Ooh, too far right, too far to the left. Not able to find a good middle ground between that spray. Tie game again, as we have this weird trend of a close game overall, and yet round by round, if one thing breaks the way of either Wildcard or Cloud9, the round just seems to fall apart afterward. And the round 7, there, Adrian and Baby Shark are able to pinch out one player on East Stairs, immediately flies in. Adrian gets a good timing, double kill, 4v2. Round's pretty much done. In that round, you have an opening kill, break the way of Cloud9, and about 15 seconds later, I start talking, doing the post game, or the post round. Don't know exactly why that is. It's always one of the weirder games to watch, Ollie, but I suppose if we've learned anything, just basically bet it all on the 5v4. Just bet it all on getting the first pick. Everything after that seems easy.
It feels like kind of sort of reductionist and very sort of, I don't know, almost pessimistic in a way, but it kind of is the way that it's been going, right? We've seen that opening pick converted all but one round. Round number 3 was the anomaly. It was a round that Cloud9 were able to walk away with despite Adrian getting that opening pick, but since then and before it, every single time we see that opening pick, it's converted into a round win. And I guess that's kind of characteristic of Border. It's also kind of characteristic of teams that, you know, fight well from in front and maybe don't fight too well from behind. There are opportunities, but with modern Siege, you've got to give yourself the best chance. And getting that opening pick, or at least trading it, is the recipe. And having that ability to fight back or not let that numbers advantage spiral out of control can be a very important thing. All level though, Cloud9 have seen a little bit of success of their own on this defensive side. They're going to know they've got it in them. Wildcard are going to be starting their approach very horizontal. It is worth noting here. We've got Spiker and Bay both inside. Oh, the hatch is open above though, and there's a couple of angles couple of shots just getting poked on through. Spiker does need to be cautious. Can't really afford to turn his back to that. And it's one of the downsides of just going for a horizontal approach. But he's getting the plant down already?
He's getting the plant down. I was going to say, is the information gained by Cloud9 sufficient to stop this? And no, it is not. I thought maybe with spotting it, Cloud9 would be a bit more ready, but kind of difficult to get everybody downstairs on such short notice. Only a 1-for-1, and given the post-plant situation, Wildcard inherently favored. Able to retreat to their positions. Always awkward for a shield in this spot. The Wildcard with the better angles at the moment, and I think Cloud9 struggling in the information department. Just spotting the active diffuser, and it's at that moment. Spiker just pushes on in. Bay ready for the capitalization, and an ace with the R4C. Playing really well off the back of that shield. The gun behind Spiker to facilitate that entire round.
No, get Fox back in here. Get him back in. Patch him into the call. I'm on the hype train. Cloud9 are bad. Can we just look at what was available right there? Let's just break this down. So we have the hatch open inside of customs. We can see that there's a blitz inside of customs, and we can safely assume all we know that we've seen, or at least heard, an R4C. So we know that Ash is there as well. We're going to assume it's Ash because they're going horizontal. I think we can make that assumption. This is going to be the content of their tactical timeout now, by the way. So this is basically going to be like a listening. So pin them back. We've then been able to transition out of customs, even though the hatch is open, which means that Spiker at some point has turned his back to the hatch on the blitz and walked through. Okay, he slipped the net. Fair enough. Where is he going to go once he exits customs? There's only one place, the site. So he goes to the site. Let's turn our attention there. A couple of smokes get placed. They're okay. They're not fantastic, but they're okay. They're doing the job. Now, if somebody is planting in the smoke, less than 101, where do we shoot? We shoot the smoke, because guess what? They're in the smoke. If you can't see them, they're in the smoke. It's far better to smoke off your opponent than it is to smoke yourself and stand in it, because you can just be shot in it. However, Wildcard didn't really have too many options. They can't smoke a hatch. So what are they going to do? They are just going to smoke the planter. So the hatch is open. There's vert onto where the plant is going down, and there's two people upstairs inside of office, or inside of archives, excuse me, just looking at the window because someone's on archives window. Now, that's great. I appreciate someone's on archives window, but just drop the hatch. The hatch is open. It leads directly to where the plant was going down. The plant has gone down in broad daylight. Deary me.
I mean,
credit to Wildcard. They saw a gap and they took it. But Cloud9 had everything there to stop that plant from going down. They'd done all the hard work. They'd done all the vert. They'd done all the prep, and then just didn't use it. And it's not because they weren't able to use it. They could have done. They were just stood there and looking at the wrong thing.
Listen.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I got nothing. I thought I could come up with some kind of bit, but I couldn't, so. I think the main takeaway, though, if you want to keep this ball rolling, I think the main takeaway is probably around where definitely the cracks starting to form for Cloud9 in a very material way. Like we've seen this in the past, like we saw it towards the end of the first half / beginning of the second half. But when you see a defender make direct eye contact with a blitz like that, you expect to see, I think, a little bit more of a reaction of some kind from C9, and it just didn't occur. Just didn't occur whatsoever. And so probably a gigantic question mark going into this round. Not that there is going to be a similar play by Wildcard, but a big question mark is, was that just a hiccup, or is the end of this game going to be some poor reactivity from Cloud9, or to take a more charitable approach to it, a bit more of a pro-Wildcard approach to it? Is going to be another well set up play by Wildcard, spotting a gap and just moving quick enough that Cloud9 don't have sufficient time to respond. Either's a possibility. We've still got a minute 50 to go. Seems to be an off-a-side push at the moment, or an archives-sided push that Wildcard are gunning for. No Montaigne on the field, so or no Ornosa whatsoever, so not the normal shield setup we often see. As the firebolts go out, Adrian walking in, facilitating that entry, finds one, sprays another through the monitor. Not even a wall bang, that's a computer bang right there. Need an update for Windows to fix that one, and it appears that Wildcard have not updated any kind of change from the last round. They spot another gap, and they decide to keep a good thing going. Might be a 3-3, but again, favored by the time, favored by the position. playing conservatively both outside of the site and, in the case of one particular attacker, inside of it behind half wall, it appears. So the defense begins to move forward, setting up some Razor Blooms, throwing some traps, and will occlude the vision somewhat with the smoke canister, but Spiker's still good for that trade. The inside of the site presence, that Armory player goes down, but the bigger worry was always this crossfire. But Uzi's just made something happen with only 1 more second to go. All Spiker's got to do is hop in for this very brief moment. No, Uzi falls off instead. 6-4 for Wildcard, just 1 round away from, well, given how tightly competitive this group is, I'm not entirely sure what they get for winning this.
Wildcard there coming up with the business again, seeing the gap. Adrian with 2 kills, double entry, bish bash bosh, plants going down. And as the plant's going down, like the area has already been assessed. It is already clear. There's Vert, but there's no one below. There's 2 people that have already died. You can already start retreating. You can already start playing that post plant because you know that that diffuser is getting nailed to the floor. Another good round there from Wildcard, and another one where, to be honest, they kind of catch Cloud9 off guard yet again. It's like Cloud9 haven't quite got the memo yet that there is potential that Wildcard are going to want to try and play this a little bit quickly. They are going to want to try and get in and get the job done nice and early. And guess what? They're going to want to try and get the plant down. They've had the plant down 3 out of the last 4 rounds. Only round they didn't get the plant down was the round that Cloud9 won.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Seem to finally be trending towards Wildcard's way, as it was hotly contested in the first half, but since then, Cloud9 have only won one of these sites, excuse me. It was Bathroom Tellers, which, to be fair, is the one we're going to right now. This was a very strong victory, I should say, for Cloud9. 4 players remaining at the end of the round, basically dispelling with the attack about as soon as it began. I was about to say we won't see the same thing, but I say that. It was a very quick attack last time, and we have a blitz in play this go-around, so for all we know, this could actually be a lot quicker than we think. It seems to be they're trying to recreate some of the success from that ventilation workshop round to take this horizontally.
Yeah, the horizontal push worked out really well for them. It's more than just a singular horizontal push, though. Cloud9 have opted to play the castle. Now, the castle isn't really going to slow this down. You knew it was the Ashe and the blitz that pushed through customs last time, so one of Ashe's main strengths is castle barricades. That's going to be dealt with quite nicely. We've got Baby Shark supporting inside of Passport as well. Get that long angle open, bit of smoke placed out there. It's a slightly different site, but the sentiment remains very similar. This castle barricade is going to start working against them right now, but we do have Center in the site. Why is he not stopping this?
He will hop up at that exact moment. Center good for it. Throwing the Razor Bloom out. It's Focal and Kickthrow to get those 2 kills. And finally, rotating around, the Oryx not stopped by a castle barricade after all. Attack well read by Cloud9. And it seemed like for a brief moment, the castle barricade might cost C9 everything. But wrapping around, getting the information, and with admittedly quite a heavy site presence, C9 buy themselves 1 more round and 1 more chance against Wildcard. Though I say that, while it costs him a lot of HP, Adrian does find Kickthrow. Headshot onto the Oryx, who, let's be honest, was playing a little carefree with his life. So if you were going to get anything on this defense, that Oryx was going to be the one. Slow peeking around the corner will reveal his position, and he capitalizes off of it. And Baby Shark not in a good position to clutch that 1v4. 1 more round before we get our first OT of the night. But given C9's struggles on defense, Bathroom Tellers was the easy one. It's every other site that's been the issue.
And you know, Wildcard came up with a different approach. It was a similar approach to what they'd used previously and been successful with. But Bathroom Tellers is the site that Cloud9 are successfully and repeatedly holding onto at the moment. But they're going to have to find success in more than just this site if they want to try and walk away with the round here, or at least the game, should I say. They aren't going to get enough opportunities to go down to Bathroom Tellers if that is the only site that they're going to be doing the business on at the moment. So Wildcard, you can breathe a small sigh of relief knowing that it's very likely we end up back at either Ventilation or Armory Workshop. Armory Archive, excuse me. It looks like we're in a tech pause for 1 out of 30 and 5 fears. I guess that's is that a tech pause that has just waited an hour to sort of kick in, Lynx, do you think?
It's like what was I gonna say? Hold on, what was it? It's
delayed
like
reaction?
No, not delayed reaction. No, I remember what it was, but it wasn't very funny. So it's like
it would have had to been a banger, to be fair, if you've got to think about it.
No, yeah, exactly. And it's just like at that point, if you're not about to recreate, like, I don't know, Bill Burr from First Principles, you might as well just like put it to rest.
I don't know what that is.
Bill Burr is a comedian.
I gathered that, but I don't know what his first principle is.
Well, no, I'm saying like recreate Bill Burr from First Principles, as in just like from the ground up, like recreate. You know, I feel like it makes more sense than you're giving it credit for.
I feel like I'm getting you to nibble.
Winding, I'm being wound. That's what's happening. That's
like
that's
a clock.
That's what's happening. Oh.
Like a clock, like a key with a clock. You ever wound a clock with a key?
Why would you use a key on a clock?
That's how you used to do it back in the day. You used to wind a clock with a key.
Back in the day. Okay, come on.
Or if you've got an old clock, I don't know. You might have an old clock.
Are you only like 5 years older than me? What do you mean back in the day?
Like if you've got like a big grandfather clock, or I think a grandmother clock is a thing. I think that's like one size down.
I'm sorry, I don't have any grandfather clocks because I didn't, run around my parents' estate in Yorkshire or whatever.
No, that's actually really offensive. I'm from Lancashire, and Yorkshire and Lancashire don't get on.
I didn't know that. I'm really sorry. I didn't
know that? You didn't know about the War of the Roses?
I do know about the War of the Roses.
Well, there you go.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know who was right. I don't know who was wrong. I know the War of the Roses was the basis for Game of Thrones.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. Did you not know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, George R. R. Martin was a big like English history historian, but specifically like medieval and feudal English historian. And the genesis for Game of Thrones, like the plot of the first book and kind of the War of the Five Kings generally, the basis of it was the War of the Roses. I don't know the exact like the familial parallels, but I know like the Lannisters were based on one and the Starks were based on the other. I'm pretty sure.
Interesting.
Somebody can fact check me, but I think most of what I just said is correct.
I'll take it all as being correct. How's that?
I mean, I read a lot of fantasy, so I do feel if there's anything I've said tonight that I need desperately to be right about, it is that. So if I am wrong, like, don't tell me, but just kind of like slide it in there just an hour after the fact. Yeah. Like this tech pause. See, it's a callback.
I do apologize for this. Obviously, tech pauses, we never like them, but they do happen. They are a necessary evil of online play, unfortunately. Hopefully, we can get everybody back into the lobby. I only imagine that it's somebody that is disconnected, and we are waiting for them to rejoin or reboot a PC or something along those lines. But it comes at quite an interesting time because the momentum of this game has been quite shifted at times. We've not really seen one team hold an upper hand for really any length of time. I guess the most is the 3 rounds that Cloud9 won from their defenses into their attack, and likewise for Cloud9, they won 3 rounds on the bounce as well. But aside from that, it has been a pretty back and forth game. Tactical timeouts working relatively well for both teams, and certainly the side swap doing a little bit of a favor for Wildcard as well, giving them a bit of a chance to maintain some of that momentum that they'd found toward the end of their defensive phase. Currently sit 6-5 for Wildcard. They only need one more round, whereas Cloud9 are definitely fighting from behind at the minute. You mentioned earlier the standings and sort of the implication of this game. Obviously, we've currently got Wildcard in 3rd, tied with Cloud9. Cloud9 currently have the edge on them. I guess that's going to be some sort of differential because the head-to-head obviously isn't finished yet. It's not been finalized between these two teams, but they both sit on 3 points. So the winner will clear the other and therefore be guaranteed in that 3rd place spot with Space Station. Space Station again being in that 2nd place. But the main news is that you're going to be going in that 2nd or 3rd place spot, and then you avoid being thrust straight into the lower bracket.
And then, of course, SSG currently at 6 points. If they just get 1 point in their game against Outlast later in the night, they secure themselves second place. Because Cloud9 and Wildcard can only get a max of 3 points. So even if SSG lose in OT, they will confirm the second place spot right behind Dark Zero at the top, who currently sit in first with a 4-0 record. Still pretty competitive, but much simpler than I might have led people to think.
Yeah, I think the highlight of Group B has got to be Dark Zero, hasn't it? You know, 4-0, 12 points, plus 17 round diff. They've looked fantastic. And there was a bit of a question mark for me coming into it. Obviously, it was a very similar core to what we've been used to seeing in the Space Station days. But with the addition of Kino and how that was sort of going to flex in, how that was going to fit, you know, you've lost Kino for Ashen. There's a fair difference, I would say, in those two players and their play styles. But it seems to be gelling really well on that Dark Zero side of things. And obviously, it's great to see that they can go under a new org and continue some of the success and bring in even more success than we've seen them have previously, and maybe sort of shake off some of the suspicions that we had when they were under that Space Station roster of they're either the best team in the world or the worst team in the world. They've been the best team in Group B throughout Kickoff so far, and for them, long may that continue. But looking a bit more closely at the game that we've got at our fingertips right now, we've got Cloud9 Wildcard still inside of this tech pause. Again, unfortunately, do apologize for that. For me, Lynx, I think tonight's been quite refreshing to see, Wildcard have a bit of a tougher game, really. I know that there's a bit of a question mark over Cloud9 and their sort of level and where they sit at the moment inside of the greater picture that is going to be Kickoff. And obviously we'll get to see a bit of cross-pollination when Group A and Group B merge and we go into the next sort of round of games that's going to be starting next week. So again, we'll get a bit of a better understanding of where teams sit and who really is the best. But it's nice to see Wildcard, have some sort of problems to solve, be able to overcome that and get themselves a couple of rounds. But Cloud9 still in with a shout here. They need 1 round to bring this to an overtime, a couple of rounds to take it away. But it isn't going to be given to them for free.
No, it will not. The at least trend of the game so far for Cloud9's defenses, the only 2 successes they've had have been on Bathroom and Tellers, the site we just saw played. That admittedly was still quite a dominant victory against Wildcard. But every other site we have seen these 2 teams do battle on, whether it was Armory up top or Ventilation Workshop in the middle. It's not necessarily been one-sided, but it has been much more dominant for Wildcard than it has been on the opposite side. Nothing quite like, nigh flawless, but still with very good odds by the end. And some fight from Cloud9, but usually coming in the post plant when Wildcard already have an advantage on time and on positioning. So going back to Armory and Archives, it's the first site we saw played this half, and I'm actually trying to remember exactly what occurred in that round, because it was the second one, right, that saw Adrian hop in through, or walk in through the office door. Oh, but the first one, see, now I remember. Second one, Adrian walked in through office door and got 2 kills. And the first one, Adrian walked in a fountain and got 2 kills.
Loading new magazine.
There's a bit of a theme there, isn't there?
Seems to be a bit of a theme, bit of a motif.
I don't need to reach for my magnifying glass to find the theme. Theme is 2 kills, 2 opening picks. I mean, the opening pick has been decisive, as we have already mentioned. Chance here, Kansan. Ooh, probably gets the worst end of that deal. Takes a little bit of damage and loses his Selma. Knows now that they're going to have to deal with that as army upstairs if they're going to hope to try and get that wall open. And it is going to slow down this approach. Wildcard have often gone for these more minimalistic takes where they don't really look to try and control the whole map. They just take what they need and then make good from that point onwards. This time it's going to be Baby Shark with that opener onto Eddie.
With Spiker with the follow-up. Counter punch on bottom east stairs. Thought he might be going after the player inside a break, but no. Focal safe and sound. Asterisk for the time being. He's got some Kibas to block off any push from this blitz and maybe an opportunity to retreat into office. But it's certainly not safe. Not entirely comfortable, though the same could be said for Spiker. Down to 1 HP. Any play he hoped to get with that blitz is going to be cast much further into doubt. Just one shot to the foot, or basically from any source whatsoever. And the tip of the spear will, unfortunately, fall flat.
Loading new mag.
Not make any kind of contact with the enemy. Bit of a pause now. Wildcard taking a breather outside of break and east stairs. And it does feel the momentum has rapidly slipped away as Cloud9 don't have all that bad a position.
No, Cloud9 not in a bad spot. Spiker on 1 HP as well. That's going to lend a little bit of advantage to them. A lot depends on this engagement right here, though. Spiker, are you able to find the angle? Can you find the feet? Someone's got to jump in and make something happen. Why? It finds Adrian. Oh, Spiker eventually takes him down, but not before Bay falls as well. That should have been a layup. You knew exactly where the player was. But the angle was just too great. Ducking and diving, slithering like a snake, prone at the window. Not able to make it happen. You've now got Spiker on 1 HP. Baby Shark on that snake. He's going to get a bit of information here. He's throwing Focal. All they need to do is buddy up.
All they need to do is buddy up. No C4, thankfully, no impact whatsoever. And covering up that mirror window with the smoke, Spiker should be able to get it off in time. But this could very quickly fall into a 1v2 with Baby Shark, the only gun. And I mean, even, let's be honest, probably the only gun left alive. Spiker might be able to find something, but as the Kiva barrier goes up, it's a late repel to rotate to the window. Covered by the barricade, sprays on through, Focal damaged and forced off. Spiker, oh, just barely knocked back. But the only one left to try and get this for Wildcard. Cloud9 now rotating, Focal going for the plant, falls off. Giving Spiker a welcome reprieve, whether he knows it or not, but tucked around the corner. The pre-fire has to land on Kixrow, and nobody's giving anything up. Kixrow might fall, but Focal gets the defuse. First OT of the night as a fumble on radio window casts everything into question.
You've got to question why he drops off fence window there. I think that's the winning angle. You've got the post plant from there. You just need to harass on the shield. You either kill Focal as he's trying to stop, as he's trying to like body block and get in the way and shoot you back as the blitz, or you kill Focal and you win the round. It really is that simple. This was the one for me. It was a knife kill as well, by the way. Sensei just pops out of nowhere and pops the knife.
I mean,
I was kicks, excuse me, on the diffuser, but the sentiment remains. Kicks are all there on the diffuser. You've got to go for one of them. I think you have to stay on the window because the time then was just too great, and you've got such a long distance. You've got that whole catwalk area that you've got to then transition through to be able to affect on the planter because he's tucked. He can't be shot.
You just got to feel for Spiker, and I mean, who I don't even remember who was with him on that window, but got to feel for those two people at radio window, just so tantalizingly out of sight. And you want to just say hop in. At the same time, I can just see him hopping in and still getting stabbed in the shins. Seems like there's no good options in that situation, and Cloud9 right at the very end win a sight beyond Tellers and Bathroom, and now make things quite difficult and uncertain for Wildcard. We got to go back to the attacking side, but now that it's panned out to be a 3-3 half, maybe Armory and Archives, or that Armory and Archives round will end up proving an anomaly. But it's still going to be a little bit of doubt lingering in their minds as Cloud9, technically speaking, continue the rotation and go down to Ventilation in Workshop in our first round beyond regulation. Castle back in play, as we saw on that other Ventilation in Workshop defense, but with the introduction of a Mira, I believe, for the first time on this site. That's going to make things quite difficult for Wildcard to push through.
Reloading!
Yeah, the Mira's a bit of a rogue pick there, isn't it? It's going to make things a bit more tricky.
I'm reloading.
Cloud9 sticking on this defense side, obviously not really going to favor either team because it was a 3-3 half that got us here from both sides to begin with. It's mainly been on those opening picks. And with Spiker going down first there, it doesn't bode well here for Wildcard. Castle Barricade here kind of doing a little bit of work to assist the top of East Stairs and get in and make a little bit of statement up there. Wildcard forced into this full map clear at the moment.
Nothing being given up by the defense either. Sticking to their angles inside of Fountain, sticking to their positions, I should say. Setting up some layers as well. Pre-placed C4 by center down below. See the Bees go out by Adrian, 60% of his primary utility, and not really gaining anything beyond information that I think you could reasonably intuit that somebody might be in Fountain. Trying to probe for weakness at the moment, or maybe sensing it down below, but you can't help but feel in every position that Cloud9 have a bit of a leg up on everybody. Maybe they can use this Soliton scanner and Center could get spotted, but with that mute jammer on, oh no. Oh, they peek around the corner! But Bay just quickly swings back, dodges the shotgun blast, opens up a hole in the wall rather than a hole in Bay's chest. Can find another day, but it's the next engagement that proves tricky. As Focal goes down, it's still technically a 4v4, but 2 players on Wildcard, low HP. One of them goes. Bay might be the next up as they push deeper into Customs. Kansan good for that one. And it's 3-on-3 with only 28 seconds remaining. Kixrow taking Center's position. Lurking inside a library as Kansan has moved into ventilation with the diffuser. Not sure how much verticality Focal can get. The holes are open. Can he get the angles? No. Bay watching and waiting. At the right time, fires the shots. Wildcard confirm their lead. As Eddie's stuck upstairs, trapped with the rest of his team. Might spot a few right by the main double door. But it's a long road down to the bottom, and it's very little angles to shoot from the top. Could maybe, with enough bullets, take down Bay. Maybe Kansan as well if he can get the opportunity, but time's ticking low. Lower and lower with just barely anything left to think about. They'll find the diffuser and only one shot at this to hope that Wildcard fall back, miss their shots, and they won't. Another chance at match point for Wildcard and another chance at escaping a fate in the lower bracket.
I think Wildcard really have to try and capitalize on this now. They've shown us another good attacking round there. Again, one of those anomaly rounds where the opening pick doesn't lead to a conversion. It was Focal that got the opening pick inside of round 13. Wildcard were able to fight back there. Great control of that top floor. They were able to sweep through. I think, to be honest, they were able to use the castle barricades to their advantage a little bit. That really assisted some of the speed in that top floor clear. And Cloud9 just not able to hold on there. Again, another big round from Bay. I was just having a quick look because it feels like he's got more kills than he has at this moment in time. I've got them down at the minute for 12 kills. One of the rounds I believe was an ace. And he's at a 3k inside of round 5 as well. I don't know, it just feels like he should be credited with more than 12 kills at this moment in time, but they're the numbers, and the numbers do not lie. It seems it's been a much more team contribution than we could be led to believe there, with both Spiker and Adrian both sitting above double digits as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Only really Kansan, who is sort of lagging behind the rest of the pack. That and maybe Baby Shark, but on the whole, 3 main fragging powers on the side of Wildcard are doing their job, and they're doing it nicely. Can they avoid the max OT now and close it all out here as they sit on 7-6? Or are Cloud9 going to have another bite at this point here for this game? It feels like they've had more than their fair share at this point. And it just, I don't know, it just feels like momentum's got the better of them.
Reloading.
And to your point about Bay, by the way, you're correct. It is that ace and is that 3K. So 75% of, sorry, no, 2/3 of Bay's impact has come only in 2 rounds. It's the kind of thing about best of ones, though. It's like it's only in 2 rounds, but if you only play like 9, 12, in this case, 13, 14 so far, it's still 2 rounds in what has been a very close game. So is he having a consistent impact? No, but when the margins are close, rounds like that save the game for you. Because if he doesn't get that, it's probably over in regulation for Cloud9.
Enemy device.
So, hard to critique, but something to note, especially as we go forward. And Wildcard go to their defensive side. One of those multi-kills did occur on the defense. There are also some moments of Bay jumping out of a window, getting taken down by Cloud9. Bit of a distance at others between the Wildcard defenders. What will we see on Wildcard's one attempt? Will it be sufficient to close out a victory? Will we need to see another attack just to see who escapes that lower bracket? Center getting some good information on the player playing around Fountain, playing inside of Office, but Cloud9 without any avenue in just yet.
No, they've not. It's not the end of the world, though. They can usually make an avenue with that Monty. We think back to some of their successful attacking rounds. It was very Monty-led. As soon as that Monty's able to start in and start dishing that information out, players usually are able to act on it. whether that's through Wildcard, maybe trying too much or making too many moves in the moment. A little bit like this one from Adrian. Rushes forward, fortunately gets saved by Kansan. He's also got Spiker walking up East Des. Great couple of kills here from Spiker. Misses out on the second, but the plant's going down in amongst the chaos.
Oh, and I was going to say maybe can still go down, but no. Baby Shark hopping up on the desk. Spiker finally getting another chance at it. It seems Uzi nothing to do. 8-6 for Wildcard. Will get 2 chances as we enter the bracket stage. But both teams, I mean, Ollie, some good performances, but man, was that back and forth.
What a back and forth game, and I think with all the breaks and the tech pauses that we had in between it as well, it feels like it was an absolute marathon, and that Wildcard are going to be breathing a sigh of relief there. Maybe Cloud9 feeling like they could have done a little bit better. We're going to hit a short break. After that, we'll be back with our desk.
8-6 Wildcard take the overtime win against Cloud9, and we've got Spiker joining us now after this one. Spiker, congrats on coming out with a win here and closing off the group stage in the positive direction here. But talk to me a little bit candidly about how you feel this team is progressing. Obviously, you're going to make playoffs. You're going to the upper bracket. You don't have to worry about that anymore. How do you feel like this team is meshing? What do you feel like you have to work on?
You know, honestly, like, I think we're meshing really well. I think we're improving a lot. Honestly, the problem has been that our practice, especially on defense, is just not translating to game day well at all. Like, we're playing very reactionary and not proactively at all, and that's not the way that we're playing in practice. So honestly, a lot of, like, we feel like we're really good. We feel like we're better than we were last year already. It's just about translating practice better to game day, especially on the defensive side. Our attacks are fine. It's really just about the defenses.
Well, Spiker, congratulations on the win. I thought you got kidnapped by Wally right there for a second. Your mic started to go crazy. You know, you're like a little brother to me. It's been fun watching your growth. It's been fun watching how well you've succeeded in your career so far. But man, what has been going on? Why do you guys always do this regionally? Like, internationally, you guys are just at the tipping point of winning the entire thing, and then we come back to regional play, and it's just like, all right, you know, we get to playoffs, and now I'm sure, because this seems to also be a tendency for you guys, for whatever reason, once playoffs are on the line, you get it done. And then once you get into the playoff bracket, you get it done and you qualify. So are we going to see you guys at the top of this bracket now? Or are we going to see you guys push all the way through, make us SLC? Like, what is going on?
Honestly, I don't even think right now it's a regional thing. I think it's just like a game day thing. Last year, we were bad in scrims in NA, and we were bad on game day in NA.
I agree. I was
but we were
there
good
watching.
Internationally. So right now, we're good in scrims, but we're sucking on game day. Today, I think, was a little bit better. We were a little bit more proactive, but it's still not even close to the level that we know we can be at.
I was gonna say one more thing. What was that Looney 2 round on round 12 where you're just going up and down, playing whack-a-mole with your shield, not jumping in, knowing he's flat? Like, what was going on?
Listen, man. First game day where I played a lot of shields, bro. Listen, man. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. All right, it wasn't too bad. I don't know. That was awkward, bro. I kept seeing his elbow, and then he was just gone. Like, I don't know. I was trying to shoot him, but he was disappearing from my screen, bro.
For sure.
Well, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned you playing shields for the first time. We know that with Dash's departure on the team, you've taken up a lot of his load of when it comes to his roles and things like that. And personally, I feel like watching it, maybe those roles have impacted your capability to IGL the team as a whole. Do you feel like that's something that is true, or do you think it's just taking time to adjust to the roles, or has it impacted your IGLing ability at all, or is it just you guys are a scrim team now or something like that?
Honestly, I think it's made it easier. For the most part, our attacks have felt way better, like, in general. So honestly, it has been a purely like defense thing for us. Like, SSG, we had a 4-2 attack half on club and then lost all 5 defenses. Yesterday, we had a 1-5 defense half on bank. So, like, and today we got 3 attacks. I think we should have gotten 4, but that's besides the point. But in general, I think it's definitely easier to IGL. It's just about, on defenses, like, it's about the whole team communicating with each other. And we've just been struggling with that on game day and being proactive and stuff, so.
Do you want to know by chance what your defensive win rate is?
Don't tell him.
I already know what it is, and I don't want you to say it out loud.
Okay, so.
I already know what it is. Do not say it.
It's 32%.
He said it anyway.
I said don't say it.
Spiker, thank you so much. Appreciate your candor, and well, appreciate you guys taking this win here. We look forward to seeing what you guys can do in the playoffs in a couple of weeks. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
Well, Wildcard come out on top over Cloud9 here. As Spiker said, Fox, it wasn't necessarily the best game of all time, but they're moving in the right direction. Still clearly some things to work on.
Yeah, I mean, if they're saying that things are going well in scrims and then it's not translating to game day, there's a lot of factors that could be. Just stress of it all, the pressure of, you know, playing not to make mistakes. Of course, it's going to happen when you make such a roster change of moving Dash and getting a player like Adrian and Spiker changing his roles. I mean, I think they understand exactly what they need to do. The same mentality of Wildcard is still the same. Like, they have the good ideas. I think there's just a couple little minute gunfights in areas that slip away. But this last and final round, I mean, it was just very well played by Wildcard with their retakes. Like, they communicated it so well. So the mindset is still there. And I think it's taking a little bit more time, and hopefully in a best of 3 series, which is where Wildcard is going to be going next week or in 2 weeks, hopefully we'll be able to see them have time to process things and fix it proactively, because the best of 1 sometimes is very short. And I'd say that's where Wildcard strives, is being able to adapt against their opponent. You need time to be able to adapt.
No, I completely agree with you, and we've seen time and time again, once Wildcard actually makes it into a bracket play where it is best of 3s, that is typically where they do excel. And I can understand best of 1s being a little complicated, especially in accelerated league. You made a roster change, but I do want to pivot quickly over to Cloud9, because if what we're hearing from Spiker, that they felt good, their attacks felt strong, then that only just speaks into how well Cloud9 was also playing, given how close this game was. I know you're a little bit of a hater, you're rolling your eyes, and the unfortunate bit is I can't make fun of you, because your success is my success and your losses are my losses, so it's like friendly fire at this point. I can't really roast you in that regard, but fact of the matter is Cloud9 did show up today. They're still in bracket play. Yes, they are in losers bracket, or lower bracket rather. No lifelines, but I am excited to see what they can do come best of 3s.
Well, we've got M80 and Shopify Rebellion coming up next. One thing we do know for certain is that Cloud9, they're in the playoffs. They don't have to worry about that. They just will not get that second chance. We'll be right back. M80 and Shopify Rebellion. A match that may not seem like it matters that much on paper, but actually does have some fairly substantial implications, namely for the team that's been struggling the most. Shopify Rebellion, in their current position in third, tied for one of 30, meaning if they lose here in regulation by more than 2 rounds, Fox, they will find themselves in 4th place, going straight to the lower bracket.
Yeah. It's not a situation that we would have expected Shopify Rebellion to be in a position where they could end up 4th, let alone not be dominating the group. I mean, this group as a whole, we thought SRM80 would be at the top. And that being said, to see how things have shaped up, it's been entertaining to watch. But if you're a Shopify Rebellion fan, you have to feel a little scared. I mean, you have so much talent on the roster. You have the best IGL in North America. What is going wrong?
Well, that is the question here for Shopify Rebellion. For M80, the question is, Lax, where can they go from here? How can this roster continue to improve? They're coming off a win against 100 Thieves, one that showed us how they can respond off of the back of a not so good loss the week before.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it was a bad loss before. Like I said, it really just came down to certain gunfights, maybe not adjusting in certain situations. But overall, into yesterday's match versus 100 Thieves, I thought they showed a very great resilience. They had great orchestrated retakes and post plants in particular. There was that one round, I believe it was round 4, where we did highlight that. But overall, it's just been very, very strong from this team through and through. There hasn't been really much to critique outside of maybe not having a stronger supportive player that, like Kino. They did pick up Ashen, however, and even in this round in particular, Ashen was a huge reason why they were able to win that. He was able to play below, he was able to stall out the time for the rotate to be able to go back. And again, the round that I really want to talk about with talking about, you know, an orchestrated retake was that round 4, because it just shows the discipline that this team will always continue to have. I mean, it's a 3v4 and it looks losable at this. I mean, it's 5v3. At this point, it just looks lost. It doesn't look like you're going to be able to go for this retake very well, but they play it extremely well. They understand how they need to isolate these players. It was a great Grismot out to the player on Windows, and then it was just a very swift and concise retake to be able to go for that post plant. And again, this is an M80 roster that I had questions about, because we highlighted before with them having a supportive player like Kino, that they had that structure, they had that pillar. Removing it, I thought was going to come with ramifications. I thought they weren't going to be able to be as strong. But, and that's another thing to note, is if you are an M80 fan and you are curious to see how they're faring comparatively to what it was with Kino, I have something that kind of illustrates the difference between the two. Because if you look at the first 3 days when they picked up Kino back in 2025, this is the team's average in their EPS. Statistically, Ashen is already performing better with this team. So it really paints the picture that, is this a better version of M80 earlier in the league? Absolutely. Ashen and the team have been playing exceptionally well. Obviously, there's still more time that needs to be gelled. We heard from him in his interview and talking with Fabian that there really isn't a goal, or not necessarily a goal, but there isn't expectations. They know it's going to take time. The process needs to happen. But with each and every single win, each and every single rep underneath their belt, they are going to get back to those glory days.
I mean, we can't deny that both of these players are extremely talented on different sides of the coin. One is support, one is more aggressive. We know what Ashen is going to bring to the table with clutch ability, getting those opening kills. It's not him that I would be concerned about on the roster. It would be more of Gunner, Diffuser, and Gavini, the core players, on how they adjust to certain roles. Some are getting more comfortable on the utility operators than, you know, others, but those are the big 3 that I would look towards, because they have to adjust for Ashen. Ashen's going to succeed, but we want everybody else on the team to succeed as well.
Well, Fox, let's keep it here with Shopify Rebellion for a moment, because this is the team that's been the biggest surprise of the stage, and not in a good way. This is a team that scraped by twice with 2 overtime victories, and finally they got put in their place, dismantled by 5 Fears yesterday. This team needs to perform well here, otherwise they're going to the lower bracket.
I mean, they do. I mean, it's almost as if Canadian, whatever team he's on, always loves to go to the overtime matches. But against 5 Fears, they got absolutely smoke showed. And I really do think that this has been a virus that has slowly been growing and growing within the team, because we've talked about how interregionally they just rely on gunplay. There's not as much IGLing from any of Canadian's previous teams, because he has so much talent on the team. You want to let these players breathe, have the freedom to make amazing plays. But what happens when when you don't practice adaptation enough, gunfights can only win you so much, and at a certain point you hit a roadblock, and that roadblock was 5 fears. Shopify Rebellion did not have any responses to the shield play. Their bans early on were Ying and Glaz. It didn't seem like they did their preparation correctly, and then when they tried to adjust, it was too little too late. At that point, they're bringing explosives to deal with the shields, but the other team was adapting, getting ready, and Shopify Rebellion was still doing the same thing of individual fights. We're going to have big plays. We have a C4 if they try to plant. Well, the C4s didn't work. What is the response? We haven't seen Shopify Rebellion answer those questions, and that's the biggest fear for me, is because when they go to events and they play against top tier teams, that's where we see the weaknesses, the cracks starting to form. But now we're seeing it in NA, and that's not something that we have ever seen from Shopify Rebellion. Usually they have smooth sailing up until they make it to these majors, and that's when we see the struggles arise.
Yeah, much more bumpy road for them this time. Yesterday, the map that they got taken apart on, that was Chalet. You have to imagine that's going to be something they're looking to avoid this time around. They ban out the Fortress, that's M80, which means we end on Cafe, where this one is going to be decided. Again, Shopify Rebellion, they have to avoid a regulation loss by more than 2 rounds if they want to stay in the upper bracket. Over to Lynx and XR Troika for this one.
I mean, less than a regulation loss by 2 rounds. They got all these numbers, all these above the shoulder stuff, Ollie, that really I can't wrap my head around. But I can tell you this. I love Shopify. Well, I love every team in the NA League, but I love Shopify Rebellion. But a 7-1 loss yesterday, 7-1 loss going into today. I mean, it's 5 fears, I get it, but jeez.
Yeah, doesn't paint the greatest picture, does it, for a team that we are expecting to perform. SR, no slouch team. The only team not to make a change ahead of kickoff here in NAL. And that is a point that is kind of worth reiterating time again, because whether that's that they are not making changes because they are performing exceptionally well, or not making changes because they are, in our eyes, underperforming in some ways, it's worth mentioning and just figuring it all out. They've got a lot to do to bounce back from their result yesterday. M80, of course, with the recent addition of Ashen. I wouldn't say that things have been particularly smooth sailing for M80 either. They also suffered a defeat at the hands of 5 Fears, albeit a much closer 7-5. It was played out on Fortress only a couple of days ago. It's interesting that we end up on Cafe for this game. It's fairly low or middle to low preference for Shopify Rebellion. I've got it as their 6th preference, and that's of course accurate data because they haven't made a change, so there's no reason to not pull from a little bit more historic data on their side of things. M80 only 1 change, so you can still pretty much believe the data and the preferences. It is their 3rd preference. They have got a very good record on this map, 5-2. Last played, of course, against 1 of 30, and that was a win, 7-3. SR, they haven't played it in some time. They've not played it in a couple of months. The last time they played it was, of course, at the 6th Invitational, as that was the last bout of competitive siege that we saw inside of Tier 1. They played against Space Station and they did lose. So, coming into things, you'd hope that both teams are very well prepped, and obviously with the Rebellion letting this map through and knowing that M80 have got some very recent success on it, they may be looking to try and counter that somewhat. However, they're going to be starting off on the attack. M80 starting things off on the defense here.
And for M80 starting off on defense, they shockingly will not have the benefit of the Azami or the Castle, which are at this point some 2 standard bans. Just keeping that top floor site in mind. Want to make Christmas as indefensible as possible, and by extension make the site overall a lot more difficult. Conversely, for SR's attacks, Monty and the Ying, you're always going to ban Monty against Canadian, and well, Ying's just really quite annoying. And so, as we go forth here, into a middle floor defense from M80. You have to be on the lookout for the verticality of any kind, no matter what site you're defending. It's one of the most powerful tools on these second floor sites. And Kavini standing right in front of the barricade, cool as a cucumber, as well, bullets fly and zip right by his head. Nothing bad happens at the moment. First minute in, and it's a standard cafe round. Pretty much everyone going to the roof or onto the rappel, getting some information before making their way on the 3rd floor sometime in the next 30 seconds.
Surf just going to throw some bees out there over toward White. We've got a bit of drone action happening here inside of Piano as well. With a mirror up, it makes moving into Piano quite difficult. Speaking of moving in, look at Spoit's position right now. He's got himself into long bar. Did a couple of ROUs to try and play around, but Gaveni smoked him straight on through it.
Ooh, but Surf, good for 2 on the follow-up. Keeping things down in the same position, though nobody with a clear lead as you reach the exact halfway point of the round. Positionally, though, Diffuser with this mirror window fully intact. Kind of difficult to root against that. But when you look at things, everybody's on this top floor. Sure, they got the 2 mirror windows. Sure, they've got basically Christmas fully locked down, long bar fully on hold. But nobody's actually on the site. And you can see, I think, both teams realizing that at the exact same time. Rebellion players creeping in through Snow Door, and also 2 M80 players dropping back down to the site. Ashen quick on that reaction to catch the player lurking through red. And M80. It's only might be microseconds, but just ever so slightly ahead of SR on the plan there. It was a good rotation for both teams, but M80 just ever so quicker. Canadian finds a little bit of an angle. Maybe another world could have caught Diffuser on that very tight one. At least not for the moment. Backs up to red stairs. Rexon taking the point on the push-up. White, full pings, but Canadian, not even a lick of damage taken. Very important 1v1 as they creep down to the middle floor. Rexon pulling back, thinking now that they can maybe get some kind of plant inside of the site, especially Ashen found. Oh, but through the hatch. Forced into his own teammate. Canadian now in the 1v2. Looking to get some cover as he pushes into the site, drops it, hoping to catch a quick rotation with only 10 seconds to go. The time for Wily Tricks is over. There either need to be kills or a plant, and it's looking more like the former. Not a whole lot to get information, even less on time. And so as we hit 000, Canadian in the most vulnerable position of all, and that'll be what gives M80 their first.
Yeah, M80 doing a really good job there. I think, like you say, they were just ahead on the rotate. They'd recognized they'd held enough time on that top floor and didn't need or want to really hold any longer. Getting that rotation off was a key win condition there, forcing SR into a bit more of a conversion, a bit more of a take, a bit more of an execute, however you want to word it, and really putting the pressure on. M80 were fantastic on their defenses a couple of days ago, back when we saw them play at 1 of 30. They went flawless on that defensive phase. Now that's not too unusual. Let's contextualize this. 1 of 30, maybe not the best attacking team in the league. Cafe, a difficult map to attack into, but still M80 absolutely dominating in that regard. So SR have more than got their work cut out for them here on this attacking phase. And round 1, whilst it wasn't close, I think there was a window of opportunity there for the Rebellion.
I think there was as well. I mean, especially when Surf gets that double in the mid-round. You've got the mirror windows and you've got a lot of utility that's difficult to cut through, but definitely a close game. And I think, given the fact that both teams realized at the same time the kind of rotation that should be made, indicates that round 1 was very much a game of equals. And so, we'll switch things up ever so slightly. Still a dining room defense, but switching the mining for reading. And basically SR's lineup pretty, I would say, consistent as well. Don't think Gunner saw that player duck down beneath the van. It's Ambi, who avoided any kind of engagement whatsoever with his counterpart on M80. And so with no exchange of gunfire at the beginning, beyond just some parting shots from Gunner, look to a run out, but likely not much more beyond that from M80. We'll give one player a little bit of a freer reign. But beyond that, it's going to be a pretty similar beginning of the round. Get up to the roof, put down the track stingers, get on your drones. Likely to be waiting, maybe not too much longer, but a little bit longer before we see some action.
I'm kind of surprised that the mirror's been left open, you know. The Azami Castle, I kind of get it in a lot of ways. But I was just having a flick through M80's previous game on this map, and Mirror was taken out. Like they didn't play Mirror, and there is kind of a bit of a reason for that. It's such a powerful thing on Cafe. You can quite literally play them anywhere. You can play them on the site, you can play them off the site. In this instance, M80 are choosing to play them off the site to gain a little bit more control of this top floor. Oh dear, that was a scrappy one there, but Ambi saves it just at the end. And not before Gaveni takes down Rexon.
but he still thinks he's found a gap. Well, thinks he's found one, being the operative word. Diffuser hit by a flashbang and a grenade, but still holding the position firm. Ambi actually is the one who loses more HP in that engagement. Canadian the next to fall. How does Diffuser get away with that? It's a trade from both players, but it only favors M80, who have control of the Diffuser inside a bathroom. Spoit crept around the corner, wishing he had some nades, but likely calling Surf for those flashbangs in that Dokubi call, which goes out. I don't know how much Spoit is comforted by hearing the phone calls around the corner, knowing that his biggest fear that defense does have control of the Diffuser is very much real. Waiting for Surf to get in position, flanking up White, but pressure being asserted from just around the corner. A three-way crossfire as M80 get flexible ahead of Surf's rotation up White. No worry about a cutoff angle, and now Surf has to try and recreate exactly where Spoit failed. Nice little pre-fire. Give him credit for that, as both M80 players drop down. Recognizing that that moment is gone, they need to win this out on the site. Picked up the Diffuser. Surf lacking for information with that Dokubi call going almost a minute prior, it feels like. Made it into the site. Last flashbang goes out. Doesn't get anything from it. Swings around the corner. Has one. Done and trapped. But oh no! Oh, paints a nice little picture inside a reading, but I don't think a single shot hit hot and cold.
It's tough, isn't it? Surf's been in that position so many times before, and we've had him down as like the clutch master of NAL in previous stages and years. And I'm watching that clip, I see the first shot onto Ashen, and I'm like, it could be time. It could be one of those moments. He usually has the SMG-12 in hand as well, but very uncharacteristically whiffs pretty much a whole magazine there on Houghton. I don't know if it'll be in the highlight there. I mean, to be fair, it was quite windy in Cafe in general. We saw Ambi struggling with this spray control onto Gaveni. If he'd have been a little bit more sure with the shot, there's a chance that, you know, Gaveni isn't able to take down that first kill. But I want to know what Ashen typed. You can tell he's straight onto the keyboard. You just know he's straight into the all chat, don't you?
Well, I mean, two and a half years into the NAL, we know. We know. It's a brand at this point.
Left before insertion.
2 rounds in a row.
Attackers must locate.
Should make a what?
Book.
Now you don't.
Go through all the previous broadcasts, everything that he's ever said, and just put it in a book.
Oh, that actually...
Each bit could be its own page.
That actually would be really cool. Can you imagine, like, Ashen wins a big tournament, we give him a scrapbook of every single trash talk he's typed in chat?
I think it'd be great.
That would actually be pretty funny. Either way, didn't see it last round. Oh, Ambi taking a little bit of damage. Really loud scream for about 5 HP worth of damage, but that's fine. Either way. 2 rounds in a row for M80, and I will say, if we're talking about rotations, that rotation in the 2v3 to basically fully ensnare Spoit inside a freezer was a nasty call from whoever did it on the defense. So I've seen a lot of, I would say, just a lot of good awareness and good problem solving. There are also just great activity as well. Didn't see it as much from SR in that round, but given their struggles yesterday, I mean, the Rebellion still only have 1 round in 2 days at the moment. So looking just to get something on the board. And even if they lose, have a bit of a better day. Keep in mind, not an elimination game, both these teams still in, but the Rebellion very much at risk of potentially dropping a bit further down inside of the groups. There's M80. They can't get first, but just looking to secure their spot in second. Spoit, losing a lot of health from, I also don't exactly know where, but Rexon ready for that one. Gunner hopping out, and all a little bit too predictable.
Oh, good shot there from Ashen to take Spoit down. You fancy him for another here as well. Takes Rexon on the rappel. I mean, whatever happens from that point onwards for Ashen, he has had a successful round. 6-1 at the minute. It's always a dangerous day when he's firing.
It's time for
another occasion where M80 have a hefty advantage with around a minute left on the clock.
Individually brought back by Ashen. Just swinging around, 2 different angles, 2 different 1v1s, getting both of them. And it feels like 3 rounds in a row SR have got caught up on this position. Made it onto red, made it into Christmas, and then beyond that, it is bloody, brutal, and just does not seem to go their way. Hot and cold, probably one of the most classic rat spots on this map. sit behind the desk, see if anybody wide swings new balk, and, well, they didn't drone it. They didn't know. Now Ambi stuck in a 1 versus 3. Wall banging that. The second person to wall bang that desk, by the way, hot and cold, is long gone. The Rebellion trying to win the last war at the moment, as M80 on the cusp of going up 3-0. And I would not be shocked if a tactical timeout gets called and the Rebellion try to get things back on track early.
Yeah, it's got to be attack, hasn't it? I don't think that you can continue and let that go. You can't let the momentum continue here for M80. Not that I think that a tactical timeout is going to slow M80 down. You can see that these players are absolutely vibing at the moment. Smiles all around. Maybe aside from Houghton. I think Houghton, you could crack a smile for us. You've won 3 rounds in a row. The boys are hyped. Mirror, there it is. So we've waited till round 3 to ban the mirror, and it's been played in every round, obviously because it's open, but it has been such a key factor. Like, surely you could have banned the mirror first and banned the castle in the second round.
It has been such a key factor for M80. I almost feel like the map is starting anew for how important that mirror was. Not only in terms of like the utility, but also just even the individual playing it. I mean, Ashen putting up some great performances, a 3K in round 1, a double in round 3. It being available has arguably been the most, by far and away, the most impactful thing for M80 so far.
Do you want to know the best bit?
I would love to know the best bit.
Best bit about this whole thing is that if we are only going to look very briefly over our shoulder and not deep dive into the history books, if we look at the last time that M80 played this map, against 1 of 30, a game that I've referenced a couple of times already, because it's relevant, it's happened very recently. They played Castle 1 time. Once! And for some reason, SR ban it out straight away in the first round and leave the mirror open.
Am I wrong, or have M80 played the exact same lineup 3 rounds in a row? Because we had a Mira every round. Gavini's played a Rooney every round. I'm pretty sure Diffuser played Tubarao every round.
No, it is. Yeah, I mean, Diffuser's nailed onto Tubarao. Like, you are not getting that DMR out of his hands, and you're also not seeing his auto canister tossed. It's just, it's just the way of the world.
I feel like Nope, that was last game. That was last game. I was gonna say, I feel like I've seen him toss a Zoto canister, and I was like, oh, no, that was on board.
I genuinely don't think we've seen a Zoto tossed.
It's also, by the way, it is still the exact same lineup, except Ashen, because Mira's band has now switched to Sentry. So it seems like M80 have a game plan, a very clear, consistent game plan for every single site. Well, I will say this. I think it does kind of make sense when you think about it, because the only site we've not played is Kitchen, and basically every other defense they played has revolved around, shocker, Black Mirror's on top floor, which you have to defend for basically every single site except Kitchen.
Yeah, it's just quite DMR heavy, isn't it? I don't know that we're not seeing the Aruni and the Tubarao because of the utility. We are genuinely seeing it because of the DMR. Ooh. Hot and cold, good trigger discipline. He knows the Claymore's been placed, so can't really go for the jump out. That red hatch is open now as well, so he's not in necessarily the best position. Ooh, Mozzadrome though. That's going to slow down the Twitch's approach a little bit. Surf on Snake this time. By the way, round 1, I think it was, Surf got 2 kills and he was outside of East. I have no idea, because I don't even know how he was like challenging onto the windows or anything like that. This isn't going to be a factor though. He isn't going to get 2 kills mysteriously out of nowhere. Instead, it is going to be M80 continuing their prowess. Good walk. Honestly, imagine white page, nice font, just good walk in the middle of it. And like action 1104. Like, just chalk it up. It's a book that's going to sell. It'll be a New York Times bestseller.
Honestly, I feel like a good walk was also warranted there for Gregson taking down Gunner. Gunner running out so far, he's trying to compensate for the Coriolis effect. He's shooting around the Earth's curvature to get that run out. And it did not pan out. Did not pan out for our friend on the Solus. You can forgive him for feeling confident, though, for feeling that he might just be that guy. because SR certainly have not been that team through 4 rounds now. It's only a 3v4. That should be said. There's minimal verticality, but the odds are not, just in terms of sheer player count, not that bad. Hey, look, that's 2 Zoto canisters. I just want to say that.
Unreal.
I just want to get that on the record. Probably a 3rd by the time this is done. I mean...
Consider it on the record.
3 Zoto canisters, 1 C4, 1 more kill for Shopify Rebellion. Now it's serious to the point where we should all start taking it seriously, because as they fire off the Brown Stairs walk-up, 1v1 could easily turn things for Shopify Rebellion, not just in terms of the man count, but for the momentum as well. Just 1 site cleared out is all they need to get a foothold and start putting this diffuser down. Spoit tagged up quite low. Canadian swinging deep inside of the smoke and sees 1 cross, but unfortunately doesn't check his close corner. Good trade by Rexon, but so much time already spent. Nothing for the attack to do. It is 4 in a row for M80. The train's not stopping here.
Albeit a little bit closer. It felt like there was a glimmer of hope there for SR, but still just a little bit too slow in that approach. I'm not sure what it is, but it's kind of like they're just caught in the mud a little bit in that early portion of the round. And consistently, we are seeing M80 come away with that opening pick. And it feels like M80, they're limit testing at the moment. They are trying to get just a little bit more aggressive every single time. It's calculated, though. It's not like they're both doing it. It's not like all 5 players are doing it and all 5 players are running around. In that round, it was Gunnar. He tried his luck, but unfortunately for him, it was a little bit too much of a stretch. Kind of feel like Rexon didn't even know where he was getting shot from there in those final couple of seconds, really in the spin cycle. 4-0 for M80. I mentioned they were flawless on their game, on the defense in their game on Cafe only a couple of days ago against 1 of 30. And they are shaping up to go flawless here again now. Very different lineup though, considering that we have seen them play the same operators pretty much every single round, bar round 4 due to the mirror being banned. We're actually seeing a little bit of diversity here. We've got a Mute, we've got a Goyo, we've even got a Cade thrown into the mix. This top floor hold is not going to be as straightforward, and as such, you're going to need something to chew up a little bit of time later on into the round, and that's really where the Goyo comes into play. Mute, of course, fantastic for slowing down this drone game.
And of course, I feel like you're saving the best for last. The K2 route combo. You saw those reinforcements on the top floor. Instead of having some head holes to aid the mirror windows, just getting fully reinforced. Throw the Zoto canisters on, keep the Electroclaws on there as well. It is going to be a much more passive defense from M80, but contesting the exact same amount of control as they were when that mirror was on the board and when they were defending Reading Room and Fireplace last. This is not going to make SR feel any better whatsoever, because at least before they had some opportunities to like get some angles, find some gaps. But here, we don't have any Thatcher on the board, don't have any EMPs. We've got the IQ who can go from below, and that could be quite helpful, but when the verticality you need is pretty much entirely coextensive with the bomb side itself, it's a bit difficult. But Ambi will make their way in. The Rebellion are starting off in the exact spot they should, but recognizing that this is what's in front of you is going to be not a welcome sight.
Ambi was keen for it, though. Positioned quite well at the moment inside of shop. He knows that there's somebody inside of bathroom. Diffuser, very crucial position right now. Just going to go for a Hail Mary on the C4, and it will land.
Nice.
Ambi will take him out immediately after, and Spoit there for the backup. This is much better from SR.
A really good run up, and now they shut out the bathroom player, completely isolated, fully reinforced, and also Whitehall cut off. Could be very well be a 4v2 for Shopify Rebellion. Gunnar has to play a lot more passive than he's normally used to, and yeah, I mean, Spoit's gonna see you light years before you see him. And obviously, unequivocally and objectively, the best beginning of a round for Shopify Rebellion so far. But just to set the stakes properly, a minute to get full vertical control. 2 smoke bolts remaining, a nade and flashes for the late round to force any of the remaining defenders out of position. No C4s for either of the remaining defenders. This is about as good of a round you could possibly have, and yet Hot and Cold has crept his way in, seen around the corner. Oh no, Surf doesn't see, waiting so long, and pops the head as he runs on out. Still only 25 seconds remaining though. Surely that's enough for SR to recover. somebody to hop down, get a beat on Hot and Cold, get a beat on Ashen. No! Ambi completely on ADS, super shorty around the corner. Finally gets stopped, and Ashen downs one. Ready for the other. Spoy just around the corner with the super shorty. This train's going all the way home. 5 in a row for M80, and that might be the killer.
What a round. We've seen just about everything we could hope for out of this map from M80 so far. We've seen them dominate. We've seen them have really scrappy close ends like the one we've just witnessed. And Hot and Cold. I mean, cold as ice in this occasion. Hot on the kills, but he kept his nerve. He knew exactly when to shoot Surf. There was no jumping the gun there. You don't want to jump the gun too early. The longer that you can burn, the more time that you can waste in that instance, and just kill them before the plant goes down. You don't need to waste. You don't need to wait too long and risk the plant going down, and then have to play a whole retake, and you're in a massive disadvantage then. But if you can just burn an extra 3 seconds, how many times do we see a game of Siege come down to less than 1 second?
I mean, we literally saw it in the round before that. Literally the round before that.
So if all you waste is 2-3 seconds, that is absolutely massive for the context of the round. Hot and Cold there, really holding his nerve and getting the job done. And backed up quite nicely by Ashen as well. Ashen, of course, left in that clutch. He kind of had to go for the kill. There was no real running away and playing the clock. There was a little bit too much time left and a very close proximity for the 2 remaining players. But that TCSG at close range is going to shred, and the pressure all of a sudden just floods back onto SR after they've had a really good opening round and then managed to, I don't want to say throw it away, but just get outplayed like that. Again, just some really snappy rotations here from M80. Again, just feeling like they are steps ahead at every single turn.
And you can't help but feel that that might be the end for SR in this map, because I mean the scoreboard for them, it's not 5-0 right now. The scoreboard in their heads is 12-1 between the extremely dominant loss against 5 Fears yesterday and not being able to get around so far against M80, even converting a 4v2 like that in which so much was going their way. It cannot be overstated how much of an advantage they had in just one simple missed round. It stumped and gotten a lot of teams, but at this moment, in these past couple days, it is rough. Hopping out the window. All right, well, no, it is not going to be 6-0. SR will get one, as it is almost a flawless round. Could very well be, and indeed it will. Will there be any kind of hype in the SR room after that? Because Ali, it is a dominant win, but boy, the half has gone the complete opposite way.
It really has, and I think for SR, they've just got to take whatever they can out of that last round. Let's have a listen into our desk and see what their take is on this game.
We're going over our thoughts while watching this one from the sideline, guys, and it's very clear that Shopify Rebellion, something just is not there that used to be, Fox. I mean, tell everyone a little bit more about what we were saying about this team.
I mean, we were talking about it before this game started. They're just reliant so much on big individual plays that now when they find themselves in situations where they need an out, they need an adaptation, they don't have one. It's just 1v1s. Yes, it is Attack Cafe, and they didn't necessarily look that great, but at the end of the day, I mean, that round 5 that we had, that we just saw them lose, the 2v4, that is not a round that should be being lost by a team like SR. I mean, first, Hot and Cold gets the first pick. Ambi solo dropping, another 1v1. Here's a 1v1 that Hot and Cold easily could have won, but again, they get the pick back, and Rexen peaks, and now Spoit's in a 1v1. There's no communication. There's no 3-2-1s on let's make sure that we're using this man advantage. They're just thinking, wow, we're great players. We can just win these ones. We've done it before. We can do it again. But they've been finding themselves in situations where they aren't winning. They're not the Shopify Rebellion that people are fearing to fight against a team of talented players. So if it lacks, in my opinion, it just feels like they're not IGLing and they're not playing together. So they've lost their fundamentals.
Yeah, the fundamentals just don't look to be implemented, rather. And then for the side, I mean, I want to focus on M80 because they're obviously playing very well. I do like the crossfires they set up, and that really is the biggest gap between these two in this matchup, is just the sheer trust in one another, being able to play the trades, being ready to make a move if need be, where there's just I'm just honestly just disappointed with what we're seeing, because this is not what we expected from a team like Rebellion. At the end of the day, these 5 players, yes, they might not be having their glory days, but individually, on paper, these are all dominant players in their own right, and what is being shown and what we've been seeing from one game to the next, especially their last game, nothing would speak that into existence of what we're watching this far.
M80, they got a 4-round lead. Shopify Rebellion, a lot of work to do. Lynx, Ollie, back to you.
I mean, a lot of work might be the understatement of a century, Ollie, if we're just being honest. I mean, that's their second round in 2 days. And, you know, you don't want to get too, like, existential and doom and gloom over 2 best-of-1s over a couple days when SR still qualified for the bracket stage. Like, we got to, you know, I think we also have to contextualize that they're not on the verge of elimination from literally anything by losing this game. But, you know, I think it'd be one thing if you see a 7-1 to M80. It's like, okay, you know, M80's a really good team. It's best of 1. Could have been a bad day, bad map, who knows. But the 7-1 was against 5 Fears. And there's an additional 7-1 against M80 still very much on the cards. And losing to good teams is fine. But SR, I mean, they just need to be more competitive in these maps. They just need to be.
Absolutely. I think there's an expectation on this team that they are going to be one of the top teams inside of NA. They have too much talent on this team for it to fail. They've got one of the best IGLs that the game's ever seen. They've got Spoit. They've got Ambi. You know, every single player on this roster, you can pick them out and you can list 10 great moments that they've all had across their careers, or 10 things that they are in the best, you know, top 5 players inside of NA for. It really is that simple. Like, this is a star-studded lineup, and we expect better things from them. M80 today, they've just had to read every step. They have been multiple steps ahead every single time, and constantly ahead of the Rebellion. As we switch over onto sides, M80, of course, now on the attack and SR on the defense. This is really the time for it to change. This is the time that we want to see a little bit of life in the Rebellion. They've used the tactical timeout. They've, of course, got the couple of minutes that is now the round 6 break. But isn't going to be starting nicely for them here in round number 7. Canadian first to fall. Surf will respond, though.
I mean, basically, yeah, both teams have something to say going through here. Everyone getting in on the action around Pillar and Brown Stairs. It's M80 with the last word, at least for the first half of the discussion. Gavani's lost a lot of health, but Ambi and Surf are separated right now. Though nothing completely, I suppose, isolating one to the opposite side of the map. They can rejoin down below, but that Soliton scanner pinging one of them and Ashen spotting the other. It seems like 6-1 inevitability at this point. Not guaranteed, but M80 have been remarkably well coordinated. They've been good at setting up 3-way crossfires. They've been good at playing these trades. It's SR who we had questions about, whether the comms are still flowing, whether the synergy's still there. The desk cast outs just now. Both teams sticking to the script, and it's just unfortunate the part written for SR is lacking quite a lot. Still, with some time to reset, and we might be able to find a little bit of a gap. Shoots the drone, spots one in Pillar. Direct information on him as well. Get some good info on the player's red stairs, so he'll take the 1v1 and doesn't win it. 6-1 for M80 right now. It's not over yet, but it seems like the curtains are about to close.
Yeah, I think it's a big ask for Ambi there, left in that sort of a position. The round is, you know, it's gone at that point, really, isn't it? Going to get the opening pick onto Canadian very early on as well. If we think about opening pick times, and we think about SR and how their attacks were sort of going, regardless of whether they were, you know, which end of the opening pick they were on, it was consistently happening at around the halfway point. We're talking 138, 137, 146, 128, very, you know, halfway into the round. Round number 7, M80 on the attack, 2 minutes 15 opening pick. Like, the pace difference is just night and day between these two teams at the minute. And M80 is showing no signs of slowing down. And let's be honest, I don't think anybody would ask them to at the moment, unless you're a die-hard SR fan, because this is some pretty good siege that M80 are showing us. SR have had chances in this map. I think that's something that's worth highlighting as well, Lynx. It's not, you know, it's not been all one way, has it? There have been occasions where SR have had a window in, and, you know, there has been an opportunity there for them to, you know, grab the ball by the horns, as it were, but we've just not seen it happen.
No. No, we have not. And unfortunately, you know, it is at this point that M80 have confirmed themselves in the second place position. I do believe that they'll now be at 7 points, and 1 of 30 have already played. Shopify Rebellion, their best hope is getting 2 points. So M80 will confirm themselves in the second place spot, which I think they might have been going into this game, to be fair. But now the real question is, how far might Shopify Rebellion fall? There is still a very real chance that based on how dramatic this loss could be, that they might drop below 1 of 30 and end up in the lower bracket right out the gate. A team that many thought would be one of the best in the NAL starting this year with how much things had changed. Surely the one team that stayed consistent might be able to weather it. And so far, it's just not proven the case. Not yesterday, and it seems not today as well. That is Ashen's 12th kill, a 4-0 KD. And we're only 8 rounds in. Canadian with a fantastic trade, I will say. Hopping out the garage window, taking down Ashen, and it's still not enough to claw that lead back from M80.
That's it. Unless you get 2 back, you're always going to be on the back foot. And one of these is a shield. Of course, Canadian has the option to throw down Clash Shield and bring out the pistol. We've seen that pistol do tremendous work in the past. But with how quickly M80 are moving through, again, I stress that point, the opening pick coming miles earlier than when we saw the Rebellion on their own attacks. There's plenty of time here that M80 have to work with, and they've still got some really good tools. They've doubled down on the flank protection, so they have got the gridlock in play now as well. Diffuser is pretty much nailed to 2 operators when it comes to Cafe. It's going to be 2 Brown, it's going to be gridlock. And he's on the gridlock here inside of what could be our last round. The Ram now looking to try and open up some of this vert and push the remaining defenders out of sight. Surf unlikely to be able to stay there for much longer, and is instead going to have to retreat and try and make something happen from elsewhere. You can see he's kind of just swapping places with Canadian a little bit now. We've got Spoit downside in Bakery as well. Ooh, the time just seems to keep growing here for M80. ROU projectors come out hot and cold with the kit. This is where the plant's going to come in.
That's where it'll start. Electricity shocked. I think Canadian anticipating some kind of push in through double door, but hot and cold as he moves in deep, sticking quite close to the corner. Great read by Canadian. Just lasers right in on the exact spot he needed to. Nade bounced around the corner. Not a whole lot of cover for Canadian, but with that shield, he can be his own. Long angle for Diffuser, and that might just be what saves Shopify Rebellion's regulation so far. A very great read by the IGL on Shopify Rebellion. Can't quite find the angle. 4-piece for the IGL, and Shopify Rebellion still have something to say.
Canadians rolling back the years there with that one, isn't he? 4 kills on the Clash. I even commented, I said, look, one of them's the Clash. He's going to have to put down the shield. We know the pistol can do some work, and the work it did. Great kill onto hot and cold. Cash your mind back, fans, by the way. If anyone's been with us for a while tonight, I said a little something over on Border. Smokes are a great tool, but if you're planting in them, you are pretty vulnerable. And that was demonstrated right there and then. Okay, it's not a smoke, it's an ROU projector, but you've just got to take your best guess. And the ROU projector, well, it's kind of just playing in for Canadian there in that point, because he can't be seen. And all he needs to do is guess where the plant is going down, and he guessed correctly.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And an objectively good round. I mean, sure, you got some struggles at the beginning, but I mean, from Canadian right there, making every right decision, making the most of that Clash, I think showcasing why Clash and Shields in general are often banned against Shopify Rebellion. Would not be shocked if it's M80's ban.
10 seconds
going into the ban phase after this round. Wouldn't be surprised whatsoever.
5 seconds to insertion.
But now as you're sitting there as the attack, you gotta squash this momentum. You gotta make sure that the Rebellion don't start feeling comfortable. And I don't think it's any surprise that for a brief moment we saw 2 shields in the lineup for M80 there. Now only 1. It's Ashen on the blitz, so it won't be anything super fast. But I think M80 looking to try and bring out some operators that give them a bit of an advantage. Conversely, though, I mean, it's hard to find much more information than what the Rebellion are bringing, Ollie.
Oh, I mean, they've got everything they could possibly want. They've got the oldie but the goldie, the Pulse Valkyrie combination. And then they've got some, like, kind of secondary information, right? If a Razor Bloom triggers, you know where somebody is. When Lucy Banshee goes off, you know where it's being pushed. You got the Bulletproof as well, so 4 extra cameras being brought and that heartbeat scanner. It's a heck of a lot of value. It would almost be enough, well, it would be enough to warrant an IQ pick if you could squeeze it into the lineup. M80 have chosen not to do that. and instead just going to try and play into this with their own information. A little bit longer for this opening pick to materialize. I've commented that both the opening picks have come ahead of that 2-minute mark. Oh, Ashen. He went for it, but Gaveni with the backup. He's going to find himself 2 air links, and he's going to be able to pick Ashen up. He got 3. He got 1 with the Claymore.
Not getting comfortable whatsoever. Gaveni doing the most in round 9. Diffuser decides to get it on the action, even spends some time to pick his teammate back up. You love to see that level of camaraderie. But for Ambi, there's nobody to fall back on. Nobody for support. Nobody in the resistance left standing, as everyone's capitulated and every teammate has gone home. 1 kill for Ambi in only 3 rounds in 2 days for Shopify Rebellion. But the highlight's gotta be M80. If Group A has 2 teams, it is 5 Fears, and that performance solidifies M80 as the second.
Yeah, M80 with a very good show in there. You can just see what that means. Diffuser straight up out of his chair. Hot and cold, looking pleased with himself. We're going to hit a break. We'll be back just after this with our desk.
Well, M80 dismantle Shopify Rebellion. This is now the second time in a row this has happened to SR, but M80 come out on top as already locking their position in for the playoffs. Hot and cold, welcome in and congratulations on a dominant win. What Kickoff is all about here, and we've talked about this with a lot of teams, is getting an early feel for what everyone is capable of, and that goes for us watching these teams and you feeling out any roster moves that you have made coming into this. Can you tell us a little bit how things are feeling? Where are things progressing in terms of the development of this team right now?
I think for us, I mean, obviously we all have big expectations on us. I mean, everyone does, not just the team, but I knew, especially going into it, that our team's going to change completely. Liam is not the same player as Kino, 1-to-1. We lost our shield player, so the shield role kind of has to be bounced around a little bit more. But on top of that, it's just like he's a way faster player. He honestly, he could be an IGL on a different team. Right now it's about just making sure we're all on the same page at the same time, and just finding the consistency in that, I think, has been our real struggle. Honestly, obviously, I think that's kind of proven just game by game, just slowly figuring things out.
Yeah, you guys have slowly been figuring things out, still looking strong, still getting those wins. Like you mentioned, with losing Kino, you lose your shield player, the secondary support player. Does that add any extra responsibility to you being the main IGL, the main supportive player, the main shield player? Do you have more of a workload? And also, do you have to have that responsibility of cultivating the other players into picking up one of those roles sometimes?
Yeah, for sure. Kino, he would listen to anything, I tell him to do, and he's very step-by-step, like I said. It doesn't allow me to play some freaky ops. Like, I'll still get on some Ashe every once in a while, but, I'm a lot more tied down to the supportive roles now, I think. And defensively, I had to kind of switch over to a lot of Kino's roles as well, so I'm doing rotates and making holes into the round a lot of times. I feel bad for his setup. I'm so sorry, Kino. I'm so sorry.
Kino's a great player, and for you are a great mind of the game. Going up against Canadian today, you guys take away the win. I wanted to maybe get your opinion from an IGL's perspective after playing them. What do you feel is going wrong with Shopify Rebellion? Because theoretically, they should have the same pieces to the puzzle as a team like you guys do.
Well, I think from the top down, their system's very interesting. I don't think the way they play is necessarily bad, but I do think this great mastermind as Troy is made out to be, they play very one-dimensional a lot of time on attack. It's very step-by-step. I watched JJ stream yesterday after their game, and he was saying they didn't change a single thing. It's like, yeah, that's SR. They're kind of the NA VP nowadays. I think that definitely hurts them, and I think they just put a lot of pressure on themselves, and I think their coaching staff also puts a lot of pressure on them. So it's just it's a house of cards waiting to cave in over there, in my opinion.
Well, Matt, congratulations on upper bracket, and honestly just how well you guys have been performing these past few play days. I kind of want to talk about the future of this team and where you guys see yourselves. And, obviously you want to win. You've won it now a couple times here. How fast do you think you guys can get back to those glory days and get to that same stature that you guys were with Kino?
See, I'd like to say I'm chasing the same stature, like you're saying, but in my opinion, it's just all about improving. We're not going to be the same team we were in Munich. We're not going to be the same team we were in Manchester. It's just improving day by day. And when the time comes, the time comes, Obviously, I'd like that time to come a lot sooner. But if it comes not this major, not the next, after that, it'll eventually come with this team. We just got to work out our problems.
Absolutely.
All right, Hot and Cold, thank you so much for your time as always, and we will see you down the road in the playoffs.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Well, M80 take the win, and a dominant one at that, closing things out on
Jonas
Cafe.
To us, Fox, or maybe
That's
you
my
can't
bad
even
voice.
hear me.
That's my bad
okay.
voice. Was totally muted in Discord. But the people at home were hearing me. It is M80. They're taking the win. Sorry, I got to mute my mic because there's a party outside my streaming box. The point is, M80, they take the win. It is a dismantling of Shopify Rebellion, and they move on to the playoffs to close out the group stage with a win. Lax, you got to imagine that is a good spot for them to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also imagining you walking out into that party, celebrating for M80's victory, giving everyone, good firm handshakes around, maybe grabbing a cupcake. But no, for the side of M80, I mean, this was a beautiful game from them. They really displayed some great siege. I mean, you could see it also, just everyone just being very animated after every single victory. And I think Hot and Cold kind of hit the nail on the head, is they aren't playing bad, but it's their system is where they're struggling the most. They're very one-dimensional, and again, that's really where the bigger picture is being played in this matchup, where you could see M80, they were able to play those trades. They were able to force the Rebellion into unwinnable situations, not really giving them a leg into the match. Maybe outside that one round where we saw that round, I believe, end in like 2 seconds once they swapped sides, or maybe it was the end of the defensive half. But overall, I mean, this is the typical M80 that we're used to seeing, and I'm glad to see the progress hasn't really shifted too much with the addition from Ashen.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, there is changes in the way that who's playing what, who's making those opening plays, but Ashen, we've known any team that he's on, any game, there's no situation where he's underperforming. He's always going to get his and do his best for his team. And I think as long as everything else is in play, everyone is there to follow each other up. You have games like these where M80 look dominant, they look scary. They look like if they could play against Five Fears again, that they would be able to maybe right their wrongs. And hopefully we'll get a chance to see that when it comes to the bracket itself. For Shopify Rebellion, yeah, it does look very one-dimensional. It looks like they don't necessarily try to adapt. They're just trying to punch their way through the problems. And I think teams are becoming aware of that. Teams are understanding it, and we're not seeing Shopify Rebellion really change anything. And it's an unfortunate day for them, because with that loss of them not getting enough rounds, they actually get solidified in 4th place, and they have to play in the losers bracket, which is not a place you want to find yourself if you are SR.
I mean, I also just want to add, I mean, I read Twitch chat, I read Reddit, I read Twitter, and it's not to say that, any of the things that get said should be taken seriously, but I can just speak from being a former player, and I think the shit talk that a lot of the SR is getting, not to say that they aren't playing to their expectations by any mean, but to just shit talk the players individually and come at them the way that they do, I don't think it's really necessary, because on paper, these players are dominant, and they would shit on you in a 1v1 or in any match scenario. I just do believe that the system right now currently isn't working, and like I said, I just don't think they're as deserving as much as hate as they're getting. So I hope once we get into bracket play, we can see a lot more out of them and at least get them back to where we typically hold them in terms of standards.
Well, we'll walk through these final standings here at the end of the group stage. We will have one more game after this. Outlast and SSG go toe-to-toe, but the result of that will not impact the standings. So here how things look in Group A. It is Five Fears with the bye there. Group B, Dark Zero is the team securing the bye, meaning that for both of them, a single best of 3 stands between them and a bid to Salt Lake City. A single match qualifies them for the major. The same cannot be said, Fox, for a team like SR, as we just talked about. Alongside Cloud9, they will go straight to the lower bracket, which means they do not have any second chances.
No second chances is stressful, but sometimes, we talk about it every single event. The lower bracket, a team that starts there has more to fight for, more to earn, and we've seen teams be able to make it all the way to the major and win tournaments through that lower bracket just because of them being mentally told that you're starting lower, you need to fight to earn it. So if there was a time for a fire to be lit under SR and Cloud9, it would be now.
Well, let's talk about this final matchup of the group stage, SSG and Outlast Gaming. Somebody just came up to the booth and took a picture of me. That's because I look ridiculous. I'm holding the mic like this, so forgive the interruption. Actually wild that he didn't think I could see him. He just goes like this. We go into SSG and Outlast Gaming, and we start with this SSG team. Fox, who has come out of the gates, maybe took them a second to find their stride after a loss to Dark Zero, but they have looked like a surprisingly mature team, an adaptable team. Despite their youth, they've had a lot of success so far.
I mean, it just goes to show what kind of an impact it is when you have a player with so much information like Dream and Giddy to be able to teach the new generation of Siege, or the new generation of Siege players, an older version of the game. I mean, the way that their attacks have been amazing. Cutting off, isolating the opening kills, and then pausing, slowing it down, forcing the other team into an uncomfortable situation where they have to choose between giving up the site or going for a counterattack, which SSG so far has always been there. And it has been a dream to watch these young gunners learn this older style of play. And I think they've been thriving in it because it takes a lot of the complexity out of things and simplifies it at a base value. You got Raid, you got Aiden, they can just walk in, they can just have a drone in front of them, and once they get that kill, they know somebody is getting posted up and holding the cross. And a big player that is still very new to the scene, maybe not an entirely new rookie for just this stage. He has had one stage so far, but he has been impressing Aiden. Every single time he steps into the server, you can tell that he has the mentality to be a winner compared to all of the other rookies that come in and they're a little scared, a little timid. Aiden's had the confidence since day one. And now having a team with the backing of Dream and Giddy to be able to support him from the back line, giving him all the freedom he must be, having such a lovely environment to work in. I mean, it's been picture perfect for SSG, but for Aiden specifically, and I hope to see him continue this run of terror, and hopefully we'll be able to see them in Salt Lake City.
We've got to hear from some of these guys over the course of the interview and over the course of the last few play days, and it's really felt great to hear these guys' feedback on how their system is going, what it feels like to play on this team. We've heard from Dream, we've heard from Aiden. We might get a chance to hear from more of these guys down the line, but their opponents Laxing, it is a very different story because they are also a young team in Outlast Gaming, a team with very little experience coming in, but things have not gone according to plan. We knew that it was going to be tough adjusting to the T1 level, but safe to say there are still some more adjustments to make.
Yeah, absolutely. And we already said with this team, there isn't many expectations that we were holding to this team. Yes, they did get here. Yes, they deserve to be here. But it was more of a matter of what are they going to do to maintain their longevity here in the pro scene. And honestly, there wasn't a lot to hold on to, unfortunately. They didn't really show a lot, and maybe in some rounds there was something to take away or something that we could have highlighted. But for me, it's similar to when we talked to JJ after their first couple of wins. What did they do in the off season? They were practicing, they were dry running, they were working out the kinks and the issues to make sure once they started this kickoff that they were going to be more prepared than they ever did. Whether that was the addition of adding on a player like Forrest and getting that veteran leadership, maybe they have to do the same thing. I would much rather see these five be able to stick it out no matter what. But the fact is they have one more game day. They can end on a positive note. They can get a win underneath their belt to at least show themselves, if not the rest of the community, that they have what it takes, that they can fight, that they can get this win. But for me, more so than anything, I want to still see them fight. I want to see them putting in work in the offseason, so when we do come back to this, once the regular stage starts, we see a new and improved team that is showing a lot more gumption, a lot more tenacity, a lot more resilience through each and every single match going forward.
Fox, when I look at you, I see a guy who really wants to talk about the map bans now as we get into this final best of one of the group stage. So take me through this. We end up on Chalet. What do you make of this pick for Outlast and SSG?
I mean, I think it's a great pick to be able to showcase what both teams have to bring. I mean, SSG haven't really been playing maps super aggressively. This is a more aggressive style of map. So SSG is just using it as kind of a play testing ground. I mean, again, nothing is really changing too much in the standings from this part. So SSG is using it as an experiment. Outlast, obviously, I want to see them play it not timid, not scared, with full confidence. And now they have essentially nothing to play for but pride. So I'm hoping to see them come alive and be a lot more aggressive on their entry, trying to find those opening picks and fighting SSG on those entries, because SSG so far, they have been dominating their own attacks.
Laxing, tell me a little bit more about this Outlast team, especially now looking at them on the final day of the group stage. What has been, in your opinion, their strong suit, the thing that they should be leveraging now on their final game, potentially until we see them in June. What should they be focusing on here? What should their takeaways be from this final best of 1?
I mean, the biggest takeaway from each and every single game is where they went wrong, where communication was misled. And the bigger picture then falls on Trevmac of just being able to rally the troops. Like I said, a systematical sort of gameplay of just understanding why you're in the position, why you're playing the operator, what it's needed for, how do you get to that execute.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, man. I mean, that's good insight. Hopefully Outlast can listen to that and take that into this final game. As I said, no major playoff implications, but it may be our final chance to see this Outlast gaming team for quite a while. For the final time in the group stage, we'll send things over to Lynx and XR Troika.
And, you know, Ali, sometimes we find ourselves in these weird positions, right? The game, in terms of the standings, it doesn't mean anything. Nothing's getting changed. But this probably is one of the games I'm more excited in this position, because ever since our game last week, there has genuinely been one team I wanted to watch more of, and it's actually SSG. This is a team that has really surprised me, really impressed me. And are they going up against, like, the best competition? No, Outlast has had a rough stage. But I am just so excited by this team. So excited by this team.
And, you know, what's not to be excited about? You've got to look at it on the balance of things, haven't you? It's a brand new roster for SSG, an org that we know very well and we are very familiar with at this point inside of NAL. But I like what they're trying to do over here. I like that they have got some real veteran experience in Dream, and they are trying to bring on some newer talent, some rookie players. Forrest said something really interesting in his interview earlier tonight, and it was that he feels like in some ways he's trying to like pass the baton on, you know, keep the torch lit, and recognize that, yeah, you know, I've played a bit, I've been around, I've played events, I've played SIs, I've played wherever, and it's about bringing on that next bout of talent, those rookie players that are going to go out and, you know, make their own story and make their own sort of journey through the game that we all know and love. So I'm really excited about it as well. I can share that sentiment. I think my excitement is a little bit more subdued, I think is maybe a polite way of putting it, for Outlast. I just don't think that they've got the recipe quite right just yet. That's obviously been reflected in the fact that we are yet to see them win a game here so far. And I'll be honest, the games, they've not been that convincing, really. It was a 7-1 defeat yesterday against Cloud9. It was a 7-2 defeat against Dark Zero. Okay, Dark Zero, top team in the group, but Cloud9 have shown that there's a little bit of weakness there where you want it to be. And I just, you know, 7-1 defeat against Wildcard. It's kind of difficult to get excited about this Outlast roster, but from the SSG camp, I'm all in.
No time to waste.
And you know, when it comes to Outlast, like there's always going to be that team that's you're new to the block and you've got to take your lumps, right? I mean, let's just think back a year ago. That was Envy in stage 1 of last year. I mean, I think they got what, one win in their first stage. I think it might have been one win, maybe an OT loss, like somewhere in there. Like it was an abysmal performance, like in terms of the standings. But now you look a year later, and there's a very real chance that JJ Blast will make his first international tournament. Just because of how you start doesn't mean that's where you'll end up. And to your point about passing on the baton, when you are this newer team, the whole point is to learn. If your objective, if your goal is to make SLC out the gate, I appreciate your confidence, but like it might be a little misplaced. Like, you're gonna have to learn a lot. It's always a culture shock going to a higher level of competition. And I think just getting the opportunity to play against these teams and also show your skills off, I think is excellent. And I think Outlast still have, you know, they've got time. There'll be a pretty quick turnaround time to try and show us again. I'm not all that worried. It's always rough when you're the new team on the block, but it has its advantages, and you never know where things might take you afterward. At least for the first minute, things are taking us into games at the moment, as two attacking players have made their way inside of the first floor. Giddy has taken note of this and is playing a bit of the Maya position, deeper down on the library stairs, though the site is across the map. And waiting to see if anybody might get a little too aggressive. Unfortunately pinged by the Soliton scanner. Now that means that Ron will get some very useful information, and any hope of catching an attacker on a missed drone will not happen this go around. Giddy will support raid, but unfortunately, there's just too much information, too much utility, and too many angles being pointed towards that Ella.
Yeah, the Ella was not long for this world. Quite a decent first clear there from Outlast. been able to identify a bit of a looser roamer on this SSG side of things and really pick them off without too much cost to themselves. They still have a full wealth of global utility, both E1Ds and both logic bombs in the Lion and the Dokkaebi, respectively. So there's still a good ability to continue to clear out this roam, but one opening kill is not going to make the round. Nice attempt there from Gitty, but he's just going to get forced into more engagements, and they're going to favor him until he tries to hop up onto the piano and finish off.
Things get a little hectic in the engagements there. Vron peeking around the corner, pistol in hand, though it's SSG tying things up. Not even ADS for that one. Puts Dream in the 1v2 in a matter of seconds. I'd not expect the round to, I suppose, transpire like that. An Outlast bleed is not super shocking. It can happen. It's Chalet attack. But an impressive individual show from Vron with that F2 on Snake. Only 13 seconds remaining. Talk about veteran skill. Talk about passing the baton. Dream might try to keep a hold of that torch just a little bit longer, as with only 6 seconds left, he might be running out of ammo, but with the right angle on the 1v1, that's all he needs to do. Just a couple well-placed shots, and the rookies will have to wait a little bit longer.
And it's a classic example, isn't it? They will watch that back in a year's time, 12 months' time, 18 months' time, and they will have 1,000,001. They might even watch it back next week and have 1,000,001 different ways that they would rather play it. But in the heat of the moment, making that decision and making the right play, it's so much easier to start watching than actually doing it. I thought at this point, I honestly thought Gitty was going to get another. They've not made the decision there. They haven't made the decision quick enough whether it was plant or go for the kill. If it's go for the kill, you have to go together. If it's plant, then you're leaving your teammate in a 1 versus 1 while you get the plant down, so it's not ideal. In that 2v1 with low time, you have to try and go for the kill, but you have to push together. The nade was inspired. The nade did a really good job of zoning Dream off, and at that point, you need to put the gas on. You need to take advantage of that nade that's cutting off a position that Dream could be in, and it just narrows down where he's going to be and just makes that 2 versus 1 trade even easier. As it stands, Dream was able to stand up. He picked up 3 kills in that opening round. Gitty and Rival with 1 apiece as well. And despite an opening pick, the first round goes the way of SSG.
But it goes the way of SSG in the 1v2, and should give that caveat. There's a decently good roam clear from Outlast at the beginning of that, and sometimes you get clutched on at the beginning. That happens. Dream's been around the block a few times. He knows a thing or two because he's seen a thing or two. Now, try to recreate some of those successes you had in the last round. And if you look at the lineup Outlast are bringing this one, seems like it might be pretty easy to do just that. Got the Ying in play, got the Dokkaebi being brought again, dropping the Grim. I hate that. Not because it's bad, I just love Grim. But a Dokkaebi, Deimos, and Ying combination could be quite lethal and quite problematic, especially since SSG are not bringing the Warden as a prophylactic measure. The Clash kind of makes things a bit more difficult, doesn't fill the same role as the Warden, but can be very frustrating to deal with and mitigate some of the effects of that Ying or any, I guess, aggressive pressure or quick momentum that the attack might otherwise get. First Dokkaebi call goes out, but I don't think anybody really in a position to capitalize off of it right now. Alice will move in the building, make the same play, and unfortunately start things off with the loss of their Dokkaebi.
Candela's primed and ready. They don't seem to be finding their mark. Really, it's a very tight angle that they're going to be holding with the DMR. You can see that Trev is going to be calling quite frantically. He knows that somebody's over toward that bathroom side. They need to be in a position to try and do something about it. I can only imagine that he's running the shotgun. It looks like someone's trying to rotate up those Teller's stairs as well and maybe try and challenge onto the window. There it is. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Raid gets his man.
Hold it.
Not done yet, though. SSG might have been starting out ahead, but Outlast aren't too far behind. Some good information by Vron, though part of it's onto the Clash, and whether he knows it or not, can't do a whole lot with that information. Spotting, confirming it, but there is a gun following it up and a well-placed pre-fire. Well, I was going to say it might be the end of it, but as Vron goes in for the trade, his teammate falls in the process. Giddy spinning around rapidly, but Vron is good for it. A triple for the newest entry into the NAL. Swing around the corner. Oh boy, it's another Dream 1v2. Stuck on the rotate. Both players over by Solar. If this one gets thrown as well, surely not with a Deathmark tracker. The information given to the attacking side. The crossfire coming in just around the corner. There we go. I believe that's a 4K for Veron in round 2, and no comeback for Dream this time.
You could see it in Dream's eyes. He was ready to win that again. Again, breaking it down into 1 versus 1s. They gave him that space. They gave him that chance. Yeah, sure, you've got the Deathmark tracker on him, but we live in a game where one-shot headshot is all you need. I thought that play from Raid was fantastic when he was able to push up. A little bit more questionable on the Gitty sort of bikini body attempt, but I think instead of the 180 or the 360, he was just hitting like 720 or something, like a snowboarder at the Olympics.
Razor wire deployed.
Finding himself well and truly in the spin cycle. Maybe backing up there would have been a better play. You were still in the 2 versus 2 and you had a great position. It just left Dream with a bit too much to do. We could be sat here, Lynx, saying that Outlast are 2-0 up. As it stands, Dream was good for it in round 1, and that is just going to bring us level. All square moving into round 3.
Feels like it's been a thing for every single one of our games, except the Shopify M81. Feels like the start's always a bit highly contested. Tied pretty quickly out the gate. So, sticking with the pattern, Outlast versus SSG. Bar in game sight. Got a bit of a deadly combo for SSG. Azami and Mira that has been present throughout this entire half, but only brought this go around. The addition of the mezzanine, Mira is just objectively a fantastic combo. Ooh. So we have the Mira looking towards piano, which I've seen before, and it's kind of uncommon. Ooh, so we have the stock Mira as well, but no Mira looking out towards the library window. That's what I was curious about. Usually, a more common position is the Mira on or facing library window and then one in stock. But if you want to play aggressive and really keep an eye on piano, it's a good one. It's a good one to have.
As designed, Chiba activated.
Slightly slower pace into this round. Ooh, again. Nesta with the pistol out. A little bit of a pixel angle going on. Who would have thought that they'd have learnt from that by now? Getting swung and challenged on the window.
Drone is ready.
But SSG aren't giving anything up at the moment. And quite rightly so. Attack can have a field day on Chalet. Just with the sheer amount of cut-offs and windows. Where that you can funnel defenders around inside of the building. But SSG are not for moving at the moment. They are rooted to the spot. And Outlast trying to find that opening. We don't know that Raid's in here at the top of Fireplace. That isn't going to be too much of a surprise, though. Zami being let through the ban phase is massive, because instead of needing a deployable shield for the top of those library stairs, instead you can just rotate around, throw a Kiba barricade. Outlast starting to move through this top floor now. But you just get the feeling that time's going to be a factor here. There's a minute left, 10 players alive. Sure, you've got a little bit of upstairs control, but it's only really a half clear at the moment.
Now, a lot of value needs to come from this utility, which there's a lot of it. Still some ROU projectors, and most importantly, all 4 of those Candelas, 2 smoke grenades that go down, perfectly occluding Rival's vision. TrevMac capitalizes off that perfectly. Nothing that player on white can do. This is a very good setup and very good play from Outlast. Raid is retreated into library, but Millie with a great angle on side as well. And a prime spot to dismantle this SSG defense. While Raid might spring out, there's simply too many angles to deal with. It's a bit of a slower progression through that top floor, but Outlast have checked every single angle. And while Dream's the only one on the site, Aiden is tucked very deep onto blue stairs. The last bit of surprise that maybe the defense can spring. Giddy gets one with a Razor Bloom. Aiden gets another, and Nesta go down as well. It's been from behind, but 2 times now, SSG, in a very dire situation, have snatched victory away from Outlast Gaming.
And it's a shame, because it was a really good round from Outlast. Their pacing was off. I'll admit that, and I called that at the time. But the way that they were able to deal with that upstairs hold, inside of library stairs, top of Fireplace, they did a really good job of rooting those players out and getting quite favorable gunfights. Where it came to pass, where the failure was then in the transition, was transitioning that vertical control and that upstairs presence into something meaningful on the bomb site. And SSG knew that all they had to do was dig in a little bit deeper. If you've still got control of a key area like stock, you're going to have a very easy time of holding anybody that's trying to either drop on down through the hatch or make a play in through main lobby and that single doorway. So SSG really playing to the win condition there and basically forcing Outlast into an execute. And that's what we mean sometimes, especially tonight. There's been a couple of occasions where I've gone, you know, I really wish that this team had just forced this team into an execute. That's exactly what that is. Hold upstairs. The upstairs hold doesn't go well. Instead of just trying to retake and throw bodies at it, force them to make that execute. Force them to play into power positions. All of these sites have power positions, whether they've been set up poorly or not. There's going to be something there that you can leverage in the moment. And that's exactly what SSG were able to do in round 3.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
And now as we move to retry sites, it's a strength that hopefully Outlast will be considering going into this one. First shield, I believe, in the lineup for Outlast so far, though it's been pretty much the same steps every single time. An entry into bar and games for, well, any site that isn't just bar and games. It'll be the case this time. Raid this time on the Thorn. We'll get that exact information. Outlast haven't been punished for their push on this side of the map, but 3 of the 4 rounds they've started in the exact same spot. And SSG will make note of that. RLU projector moving directly into bedroom. Did not drop down the hatch like I worried. Really nice job to cut off that rotate right there. We'll see what impact it has, but you can see the change from SSG, whereas before, Giddy was sitting on library stairs for probably about half the round, just completely fall back at the beginning, hold their power positions, and Giddy gets the first pick, but based off this lineup, Ollie, I think it sounds like they have a wire into the comms, because it seems like they took your exact advice from what went well last round.
Absolutely. Raid. Tough position here, especially if that blitz starts to try and get a bit aggressive, but Nest is looking for a bit of a rotate, maybe opening up that window inside of Ivy. I feel like you've kind of just got to push and utilize the thinker, try and get something off the back of this. You're gathering good information with the blitz and you're forcing SSG to push back. No one's in there now, no one's playing piano. Instead, they've just retreated back to a more powerful, more dominant position. Again, forcing that execute. Great swing from Rival. And Nest's going to find one, but not the second.
Almost a good pre-fire on the player on Blackwall. And while SSG get the advantage, you have to admire Outlast's fight. This is every single one of these rounds has come down to a 3v3 and then a 2v2. Even as SSG get the advantage, Outlast are showing up in terms of gun skill, and Braun in particular, 7-2 at the moment. For the time they have remaining, and an entry into Dining, this is not unwinnable for Outlast. Some shots taken by the Alda, a lot of ammo expended by Dream, and a lengthy reload awaits him as he switches to the Bailiff. Out of ammo there as well, it seems. So Aiden comes in for support, and the Overwatch works successfully. Braun goes down, Trevmac finds one. It is another close round, and yet it seems that SSG are able to find the better of Outlast in these moments. Spotted by the BP. Diffuser in hand. How much verticality does Aiden have? Appears to be a shortage of vertical holes. The hatch might be his main way. Z-ping through the wall, sprays him down. Headshot indeed. 3-1 for SSG at the moment, but Outlast are keeping it competitive.
My head is in my hands for those that can't see.
I can't see either, so this is news to me.
I wonder where he was planting. Maybe planting in the smoke? Of all the angles that you've got to check from the hatch, let's just broadcast it, shall we? Let's just say exactly where we are getting it down in a 1 versus 1. Tough round. I don't think the blitz was utilized properly. I think the blitz could have been used a lot better. I mean, the smoke wasn't even good. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think the blitz was utilized really that well. I wouldn't be worried about the blitz. I think that's probably why SSG have left it open, to be honest with you. You don't tend to think of blitz and Chalet as like a real marriage made in heaven. And I don't really know for why that is. I think there's just maybe other options that it can be used a little bit better. But long range engagement, throwing out the pistol, not really like funneling defenders into attackers, or playing it as like a buddy system where you've got someone directly over your shoulder. I think it just needs a little bit more, and a switch onto the Blackbeard is welcome in my eyes. 3-1 for SSG as we move into round number 5. We're going to be again hitting that mid-floor site. And Gitty going to be looking to try and make a bit of a name for himself down here. Only going to be drone hunting for the time being, though. Catches one that was just keeping a beady eye on him downstairs inside a garage. Instead, Nest going to look to try and move through with the rest of his team into library. There is going to be somebody underneath the library window, though. And, well, Raid, he's not going to be playing any sort of patient games. Happily to get droned and happy to get out of there alive.
Always the benefit of playing that Azami. Throw a Kiva on the desk, back up, though Raid trying his luck, and the gamble pays off. Millie's head taken down. Nesta saved from that, likely just because he's got a shield directly in front of it. The Azami slips back alongside the rest of the defenders. Not a whole lot Outlast can do in the moment to mitigate that loss. Hard breach onto the office wall. Some important angles. Oh, but Raid just swinging again. Bullying his opponents at the moment. I mean, at this point, Nest is by himself. It's the first round where it seems like the wheels are starting to fall off the wagon for Outlast, as with everybody a bit individualized. They'll consolidate now, but they're clearing a part of the map in which, never mind, somebody is home. Is Giddy creeping up the stairs, knife sharpened, aimed directly at the back. Oh, but he lets it go a little bit early. Now with players on library stairs, his way back is quite dangerous.
Some good information still available here as well. Raid going to find the kill onto Ron. Oh, grabs himself a second. Hit the ace. Go for it, my friend. Get yourself a nice little ace here.
There.
And that will be it confirmed. Onto the Thinker, so a little bit more anticlimactic, because the Thinker, of course, gets downed and then has the option to get themselves back up. But in the 1v4, you're never going to be able to use that. Raid. Big round. I don't feel like Outlast ever really got started there. Gitty, I think, spent the majority of the round downstairs inside of Garage and Snow, and just was never really that pressured or pushed. Outlast really got dragged into almost like a proxy battle there, in that it was, the site's over in Narnia and we're just going to set the site up and whatever, but we're just going to have a couple of roamers that are going to cause you so much headache and pain that if you spend any amount of time on them whatsoever, you've basically lost yourselves the round. And that was kind of what it was. It was all about taking library, it was all about getting into games, and it was just a couple of really well-placed, sort of lurky players that were able to just dismantle that attack. And it's maybe one you look back on and go, if we need to just cut our losses and go a little bit more direct, try and catch them on the rotate back. I don't know. Tough one to call, but when things really aren't going your way, what else are you left to try? 4-1 now. No tactical timeout used, but of course the mandatory one at the end of this round will be looming. I think Outlast will be glad of a little bit of a break in this fixture. Regardless of how this round goes, they've taken a bit of a beating in a couple of these rounds.
Yeah, particularly in that one, all the other ones have at least, you know, come down to some kind of 3v3 or 2v2. That was the first one where Outlast, it felt really just had zero say in what transpired. So a bit of a breather is probably in order for everybody involved, but for Outlast in particular. Final site will be bar and gaming. So Outlast do what they've done pretty much every single round and start on the opposite side of the map. Hopping in through, not games, hopping in through, I cannot remember the call for the life of me. What's bottom solar called? What's that room again?
Tellers.
That's not true. It's not Tellers. It's not Tellers. There's so many maps of Tellers, and it's not that one. Either way, this is Piano. Now.
Why have I forgotten it?
See? I wanted to say library, and that's just not library. But anyway, we're at Piano right now. Trophy. It's Trophy. Thank you, Jonah. The host knows the call out, and I don't.
I knew it began with a T.
See?
Hey, listen, I've got an excuse. It's 2 a.m.
That's true. Hey, it's 8:09 p.m. It's a minute and a half left in the round for Outlast at the moment. moved all the way up to piano, and you can see that. Whereas earlier in the beginning of this half, SG were willing to entertain some kind of roam or, you know, aggression towards Outlast, and not really anymore. They're holding mezzanine, they're holding library stairs, but they don't feel much of an obligation to do anything beyond that. That is a hell of a good bounce with that nade. Will force Aiden up, but with those Kivas, he can take a bit more advanced of a position and then just fall back once that nade is gone. You can see a bit of an idea for Outlast, though. An idea I quite like. Rotero drone blows up the barbed wire bottom blue. And now instead going to lurk up this staircase. This could be a brilliant rotation as they push up through the ROU directly into the blitz. Aiden goes down. Outlast firmly in the lead and firmly in the driver's seat in terms of the advantage and the pace. Raid holding his ground on the top floor will spot the blitz for a second and likely make the well-reasoned decision to fall back as over top of the blitz, he'll take some shots against one, but everybody is getting in on the action. Can't find a kill. Dream's most one-sided clutch will now be required to stave off a 4-2. Began this half with a 1vx. Will he end it with another success? 3 players on low HP, but 1 coming in from the left, Blitz coming in from the right. Not much anybody can do at that point. Outlast with a loss, but at least ending it on a victory at 2-4.
And that's exactly how you play the Blitz. You've got to be on the buddy system. You have to have somebody on your shoulder and just terrorize those defenders. Warden or not, it doesn't matter if you've got somebody right behind you to back you up. Let's hear from the desk.
Thank you, casters. SSG leading the way currently going into the second half. And since me and Lax had all of the hosting yesterday, we thought it'd be a great time to put Jonah in the hot seat and see, Jonah, what do you think Outlast need to do to turn the tables here in this series?
Well, I'm so glad you asked, Fox. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity here. I will say I like what we've seen so far from a couple of players on Outlast. As usual, Trevmac is performing well. Veronix is putting up some numbers, and that's not something we've always seen. Through the first half, those are what they're going to have to hang on to as they go into the swap. You're going to have to keep putting those guys in positions to thrive. But the word we talk about with these guys all the time is adaptability. And it's something that they just don't quite have under their belt yet. It's going to come with time as a newer team. And on the attacking half, you're going to have those problems exposed a little more. So I'm not too hopeless yet for this team. I think you go into the second half, you move to defense, you've got some players playing well. I think they just got to leverage that, lock in, and it's not quite over yet.
Yeah, now for the side for SSG. I mean, what does SSG have to continue to do to make sure that they don't instill any bit of hope for the side of Outlast to be able to even rally a comeback?
Well, with SSG, Lax, we've talked so much about the leadership of Dream and how they've rallied around that. We've seen just how effective that's been through this first half. I'll take the same word I used to refer to Outlast, adaptability. SSG have shown that they have that. They've adjusted well to where Outlast have found success on the attacking side when they were defending. Now they get to attack. Now they get to show off that adaptability, and Raid, the young gunner, 9-5 right now. We continue to see that from him. We continue to see them adapt on the fly to what Outlast is doing. And hey, the world's their oyster.
And we will continue to let the casters close this game out. Lynx, X, back to you.
Actually, I just got a memo straight from John W. Blast, all the way from the top. Jonah is actually being substituted in for both Ollie and I as well. So if we could just get him in the room, if we could just get him on the mic, that'd be excellent. You can see why there were people taking selfies with him earlier outside the streamer box, apparently.
Absolutely. I mean, he's going to be famous soon.
I mean,
it's going to be the Jonah show.
Mr. Jonah. I was gonna say his last name, but I didn't want to do that.
No, it's a praising exercise. We're giving the man praise.
Is that a thing? A praising exercise?
I don't know.
What kind of corporate speak is
Bomb
this?
located by attackers.
Everyone, we are to bring in Jonah, do some team building. We're gonna do improv icebreakers. The rule for tonight: yes and.
Reloading.
What?
Yeah, I know.
What's yes and?
You know what? Okay. Pause. 2 things. 1, everything I just said is real. I didn't experience it, but I do know people who do improv corporate icebreakers, and that's That's a hell of a sentence, isn't it? But yes and is a core principle of improv. The idea is that when somebody says something, whether it's an idea, whether it's a line, a joke, instead of shutting it down, you build on top of it. So even if you don't say it explicitly, the idea of yes and is you accept what they're saying, you go along with it, and then you build on top of it. So the yes is the accepting, and the and is the building on top of the bit.
Oh, yeah, and yeah, I've done that, yeah. Am I improving?
Well, I mean, most of what we do when we're vamping is improv. Most of what
it quite literally sounds like our job.
Yeah, it quite literally sounds. It's like that's the thing. It sounds like our job, and I would say a lot of casting is improv because you don't know what the game's going to be, but it's a bit more structured. When we're vamping, though, that's all improv. It's like rhythm. It's like jazz. You got to keep up with the changes, you know. Speaking of which. Changes, the sides have swapped. A minute into the round, Millie is in the depths of Chalet, trying to escape kind of a roam clear of the middle floor, but just a little bit of looser pressure on the outside of the building. Nobody from SSG has actually taken a step inside just yet. Smashed a bit of an offensive defense, which means that Mira actually has quite the trek back to side ahead of her.
I'm sure that Millie is up for the task. Aiden, looking to try and make use of that glass downstairs. We've got Dream above, looking for a little bit of action inside of Solar. I know that somebody's in bathroom right now. Nesta probably has a labyrinth of Wamai discs around him, but I don't think that's going to matter too much. You can start to hear those getting pinged out now. Some of the frags have been used. Ooh. Not sure if that was an intentional bounce or not. I think it was. Aiden, some pretty fancy footwork there. He's going to try and leverage this smoke and get a chance at a shot onto Nest inside of the tub, and will be successful. The only time it's appropriate to be inside of the smoke is if you are the Glass, of course. And Dream, you can't help but think they're framing for a plant. They've got the cover from big window. They can cut the site in half, and Dream can move in.
I mean, there's nothing else that the attack could won with this setup right here. Full vertical control early on, every single crossfire figured out. I mean, and that's it. That's the round pretty much done and dusted. Vron literally outside the building for the end of round 7. 5-2 lead now for Space Station Gaming, not wasting any time to get that lead.
I love a good attack in Siege because it just looks so simple, and it looks like something that you go, like, yeah, we can just take that for ourselves and play it in ranked. I can get 4 people that aren't professionals. They're just good players. They're just people that can listen and take instruction. That's all we're asking for here in teammates. Or even maybe coordinate it with randoms if you can get in the voice chat and persuade somebody to sit on your big window, which you should be able to do because it's a good spot to get kills. But you look at that attack and you think it's so straightforward. There's nothing flashy. Okay, maybe the kill from Aiden is the flashiest bit of that, removing the bathroom player. But there's more than one way of doing that. You could have burnt all of the magnets and sent a Ying in and jumped in, or you sent a nade in and moved him out of there. You know, there's options. You've got options for that. But getting control of Solar, bit of presence on big window, somebody on a bit of a backstab coming in through snow balcony, and you've got someone on piano. Whoever was, you know, dealing with bathroom can also deal with piano. Either way. And it just looks so straightforward and so simple, but it's executed just so well. SSG 5-2 now. Foreign Games going to be the site of choice for round number 8. Outlast not wanting another go on that top floor, instead of going to try and change their fortune a little bit here. Still going to be rocking with some catch utility. They're still going to be bringing that Jaeger. I do worry about this lineup because I don't see a deployable shield, and typically a good hold of games is going to be keeping control of Fireplace, and usually you're going to need something to do that with. His army, of course, banned. No shield in play. But with this heavy stack up outside of games, I don't know if it'll even matter. Are they just going to try and hop in it?
Might be a serious hop in incoming. I mean, hopefully they don't at this point. You can see all of Outlast making the right call, barreling back towards site.
Be advised.
Millie and Vron, the only ones to stay from that rotation. It might be committing. I mean, you can see comms, you can see some excited energy from Aiden. Dream also exchanging some shots. Basher likely ready to anticipate any further thrown electronics on the actual plant spot. Ooh, Logger. It could be a nasty shot incoming right here. You just see it happening. Oh, that's a rough one. Nesta hitting the air jab. Good trade, though, as one player hops in, isolating the other 1v1. Logger in the perfect position, handling this perfectly. But Giddy with a late flank, able to get that trade. And again, despite the 5-2, these rounds typically quite close in the aggregate. It's no quick plant anymore, but SSG look to salvage something. Spotting one through the wall. Aiden cuts him down. Advantage. A little more than, or a little less than half the round to go.
Ron gonna have to try and transition now. Needs to take upstairs. 2 versus 3. You've got to try and make a play. You've got an isolated player, and you know exactly where he is. Little bit of an impact sent out. Trev starting to see that pressure from above. It needs alleviated. It needs the Ella to challenge upstairs, but no. Ron finds himself inside a sight, and Trev downed in the process. Player on the hatch, player planting, is being covered from every which angle. A couple of shots can get put in onto Aiden, and Ron can have a rotation. There's a 3-way cross onto this player, and I really doubt that Ron's going to be able to get it going.
No, ends up walking directly in the middle of it. 6-2 now for Space Station Gaming. Again, nothing changes as a result of this. Outlast. Sorry, dropped my fidget toy because I'm very Gen Z. Outlast already eliminated. SSG firmly in... Brain broke for a second. Firmly in second place. Not much is changing. But I think what we can say is that one thing that's continued, Ollie, that really impressed me about SSG last week, and honestly with the first team that really kind of clued me into this phenomenon, the attacks are just really good for this team, man. I'm really impressed with what they were able to put together last week when we saw them play. In every single one of the games they played, it's been one of their stronger points. And these 2 rounds on Chalet, even when they've been dirty, they've been clean, if you know what I mean. Like,
they did well against Wildcard as well. They won 5 rounds on the attack against Wildcard. Not that Wildcard are like the barometer that we hold teams to, but it's a point, isn't it? A little bit less so against DZ. They were only good for 1 round on the attack against DZ, but that's in week 1. Like, well, it's also DZ and it's also week 1. You know, this is very much a team that is looking to build and looking to, you know, carve their own sort of path. So I think we can kind of forgive them of that. And since they've been really up and running inside a Kickoff, we've seen them do some great things. And, you know, it's continuing here tonight, isn't it? I think the pacing of it is very important for me. Their ability to switch and be very agile in what it is that they want to do. There is no doubt in my mind that they were gearing up for just hopping into bar window and getting a plan down and trying to hold it, if that was an option that was available to them. But for whatever reason, it felt like it wasn't. Outlast then rotate all the way down, and that then opens up the top floor again, right? Because, okay, we've just baited everyone back down to site, so we just need to go and push top. And very quickly, people are in really key positions. We've got somebody on Snow Balcony. We've got, you know, players contesting inside of Library. The player that gets to Snow Balcony, that's no short rotate. That's, as soon as that call's been made, bam, they're gone. So really good play from SSG. Very reactive and very willing to, you know, sort of set themselves up and then maybe realize it's not the right path. Ooh.
Oh.
Straight out of Ranky. That's the sort of thing I'd die to.
Speaking about not the right path, pick the wrong day to spawn helipad.
I got spawn killed today on Night Haven Labs, and I felt like a child again. I literally felt like a child. I felt like a child getting told off.
Did they hit you with the turds to 2-step?
No, it wasn't even that good. It was just Logi window. What is it called? Storage window.
Oh, yeah, that one's kind of boring.
Yeah, really bad.
Well, not boring in the way that like you and I say boring, where it's like you're just so boring, man. It's just like, oh, that one's just not very. That one's not very eventful. I was almost convinced that Rival was about to get away with that drone, but Aruni Nesta pops off the camera for just a second. Ooh, Logger takes a shot to the arm with the 417, and that one makes you pay for it a little bit harder than every other gun in the game. Dokubi Call goes out, but hit by the Gershmot. Can't really push further beyond trophy. Pause for applause.
Good comms.
Good comms. Good comms. One more Dokubi Call in the pocket, though, but SSG definitely not having nearly, at least, the initial bit of success we've seen them had. These past couple rounds, they've been able to get the control they've wanted, but they're very spread out at the moment.
Well, they're quite spread and they're, you know, a little bit sparse. That kill onto Millie is going to be a big one. Removing the Oryx takes away any quick ability to rotate, but it's bounce back straight away. Raid falling. You've still got hard breach. You've still got an ability to try and get this wall open. But it isn't going to be clean. It's going to be very scrappy. It's going to be going straight in off the back of it with a flash as well, or maybe not. Aiden can transition through that. It is going to be crouchable. Maybe just going to try and flood the bomb site here and make something happen. Rival straight in.
Ooh. Oh, this might work. This might be good. Nesta taking the angle, but Lion wins a big fight. And so as the defense starts to rotate, Vron with a must-win kill. It's not enough to stop the diffuser, but to get the advantage. Giddy, another must-win. And SSG just barely hanging on. They fought from behind in so many of these rounds. They might just take the lead, but Outlast least expected it. Just around the corner, neither player ready for that engagement. Aiden still gets the W. 7-2 victory for SSG. Nothing changes. And yet, SSG continue to impress in the NA League.
Dream almost looks confused and angry there as to what's happened and how it has been allowed to happen. A great round from SSG, and one that they really clutched out on. They lost the opening pick, but they were still able to make that transition onto the bomb site, and I guess just punished Outlast. I think at the point Outlast get that opening kill, they just need to retreat back to site, play the advantage, and don't get too fancy with it. And SSG were there to capitalize. But one last time tonight, we are going to send you over to our wonderful desk.
Well, thank you so much, guys. It was a great way to close out the group stage with SSG taking the win over Outlast. Maybe the result we expected, yes, but a strong performance nonetheless, Fox, from this SSG roster that seems to be improving every single week.
Yeah, I mean, more repetition's never a bad thing. It's another day in the office for SSG. I think it's exactly the expectations that we're going to be seeing from them is continuously improving. I don't know if they're necessarily at the T1 level as some of the teams in the top 4 just yet, until we see more from them. But what we do know is they have...
I'd argue that.
Well, you can argue it, but I think... You can argue it. I think they have the great ground workings of a team that would be in the conversation for top 4. They're doing amazing so far, and that being said, I hope it only continues to grow and get better. But I just love watching Raid and Aiden and Dream. I love watching all of these younger players play alongside Dream, and their style of play is just very reminiscent of a, you know, hybrid of early versions of Siege, different metas altogether, and I just really love how on their toes they are at adaptations.
Hey, second ace of the stage, especially for Raid, the new blood. I mean, we aren't going to get an interview with him. He was begging me for an interview, then he doesn't want to do the interview. But I do want to focus on Outlast really quick. Unfortunately, for some of the players, they did have a good showing. I believe for Vaughn, I believe for Trevmac, I believe for Logger. That's a great way to end your stage, just on a personal note that you guys perform well. But I am really hoping, given the off time, given just the time to work things, whether out of game, in game, we do see something falling into the next stage, because next stage I will be far more critical of what we're seeing with the time that they should be giving to develop, to look like a better team. But again, SSG, I mean, beautiful display overall, great performance, great showcasing of what this team is doing day in and day out to make their names and make a statement once we get to playoffs.
When we get to talk to the winners themselves, we will welcome in, I believe we have Giddy standing by, because Raid did indeed turn us down for the interview. But who needs the youngsters? Giddy, we've got you here. Congratulations on the win and on closing out the stage, or rather the kickoff group stage with a win. How is it feeling to be on this team right now? We've heard from some of the other guys, yet to hear from you. Give us your perspective. What's it like to be on this team right now? And yeah, how are things feeling?
It's fun. I mean, it's different too. It's different from like my past experiences with teams, except for like when I first started playing Siege. That's what it kind of feels like. Like I first started playing Siege with some like younger guys that like bring different personalities, you know? So it's been definitely a good time, fun time.
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't sure if Fox was going to go first or me was.
I wasn't sure. I usually do, but then I saw Jonah say, "Oh, Lax is going to go," so I was confused. But well, it doesn't matter what the confusion may be. I mean, Giddy, you guys have looked amazing throughout Group B so far. I'm excited to watch you guys play against teams on the other side of Group A. You guys will be going up against Packers team. Is there a little bit of anticipation? Are you guys excited to go against them? Do you feel like it's a good matchup for you guys? How do you guys feel about that?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely exciting. We didn't talk about it too much because it literally just got confirmed before our game, so we haven't really talked too much about it. But I mean, yeah, we know those guys well. Everyone on that team, I played with and against them for like 3-4 years now. So, you know, it's definitely going to be fun. Should be a barn burner for that series for sure.
Well, what's your opinion on Packer as a player?
Packer as a player? It's good. He's a good player. Oh, I can't say much more than after that.
Well, Giddy, I want to congratulate you on your guys' success so far. You're going to be in the upper brackets. I want to just talk about the expectations and goals for this team. I mean, what are the even goals for your own self and expectations of this roster, and where do you guys see your guys' ceiling?
I mean, we expect to make the major. Honestly, even before our first game, we expected to make the major. So, I mean, our ceiling, like, I mean, I have no idea. There's because we have so much young talent, and I feel like we've only gotten better since the first day. Like, insane improvement every single day, and like I actually don't know where our ceiling is, like, at all. Like, I will see. As the time tells, we'll see.
Do you
just have expectations?
I was gonna say
if
another
you look
question.
up, you can see the ceiling if you look up.
All right,
I actually play outside.
End of the night, he always gets like this.
I was gonna say, obviously, when we saw that like little resurgence out of Cloud9, you guys were winning games back to back to back, and then unfortunately it fell short. Do you feel like when you guys were at that high on Cloud9, is that what it's kind of feeling right now, or is it a completely different feel?
Completely different. Completely different. I don't know, but like LCQ felt pretty good, but like both stages, I mean, sometimes you just know, you know what I mean? Like, you could just tell. Like, you obviously keep high hopes, you keep it positive, but like you play every day with the same results, you kind of know what's gonna happen. So like for us, like we get good results mostly every day, so that's good for us. And even when it's bad results, it's still improvement because we know what things we need to work on, and it makes sense when we're losing. That's always good to see. So.
Well, listen, Giddy, congratulations on closing out the group stage here with a win, and we will see you in the upper bracket as you take on 1 of 30 in a couple weeks. Thanks so much, man.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Well, what a finish to the day that saw us go through a reasonably paced 4-game slate. We locked in 5 Fears as undefeated, the kings of that group. And then we saw, of course, our last look at Outlast for some time. But Fox, we talk a lot about our expectations coming into this group stage. We did a power ranking. We looked at all these teams and said, how do we think this is going to stack up? Here on the other side, what are your biggest reactions to where we started and where we are now?
Well, the powerhouse teams that we expected of SR and M80, definitely, you know, M80's taking a little bit of time. They're still up there, but SR completely below expectations, did not meet what we wanted to see from them. 5 Fears, though, I think it's safe to say that this stage so far has been so exciting to watch because of the new teams and because the new teams are also performing well. I mean, 5 Fears is so amazing to watch. It's entertaining because they're brand new. They have a very creative way to attack. And I just want to be able to see them play more and more, and hopefully, you know, they continue to do well enough to make Salt Lake City. And that being said, I mean, I don't think any of the expectations that we had actually hit the nail on the head. I don't think we had one expectation that went correct besides maybe Outlast being last.
Well, Lax, talk to me about Group B on the other side, right? We have Outlast. Obviously, will not see them again here in Kickoff. But you have a team like Cloud9. You have a team like Wildcard. SSG, who we just saw perform better and better every single week. I mean, other than Dark Zero being at the top here, I mean, where do you put your hopes? Where do you think that second team making the major could potentially come from this group?
I will say, if it's the typical traditional way of Wildcard, once we get to playoffs and get to those brackets runs, Wildcard easily could be the second contender. But if SSG continues to keep expanding and growing with each and every single game, it's definitely a toss-up between those two. And then as for Cloud9, unfortunately, I can't give them that much credit and think that they will be the one to go the distance there. But who knows? Maybe something will surprise us.
I mean, you can't expect that.
You're still
after what you said today,
I
don't know. But we can get a look at our final bracket picture. We teased this before we got into the game, but here we are, group stage now officially in the rear view mirror. This is the matchups that will be set for the playoffs. We'll open up with the quarterfinals. SSG and 1 of 30. M80 and Wildcard will take each other on there before seeing who goes on to play 5 Fears and Dark Zero. And as we said earlier, Fox, for 5 Fears and Dark Zero, a big deal that they got that bye round, because now all they need is a single best of 3 win and they're going to the major.
Yeah, just 1 win. I mean, it's a nice life to live when you're up there, but sometimes teams that are at the top can get overconfident. We've seen it happen to that previous OXG roster. I believe that was the last team to start in the upper bracket and then not make it to the major. And also, it's really exciting to see that we will have one of the new teams, no matter what, make it to the major, because 5 Fears SSG, and one of 30 are all in the same upper part of the bracket. So one of the new teams is going to be in Salt Lake City. That's pretty exciting.
Lax, any final remarks on how this stage played out, this group stage?
I'm just honestly very pleased with all the new teams, with all the new faces that we're seeing. It definitely didn't disappoint in a lot of the areas that I thought maybe it was going to, so a little even surprising for myself. And then obviously the big shakeups of a team like 5 Fears leading the charge. Even this new iteration of Dark Zero has been fun to get behind because you weren't sure what it was going to look like, what the ideology was going to be. Everything kind of has been delivering where I wasn't sure it was going to, so excited to see what it's going to look like once we get into the end of it.
Yeah, we get into the playoffs in a couple of weeks. The NAL playoffs start on April 20th, where we will be bringing you the coverage from in studio. So get hyped about that. We got 4 days of coverage coming your way for the playoffs in just a couple of weeks. So stay tuned for that.
Jonah.
Yes?
Do you know what's after the 20th?
Tell me.
My birthday.
The 21st?
The 21st.
Okay, we'll make sure to bring that up when it comes to the playoffs. For everyone who tuned in tonight, thank you so much for watching. For our amazing production staff, for Oscar, who had 40 wings and 3 aiolis today, for Foxay and Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger, coming at you from a studio streaming booth in Chinatown, New York, saying thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you during the playoffs. Have a good one.